Chapter 1. When you have to kill the same terrorist twice in 1 week, then there's either something wrong with your skills or something wrong with your world. And there's nothing wrong with my skills. Chapter 2. Ocean City, Maryland, Saturday, June 27th, 10:22 a.m. They came for me at the beach. Nice and slick, 2 in front, 1 big cover man behind in a 3-point close while I was reaching for my car door. Nothing flashy, just 3 big guys in off-the-rack gray, all of them sweating in the Ocean City heat. The point man held up his hands in a no-problem gesture. It was a hot Saturday morning, and I was in swim trunks and a Hawaiian shirt with mermaids on it over a Tom Petty t-shirt, flip-flops, and wayfarers. My piece was in a locked toolbox in the trunk with a trigger guard clamped on it. I was at the beach to look at this year's crop of sun bunnies, and I'd been off the clock since the shooting pending a Monday morning officer-involved discussion with the OIS team. It had been a bad scene at the warehouse, and they'd put me on administrative leave to give me time to get my head straight about the shootings. I wasn't expecting trouble. There shouldn't have been trouble. And the smooth way these guys boxed me was designed to keep everyone's emotions in neutral. I couldn't have done it better myself. "Mr. Ledger?" "Detective Ledger," I said to be pissy. No trace of a smile on the point guy's face, only a millimeter of a nod. He had a head like a bucket. "We'd like you to come with us," he said. "Badge me or buzz off?" Buckethead gave me the look, but he pulled out an FBI identification case and held it up. I stopped reading after the initials. "What's this about?" "Would you come with us, please?" "I'm off the clock, guys. What's this about?" No answer. "Are you aware that I'm scheduled to start at Quantico in 3 weeks?" No answer. "You want me to follow you in my car?" Not that I wanted to try and give these fellows the slip, but my cell was in the glove box of the SUV, and it would be nice to check in with the lieutenant on this one. It had a weird feel to it. Not exactly threatening, just weird. "No, sir, we'll bring you back here after." "After what?" No answer. I looked at him and then the guy next to him. I could feel the cover man behind me. They were big, they were nicely set even. With peripheral vision, I could see that Buckethead had his weight on the balls of his feet and evenly balanced. The other front man was shifted to his right. He had big knuckles, but his hands weren't scarred. Probably boxing rather than martial arts. Boxers wear gloves. They were doing almost everything right except that they were a little too close to me. You should never get that close. But they looked like the real deal. It's hard to fake the FBI look. "Okay," I said. Chapter 3. Ocean City, Maryland, Saturday, June 27th, 10:31 a.m. Buckethead sat beside me in the back, and the other 2 sat up front, the cover man driving the big government Crown Vic. For all the conversation going on, the others might have been mimes. The air conditioner was turned up and the radio was turned off. Exciting. I hope we're not going all the way the hell back to Baltimore. That was more than a 3-hour ride, and I had sand in my shorts. "No." That was the only word Buckethead said on the ride. I settled back to wait. I could tell that he was a lefty from the bulge his shoulder rig made. He kept me on his right side, which meant that his coat flap would impede me grabbing his piece, and he could use his right hand as a block to fend me off while he drew. It was professional and well thought out. I'd have done almost the same thing. What I wouldn't have done, though, was hold on to the leather handstrap by the door like he was doing. It was the second small mistake he made, and I had to wonder if he was testing me or whether there was a little gap between his training and his instincts. I settled back and tried to understand this pickup. If this had something to do with the action last week on the docks, if I was somehow in trouble for something related to that, then I sure as hell planned to lawyer up when we got wherever we were going. And I wanted a union rep there too. No way this was sop. Unless it was some homeland thing, in which case I'd lawyer up and call my congressman. That warehouse thing was righteous, and I wasn't going to let anyone say different. For the last 18 months, I'd been attached to one of those interjurisdictional task forces that have popped up everywhere post 9/11. A few of us from Baltimore PD, some Philly and DC guys, and a mixed bag of feds, FBI, NSA, ATF, and a few letter combinations I hadn't seen before. Nobody really doing much, but everyone wanting a finger in the pie in case something juicy happened. And by juicy, I mean career beneficial. I kind of got drafted into it. Ever since I'd gotten my gold shield a few years ago, I'd been lucky enough to close a higher than average number of cases, including 2 that had loose ties to suspected terrorist organizations. I also had 4 years in the Army, and I know a little bit of Arabic and some Farsi. I know a little bit of a lot of languages. Languages were easy for me, and that made me a first-round draft pick for the surveillance van. Most of the people we wiretapped jumped back and forth between English and a variety of Middle Eastern languages. The task force seemed like it would be pretty cool, but the reality of it was that they put me on wiretap in a van, and for most of the last year and a half, I drank too much Dunkin' Donuts coffee and felt my ass grow flat. Supposedly, a group of suspected low-level terrorists with tenuous links to fundamentalist Shias were planning on smuggling something in that we were told was a potential bioweapon. No details provided, of course, which makes surveillance a bitch and largely a waste of time. When we, meaning us cops, tried to ask them, meaning the big shots from Homeland, what we were looking for, we were stonewalled. Need-to-know basis. That sort of thing tells you everything about why we're not all that safe. Truth is that if they tell us, then we might play too significant a role in the arrest, which means they get less credit. It's what got us into trouble with 9/11, and as far as I can tell, it really hasn't gotten much better since. Then this past Monday, I caught a little back and forth from a cell phone we were spooking. One name popped up, a Yemen national named El Mujahid, who was a pretty big fish in the terrorist pond and was on Homeland's must-have list. And the guy talking about him spoke as if El Mujahid was somehow involved in whatever the crew in the warehouse were cooking. El Mujahid's name was on all of the DHS lists, and in that van I had nothing to do but read, so I'd read those lists over and over. Because I rang the bell, I got to play when the takedown was scheduled for Tuesday morning. 30 of us in black BDUs with Kevlar body and limb pads, helmet cams, and full SWAT kit. The whole unit was split into 4-man teams, 2 guys with MP5s, a point man with a ballistic shield and a Glock 40, and 1 guy with a Remington 870 pump. I was the shotgun guy on my team, and we hit this portside warehouse hard and fast, coming in every door and window in the place. Flashbangs, snipers on the surrounding buildings, multiple entry points, and a whole lot of yelling. Domestic shock and awe, and the idea is to startle and overpower so that everyone inside would be too dazed and confused to offer violent resistance. Last thing anyone wanted was an OK corral. My team had the back door, the one that led out to a small boat dock. There was a tidy little cigarette boat there, not new, but sweet. While we waited for the go/no-go, the guy next to me, my buddy Jerry Spencer from DCPD, kept looking at the boat. I bent close and hummed the Miami Vice theme, and he grinned. He was about to retire, and that boat probably looked like a ticket to paradise. The go came down, and everything suddenly got loud and fast. We blew the steel deadbolt on the back door and went in, yelling for everyone to freeze, to lay down their weapons. I've been on maybe 15, 18 of these things in my time with Baltimore PD, and only twice was anyone stupid enough to draw a gun on us. Cops don't hot dog it, and generally, neither do the bad guys. It's not about who has the biggest balls. It's about overwhelming force so that no shots are ever fired. I remember when I went through the TAC team training, the commander had a quote from the movie Silverado made into a plaque and hung up in the training hall. "I don't want to kill you, and you don't want to be dead." I think Danny Glover said that. That's pretty much the motto. So, usually the bad guys stand around looking freaked out and everyone bleats about how innocent they are, yada yada. This wasn't one of those times. Jerry, who was the oldest man on the task force, was point man, and I was right behind him with two guys at my back when we kicked the door, hustled down a short corridor lined with framed inspection certificates, and then broke left into a big conference room. Big oak table with at least a dozen laptops on it. Just inside the door was a big blue phone booth-sized container standing against the wall. 8 guys in business suits seated around the table. "Freeze!" I yelled. "Put your hands above your heads and—" That was as far as I got because all 8 guys suddenly threw themselves out of their chairs and pulled guns. Okay, corral. No doubt about it. When AD asked me to recollect how many shots I fired and who exactly I fired them at, I laughed. 12 guys in a room and everyone shooting. If they're not dressed like your buddies, and you can, to a reasonable degree of certainty, determine that they're not civilian bystanders, you shoot and duck for cover. I fired the Remington dry, then dropped it so I could pull my Glock. I know the .40 is standard, but I've always found the .45 to be more persuasive. They say I dropped 4 hostiles. I don't notch my gun, so I'll take their word for it. I bring it up, though, because one of them was the 13th man in the room. Yeah, I know I said that there were 8 of them and 4 of us, but during the firefight, I caught movement to my right and saw the door to the big blue case hanging loose, its lock ripped up by gunfire. The door swung open and a man staggered out. He wasn't armed, so I didn't fire on him. Instead, I concentrated on the guy behind him who was tearing up the room with a QBZ-95 Chinese assault rifle, something I'd only ever seen in magazines. Why he had it and where the hell he found ammunition for it, I never did find out. But those rounds punched a line of holes right through Jerry's shield, and he went down. "Son of a bitch!" I yelled and put 2 in the shooter's chest. Then this other guy, the 13th guy, comes crashing right into me. Even with all that was going on, I thought, drug addict. He was pale and sweaty, stank like raw sewage, and had a glazed, bug-eyed stare. Sick bastard even tried to bite me, but the Kevlar pads on my sleeve saved my gun arm. "Get off!" I screamed, and gave him an overhand left that should have dropped him, but all it did was shake him loose. He blundered past me toward one of the other guys on my team who was blocking the door. I figured he was making for that sweet cigarette outside, so I pivoted and parked 2 in his back, quick and easy. Blood sprayed the walls and he hit the deck and skidded 5 feet before coming to rest in a motionless sprawl against the back door. I spun back into the room and laid down cover fire so I could pull Jerry behind the table. He was still breathing. The rest of my team kept chopping the whole room up with automatic fire. I heard gunfire coming from a different part of the warehouse and peeled off from the pack to see what was happening. Found a trio of hostiles in a nice shooting blind, laying down a lot of fire at one of the other teams. I popped a few of them with the last couple of rounds in my mag and dealt with the third hand-to-hand, and suddenly the whole thing was over. In the end, 11 alleged terrorists were shot, 6 fatally, including the cowboy with the Chinese assault rifle, and the biter I nailed in the back who, according to his ID, was named Javad Mustafa. We'd just started going through IDs when a bunch of federal types in unmarked black fatigues came in and stole the show, kicking everyone else out onto the street. That was okay with me. I wanted to check on Jerry. Turned out that none of our team was killed, though 8 of them needed treatment, mostly for broken ribs. Kevlar stops bullets, but it can't stop foot-pounds of impact. Jerry had a cracked sternum and was one hurting pup. The EMTs had him on a gurney, but he was awake enough to wave me over before they took him away. "How you feeling, dude?" I asked, squatting next to him. "Old and sore, but tell you what, steal me that cigarette boat and I'll be feeling young and spry." "Sounds like a plan. I'll get right on that, Pops." He ticked his chin toward my arm. "Hey, how's your arm? The EMT said that fruitcake bit you." "Nah, didn't even break the skin," I showed him. "Just a bad bruise." They took Jerry away, and I started answering questions, some of them for the feds in the unmarked BDUs. Javad hadn't been armed, and I drilled him in the back so there would be a routine investigation. But my lieutenant told me it was a no-brainer. That was Tuesday morning, and this was Saturday morning. So why was I in a car with 3 feds? They weren't talking, so I sat back and waited. Chapter 4. Easton, Maryland, /Saturday, June 27th, 11:58 a.m. They put me in a room that had a table, 2 chairs, and a big picture window with a drawn curtain. An interrogation room, though the sign outside had read Baylor Records Storage. We were somewhere in Easton, off Route 50, more than 70 miles from where they'd picked me up. Buckethead told me to sit. "Can I have a drink of water?" He ignored me and left, locking the door. It was nearly 2 hours before anyone came in. I didn't kick up a fuss. I knew this routine. Park someone in an empty room and leave them to stew. Doubt and a guilty conscience can do a lot when you're alone. I didn't have a guilty conscience and no doubts at all. I simply lacked information. So, after I did a visual on the room, I went into my own head and waited, reviewing the number of thong bikinis I'd seen. I was pretty sure the count was 22, and of those, at least 18 had a legal and moral right to wear a thong. It was a good day at the beach. The guy who finally came in was big, very well-dressed, maybe 60, but there was no trace of middle-aged soft about him. Not that he looked especially hard, not like a muscle freak or a career DI. No, he just looked capable. You pay attention to guys like him. He took a seat opposite me. He wore a dark blue suit, red tie, white shirt, and tinted glasses that made it hard to read his eyes, probably on purpose. He had short hair, big hands, and no expression at all. Buckethead came in with a cork restaurant tray on which was a pitcher of water, 2 glasses, 2 napkins, and a dish of cookies. It was the cookies that weirded me out. You generally don't get cookies in situations like this, and it had to be some kind of mind trick. When Buckethead left, the guy in the suit said, "My name is Mr. Church." "Okay," I said. "You are Detective Joseph Edwin Ledger, Baltimore Police, age 32, unmarried." "You trying to fix me up with your daughter?" "You served 45 months with the Army, honorably discharged. During your time in service, you were involved in no significant military actions or operations." "Nothing was happening while I was in the service, at least not in my part of the world." "And yet your commanding officers, and particularly your sergeant in basic, wrote glowingly of you. Why is that?" He wasn't reading out of a folder. He had no papers with him at all. His shaded eyes were fixed on me as he poured a glass of water for each of us. "Maybe I suck up nicely." "No," he said. "You don't. Have a cookie." He nudged the plate my way. There are also several notes in your file suggesting that you are a world-class smartass. Really? You mean I made it through the nationals? And you apparently think you're hilarious. You're saying I'm not? Jury's still out on that. He took a cookie, a vanilla wafer, and bit off an edge. Your father is stepping down as police commissioner to make a run for mayor. I sure hope we can count on your vote. Your brother is also Baltimore PD and is a detective too with homicide. He's a year younger and he outranks you. He stayed home while you played soldier. Why I am here, Mr. Church? You're here because I wanted to meet you face to face. We could have done that at the precinct on Monday. No, we couldn't. You could have called me and asked me to meet you somewhere neutral. They have cookies at Starbucks, you know. Too big and too soft. He took another bite of the wafer. Besides, here is more convenient. Instead of answering, he said, after your discharge, you enrolled in the police academy, graduated 3rd in your class. Not 1st? It was a big class. It's my understanding that you could have been 1st had you wanted to. I took a cookie Oreo for me and screwed off the top. He said, you spent several nights of the last few weeks before your finals helping 3 other officers prepare for the test. As a result, 2 of them did better, and you didn't do as well as you should have. I ate the top. I like it in layers. Cookie, cream, cookie. So what? Just noting it. You received early promotion to plainclothes and even earlier promotion to detective. Outstanding letters and commendations. Yes, I'm wonderful. Crowds cheer as I go by. And there are more notes about your smart mouth. I grinned with Oreo gunk on my teeth. You've been recruited by the FBI and are scheduled to start your training in 20 days. Do you know my shoe size? He finished his cookie and took another vanilla wafer. I'm not sure I could trust a man who would bypass an Oreo in favor of vanilla wafers. It's a fundamental character flaw, possibly a sign of true evil. Your superiors at Baltimore PD say they're sorry to see you go, and the FBI has high hopes. Again, why didn't you call me instead of sending the goon squad? To make a point. About? Mr. Church considered me for a moment. On what not to become. What's your opinion of the agents you met today? I shrugged. A bit stiff, no sense of humor, but they braced me pretty well. Good approach, kept the heat down, good manners. Could you have escaped? Not easily. They had guns. I didn't. Could you have escaped? He asked it slower this time. Maybe. Mr. Ledger. Okay, yes. I could have escaped had I wanted to. How? I don't know. It didn't come to that. He seemed satisfied with that answer. The pickup at the beach was intended as something of a window to the future. Agents Simchek, Andrews, and McNeil are top of the line, make no mistake. They are the very best the Bureau has to offer. So I'm supposed to be impressed. If I didn't think the FBI was a good next step, I wouldn't have taken your offer. Not my offer, Mr. Ledger. I'm not with the Bureau. Let me guess. The company? He showed his teeth. It might have been a smile. Try again. Homeland? Right league. Wrong team. No point in me guessing then. Is this one of those we're so secret we don't have a name things? Church sighed. We do have a name, but it's functional and boring. Can you tell me? What would you say if I said, But then I'd have to kill you. I'd say drive me back to my car. When he didn't move, I added, look, I was Army for 4 and Baltimore PD for 8, the last 18 months of which I've been a gopher for the CT task force. I know that there are levels upon levels of need to know. Well, guess what, Sparky? I don't need to know. If you have a point, then get to it. Otherwise, kiss my ass. DMS, he said. I waited. Department of Military Sciences. I swallowed the last of my cookie. Never heard of it. Of course not. Matter of fact, no mockery. So is this going to turn out to be some kind of cornball Men in Black thing? Thin ties, black suits, and a little flashy thing that'll make me forget all this shit? He almost smiled. No MIB. Nothing retro-engineered from crashed UFOs, no ray guns. The name, as I said, is functional. Department of Military Sciences. A bunch of science geeks playing in the same league as Homeland? More or less. No aliens. No aliens. I'm no longer in the military, Mr. Church. And I'm not a scientist. I know. So why am I here? Church looked at me for almost a minute. For someone who is supposed to have rage issues, you don't anger very easily, Mr. Ledger. Most people would be yelling by this point in an interview of this kind. Would yelling get me back to the beach any sooner? It might. You also haven't asked for us to call your father. You haven't threatened me with his juice as commissioner. I ate another cookie. He watched me dismantle it and go through the entire time-honored Oreo ritual. When I was done, he slid my glass of water closer to me. Mr. Ledger, the reason I wanted you to meet the FBI agents today was because I need to know if that's what you want to be. Meaning? When you look inside your own head, when you look at your own future, do you see yourself in a humorless grind of following bank accounts and sorting through computer records in hopes of bagging one bad guy every 4 months? Pays better than the cops. You could open up a karate school and make 3 times more money. Jiu-jitsu. He smiled as if somehow he'd scored a point, and I realized that he'd tricked me into correcting him out of pride. Sneaky bastard. So, tell me honestly, is that the kind of agent you want to be? If this is leading up to some kind of alternative suggestion, stop jerking me off and get to it. Fair enough, Mr. Ledger. He sipped his water. The DMS is considering offering you a job. Hello? Not military? Not a scientist? Doesn't matter. We have plenty of scientists. The military connection is merely for convenience. No, this would be something along the lines of what you do well. Investigation, apprehension, and some field work, like at the warehouse. You're a Fed, so are we talking counterterrorism? He sat back and folded his big hands in his lap. Terrorism is an interesting word. Terror. He tasted the word. Mr. Ledger, we are very much in the business of stopping terror. There are threats against this country greater than anything that has so far made the papers. So far. We, and when I say we, I embrace my colleagues in the more clandestine agencies, have stopped 50 times as many threats as you would believe, ranging from suitcase nukes to radical bioweapon technologies. Yay for the home team. We've also worked to refine our definition of terrorism.
Religious fundamentalism and political idealism actually play a far less important role in a big picture sense than most people, including heads of state, friendly and not, would have the general public believe. He looked at me for a moment. What would you say is the most significant underlying motive for all world strife? Terrorism, war, intolerance, the works. I shrugged. Ask any cop and he'll tell you that, I said. In the end, it's always about the money. He said nothing, but I could sense a shift in his attitude toward me. There was the faintest whisper of a smile on his mouth. I said, all of this seems to be a long way from Baltimore. Why'd you bring me here? What's so special about me? Oh, don't flatter yourself, Mr. Ledger. There have been other interviews like this. So, where are those guys? You let them go back to the beach? No, Mr. Ledger, not as such. They didn't pass the audition. I'm not sure I like how you phrased that. It wasn't meant to be a comforting comment. And I suppose you want me to audition next? Yes. How does that play out? Bunch of mind games and psych tests? No. We know enough about you from your current medical records and 15 years of psych evaluations. We know that in the last couple of years you've suffered severe losses. First, your mother died of cancer, and then your ex-girlfriend committed suicide. We know that when you and she were teenagers, you were attacked, and that some older teens beat you nearly to death and then held you down and made you watch as they raped her. We know about that. We know you went through a brief dissociative phase as a result, and that you've had some intermittent rage issues, which is one of the reasons you regularly see a therapist. It's fair to say you understand and can recognize the face of terror when you see it. It would have felt pretty good to demonstrate the whole rage concept to him right then, but I guessed that's what he would be looking for. Instead, I made my face look bored. This is where I should get offended that you've invaded my privacy, etc. It's a new world, Mr. Ledger. We do what we must, and yes, I know how that sounds. Nothing in his tone of voice sounded like an apology. So, what do I have to do? It's quite simple, really. He got up and walked around the table to the curtain that hung in front of the big picture window. With no attempt at drama, he pulled back the curtain to reveal a similar room. One table, one chair, one occupant. A man sitting hunched forward, his back to the window, possibly asleep. All you need to do is go in there, then cuff and restrain that prisoner. You kidding me? Not in the least. Go in there, subdue the suspect, put him in cuffs, and attach the cuffs to the D-ring mounted on the table. What's the catch? That's one guy. Your goon squad could have. I am aware what overwhelming force could do, Mr. Ledger. That's not the point of this exercise. He reached into his jacket pocket and produced a pair of handcuffs. I want you to do it. Chapter 5. Easton, Maryland, Saturday, June 27th, 2:08 p.m. The first thing I noticed when I opened the door to the interrogation room was the stink. Smelled like a treatment plant. The guy didn't stir. He was slim, probably shorter than me, dark-skinned, Hispanic or Middle Eastern, black hair that was sweat-soaked and lank. He wore a standard orange prison jumpsuit, and he seemed completely out of it, his head hanging almost down to his knees. I stepped into the room, conscious of the big mirror on my left. Mr. Church would be watching me, probably eating another vanilla wafer. The door closed behind me, and I turned to see Buckethead staring at me through the glass. For a second, I thought he was smiling, and then his expression registered. It was more like a wince, a flinching twist of his face as if he expected a scorpion to jump out at him.
Even behind a steel door, the agent was spooked by this guy. Swell. I held my cuffs in my right hand and extended my left in a calm, assertive gesture, palm outward. It looks placating, but it's right there in case you need to block, grab, or hit. Okay, partner, I said calmly. I need you to cooperate with me here. A beat. Can you hear me, sir? The man didn't move. I angled around the table, coming up on his left. Sir, I need you to stand up with your hands on your head. Sir! Sir! Nothing. I moved closer. Sir, I need you to stand up. And he did. All at once his head snapped up and his eyes popped open as he shot to his feet and spun toward me. My heart skipped. I recognized the guy. The pale, sweaty face, the glazed, pop-eyed stare. It was Javad, the terrorist I'd shot and killed back in Baltimore. He hissed like a cat and threw himself at me. He was maybe 150, 5'7", but he hit me in the chest like a cannonball, driving us both across the room so hard that my back crunched against the rear wall. I hit my head and sparks burst in my eyes. I jammed my forearm under his chin as Javad snapped at me like an animal, lunging forward over my arm, his teeth banging together with a weird porcelain clack. He grabbed my shirt with both hands, trying to pull us closer together. The DVD player in my head kept running and rerunning the scene back at the warehouse where I'd shot him in the back. Granted, I wasn't the one who checked his vitals afterward, but I'd put 2.45 slugs in him from 15 feet. Pretty much does the trick. If it doesn't, then your only logical ammunition upgrade is kryptonite. But for a guy who should be dead, he was pretty damn spry. Even though this was all happening too fast, I still had time to register the look in his eyes. Despite the twisted, ferociously hungry snarl of his face and the snapping of his teeth, his eyes were totally empty. No flicker of awareness, no trace of self-knowledge, not even the fire of hate. This wasn't the dead-eye stare of a shark, nothing like that. This was freak show stuff because there was nothing there. It was like looking into an empty room. I think that terrified me more than the teeth that were biting the air an inch from my windpipe. Right then, I knew why the other applicants had failed this audition. They'd probably been big men like me, strong men like me, and maybe they'd been able to hold him off this long, just long enough to look into those soulless eyes. I think that's when they failed. I don't know if Javad tore their throats out. I don't know if this was the point where they started screaming for help and Church sent Buckethead and his goon squad in with tasers and riot sticks. What I did know was that looking into those eyes nearly took the soul out of me. I could actually feel my throat closing up, could feel an icy wire sending electricity down through my bowels. I saw terror and hopelessness there. I saw death. But here's the thing. You see, I'd seen those things before. I may not have been on any of the world's battlefields, but Church was right when he'd said that I've seen the face of terror. It went a lot deeper than that, though. It isn't just terror that I understood. I knew the face of death. I'd been bedside when cervical cancer took my mom. I was the last thing she saw before she slipped into the big black nothing, and I saw the light and life go out of her. I saw her eyes change from living eyes to those of a dead person. You can never forget that. The image is burned onto the front of your brain. I was also the one who found Helen after she'd swallowed half a bottle of drain cleaner. She'd left a goodbye message on my voicemail and was already gone when I kicked in the door. I saw her dead eyes, too. I've also looked into the dead eyes of men I've killed on the job. 2 men in 8 years, not counting the 4 at the warehouse. So I'd looked into dead eyes before. I know what I saw there. I saw death and terror and hopelessness. Not my mom's, not Helen's, not the criminals I've killed. No, the deadness I see is my own, reflected in eyes that have nothing of their own to show. You can't fake that dead look. A lot of warriors have that look because they are in harmony with death. Church probably knew all this. He knew everything else about me. He knew my psych file. That bastard knew. Javad lunged forward again, his fingers tearing my shirt, his stink that of a carrion bird. No, that wasn't right. That wasn't it. Javad's smell was that of carrion. He smelled like the dead, because he was dead. This whole train of thought shot through my brain in a microsecond, its speed and clarity amplified by terror. Terror is a funny thing, though. It can take your heart from you and bare your throat to the wolves. It can make you go all hot and crazy, which almost always gets you killed, or it can make you go cold. That's what happens to warriors, real ones, the kind who are defined by conflict.
Like me. So I went cold. Time slammed to a halt, and the whole room seemed to go quiet, except for the muffled hammering of my own heart. I stopped trying to get away from something I couldn't escape. I was jammed into a corner and church wasn't sending the damned cavalry, so I did what Javad was doing. I attacked. I swung my right hand around in a palm shot that turned his head so hard to the right that I heard his neck bones grind. It would have stopped anyone. It didn't stop him any more than the 2 slugs had stopped him. But it gave me a few seconds escape from those teeth, and even as Javad started wrenching his face back toward me, I hooked my leg around his and chopped at the back of his knee. Maybe he couldn't feel pain, but a bent knee is a bent knee. It's a gravity thing. He canted to one side, and I used his sagging weight to spin and drive him into the wall. I caught him by the back of the hair and slammed him face forward into the wall. Once, twice, again and again. His jaw disintegrated, but I grabbed what was left of his chin and twisted my fingers into his hair, and then I pivoted my hips as hard and as fast as I could, taking his head with me. My body turned faster and farther than his neck could. There was a huge, wet snap, and then Javad was gone. His body switched off like someone had kicked the plug out, and he simply dropped. I stepped back and let him fall. I could barely breathe. Sweat poured down my face, stung my eyes. I heard a sound behind me. I wheeled around and Church was leaning against the frame of the open doorway. "Welcome to the new face of global terrorism," he said.
Chapter 6. Easton, Maryland, /Saturday, June 27th, 2:36 p.m. What was he? We were back at the table. They'd let me clean up in a bathroom. I showered and dressed in borrowed gym clothes. The shakes had started in the shower. Adrenaline accounted for a lot of it, but it was more than that. After 30 minutes, my hands were still trembling, and I didn't care if Church saw it. He shrugged. "We're still working on a name for his condition." "Condition? That son of a bitch was dead!" "From now on," Church said, "we may have to consider dead a relative term." I had to sit with that for a while. Church waited me out. "That is the same guy I shot at the warehouse, right? I mean, I put him down hard. I saw blood and bone on the walls." "Javad Mustafa, an Iraqi national," Church agreed, nodding. "Your shots were mortal, but not immediately so. He was still alive when he was transported to the hospital where he was pronounced DOA. He revived shortly after arrival." He spread his hands. "We controlled that incident, and you won't find specific mention of it in the papers or in any official report. Holy Christ, are we talking zombies here? Church smiled faintly. We're calling him a walker, short for dead man walking. The head of my science team has too much of a pop culture sensibility, and before you ask, it's not anything supernatural. How did this happen? Some kind of toxic spill, a plague? We don't know. A prion disease, perhaps, or a parasite. Maybe both, but certainly something that causes hyperactivity of the stem cells. True to the nature of parasites, the infected have a totality of purpose built around procreation. Not sexually, of course, but through a bite that is apparently 100% infectious. We've only begun to research it. Is it only his bite that's infectious? I asked. It felt like ice-cold army ants were marching around in my gut. We've done a number of tests on sweat and other body fluids, but the strongest concentration of the disease is in the saliva. The bite transmits the infection. I looked at the bruise on my arm. I'm not wearing Kevlar. If I'd been bitten in there. He looked at me. Anger was a white-hot furnace in my chest. You're a total rat bastard, you know that? As I said, Mr. Ledger, this is the new face of terrorism. The fierce, terrible bioweapon we don't yet understand. It may take us months to even construct a viable research protocol, which means that time is completely against us. We think that your friend Javad in there was the bioterrorist approximation of a suicide bomber, that he was the patient zero for an intended plague directed at the U.S. The blue case recovered at the scene was some kind of climate-controlled containment system, quite possibly to protect the other cell members from their own weapon. None of the others at the warehouse showed any signs of infection. He paused. We think we stopped them. You think? I heard how he leaned on the word. Yes, Mr. Ledger, but we don't know. And we have to know, just as we have to be ready in case this happens again. If Javad is the only plague vector, then we'll scratch one up for our side and start looking for their next trick, or try to be ready for whenever they try this trick again. If, on the other hand, there are other teams out there ready to launch others like Javad, well, that's part of the reason the DMS was formed. Then you'd sure as hell better check with the task force commander, because 2 panel trucks pulled out of that warehouse the night before we hit it. We tracked one and lost one. Yes, losing one was sloppy. I fought the urge to flip in the bird. Who's behind this? Is this an Al-Qaeda thing? Because the task force was never able to pin that down. That's still uncertain, though we have some suspicions.
The other members of the cell were a mixed bunch. Al-Qaeda, Shia extremists, 2 Sunni extremists, and even one from the Egyptian Islamic Jihad. Shia and Sunni working together? Interesting, isn't it? Church said dryly. The name you picked up in your wiretap, El-Mujahid, lends a little weight to the idea of collaboration. He's been known to work with several of the more extreme splinter groups. I assume you interrogated the surviving cell members? He said nothing. Well, they're all dead. Suicide. How? Didn't you search them for cyanide pills in their teeth and all that shit? Church shook his head. Something a bit cleverer than that. Each of them had been infected with a pathogen of a type as yet unidentified. They needed to take a drug every 8 hours to keep the disease dormant. Without the drug, the disease becomes active with incredible speed and immediately begins to erode vascular tissue. We didn't know this until they started bleeding internally, and even then we barely got enough information out of the last one to understand the shape of it. The control substance was hidden in ordinary aspirin tablets.
we would never have known to look.
Is this the same disease that my dancing partner in there had?
No. And as far as we can tell, it's non-communicable. I have some of the top scientists in the world working with the DMS, and so far they've been scratching their heads. Some of them are actually impressed.
So am I. This is some pretty sophisticated stuff we're talking about.
And yet, simple. You wouldn't even need much in the way of guards and threats. One person with the pill bottle to control them all is all they'd need. Very easy to manage. This level of sophistication raises our opinion of this cell and makes their potential that much greater.
I said, "What happened to the other guys? The ones who auditioned before me, did they get bitten?"
One did, I'm sorry to say. 2 others did not.
Jesus Christ.
It was an effort not to leap across the table and tear his throat out. I watched Church's face, saw the shift of his body language as the anger in my voice registered. If I'd gone across that table, he'd have been ready for me. What about the other 2? You go rescue them?
No.
They both managed to cuff the suspect. Then I don't understand. It isn't only the physical component of the test that matters, Mr. Ledger. Each of them faced the moment of truth, as you yourself are doing now, and each of them reacted. He paused, pursing his lips. Inadequately. In what way? In ways that identified them as unsuitable candidates. He waved his hand, dismissing that line of discussion. Why am I here? Ah, the golden question. You're here, Mr. Ledger, because we are scouting for candidates to flesh out our DMS team. We're a new agency. We have lots of funding, and we have a nicely vague set of parameters. Our intelligence division is hard at work to infiltrate and report on cells such as the one your team took down in Baltimore. We're surveilling the location where the first panel truck went, and we have high hopes of discovering the destination of the other. And you want me to sign up? He showed his teeth again, kind of a smile. No, Mr. Ledger. I want you to go to the FBI Academy as planned. I don't. Only now, you'll have a clearer focus on which parts of that training to pay more attention to. Medical and management courses would be worthwhile. You can probably imagine which others would be of use. We sat for a while with that comment hanging in the air. And when I'm done? Church spread his hands. If the threat is over, truly over, you may never hear from me again. If you look for proof of my existence or of the existence of this organization, you'll find nothing of any use. And I don't advise trying. You will, of course, say nothing about what happened here. I make no threats, mister.
Ledger, I believe I can trust both your intelligence and common sense in this matter. What if there are more of these things, these walkers? In that eventuality, I will very probably be in touch. You have to know that this isn't over. It can't be. Nothing's that simple. I appreciate your cooperation today, Mr. Ledger. With that, he stood and offered me his hand. I looked at it and then at him for maybe 10 full seconds, during which neither his hand nor his eyes wavered. Then I stood and shook his hand. As he left, Buckethead and the others came for me and drove me back to my car. They didn't say a word, though on the drive back, each of them cut me wary glances every now and then. As they drove off, I memorized the license number. Then I got into my SUV and sat for maybe 20 minutes, staring through the window at the beach and the happy people playing in the sun. A second wave of the shakes hit me, and I had to clamp my jaws shut to keep my teeth from chattering. It was like the way I felt after 9/11. The world had changed again.
Just as terror had become a far more common word to us all then, terror was a much scarier word to me now. What would I do if church called me back?
Chapter 7. Sebastian Galt / Helmand Province, Afghanistan / 6 days ago. His name was El Mujahid, and it meant fighter of the way of Allah. Farm life had made him strong. His devotion to the Quran had given him focus. His love for the woman, Amira, had given him purpose, and very probably driven him mad, though from the profiles he'd paid to have done on this man, Sebastian Galt thought that the fighter was already a bit twitchy before Amira screwed his brains out. That made Galt smile. More kingdoms have risen and collapsed, more causes fought and died for over sex or its teasing promise, than for all the political ideologies and religious hatred that ever existed. And as far as Amira went, Galt could certainly sympathize with the brutish El Mujahid. Amira was a ball-twisting vixen of truly historic dimensions, a true Guinevere. She could inspire great heroics, could stand by and support the rise of well-intentioned kingdoms, but at the same time she drove kings and champions to mad deeds. Galt poured himself a glass of water and settled into his chair. It was a battered plastic folding chair by a rust-eaten card table set inside a canvas tent that smelled of camel dung, gasoline, and gunpowder. Add the coppery stink of blood, and you'd have the perfume of fanaticism, which Galt had smelled in 100 places over the last 25 years. In the end, it always smelled like money to him. And money, he knew, was the only force in the universe more powerful than sex. Galt leaned back and sipped his water and observed El Mujahid through the open tent flap. The fighter stood right outside and was growling orders to his men. Even those who were bigger and more physically powerful than the fighter seemed shrunken in his presence, their wattage dialed down as his shone like the sun.
Once he sent them out to do whatever bit of nastiness he assigned them, they would swell like giants, and through them, El Mujahid's fist would reach out and strike with godlike force across borders and around the world. Galt thought the man was very well named, a name that could have been a code, a disguise, but wasn't. It was as if the man's peasant parents, a couple of nearly illiterate dust farmers from some god-forsaken corner of Yemen, had known that their only child was destined to become a warrior. Not merely a soldier for Allah, but a general. It was a powerful name for a child, and as the boy grew into a man, he had embraced the potential of his name. Unlike so many of his peers, he was not recruited by groups of militant fundamentalists. He sought them out. By the time El Mujahid was 30, he was on the wanted lists of over 40 nations and on the top 10 most wanted list of the United States. He had ties to Al-Qaeda and a dozen other extremist groups. He was single-minded, relentless, smart, though not particularly wise, and when he spoke, others listened. That made him terribly feared, but feared in the way a guided missile was feared. Amira, thought Galt. Now she was something entirely different. If the fighter was the missile, then the princess, for that was what her name meant, was the hand at the controls. Well, she shared those controls with Galt. By his estimation, it was the most effective, harmonious, and potentially lucrative collaboration since Hannibal met an elephant handler. Probably more so. The tent flap whipped open, and the fighter strode inside. He never simply walked anywhere. He had the same swagger as Fidel Castro, moving through space as if he wanted to bruise the air molecules and teach them their place. It always reminded Galt of the character of the Roman general Miles Gloriosus from the old Broadway musical A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum. Gloriosus's opening line, bellowed from offstage, was, Stand aside, everyone. I take large steps. Sometimes Galt had to dig his fingernails into his palms to keep from smiling when El Mujahid strode into the room. The fighter snatched up the water bottle and poured himself a glass, sloshing half of it on the table, and threw it back. Galt wondered at what point affectation had given way to true personality trait. "The teams are leaving now," the fighter said as he dragged over a chair and threw himself into it. The cheap seat creaked under his bulk, but he ignored it. He was a handsome man with unusual looks for someone of Yemen birth. His eyes were a pale brown, almost gold, and his skin, though tanned by the blistering sun, was not as dark as many of his countrymen. Over the last 18 months, Galt had arranged for highly skilled cosmetic surgeons to do some touch-up work on the fighter, including resizing his ears, a comprehensive dye job on his hairhead, to feet tonal changes to his vocal cords, and some bone smoothing on his brow and chin. They were all small operations, but the total effect was that El Mujahid looked even more like a European, like a Brit. Give him a modern haircut, lose the fierce mustache, and put him in an Armani suit, Galt considered, and he could pass for Northern Italian or even Welsh. The anomaly of the fighter's complexion and his ability to speak an uninflected English with a hint of a British accent factored heavily in Galt's plans for the man, and Galt had paid good money to make sure that under the right circumstances, the fighter would make a believable non-Arab. He'd even provided a series of audio tapes to allow the fighter to practice speaking with an American accent. Galt looked at his watch, a Tourneau Presidio Arabesque, 36, that he'd taken from a former colleague who had no further need for checking the time of day. "As always, my friend, you are precise to the minute."
"The Quran says that..." But that was all Galt heard. El Mujahid loved his long-winded scripture quotations, and as soon as the big man was in gear, Galt tuned him out. He sometimes forced himself to mentally say, yada yada yada, to drown out the doctrine. That worked well, and he had himself trained to start paying attention again when the fighter wrapped it up with his trademark closer. "Allah is the only God, and I am his wrath on earth." Grandiose, but catchy. Galt liked the wrath part. Wrath was useful. "Very apt," he said of the unheard scripture. "Your men should be praised for their devotion to the cause and to the will of Allah." Galt was a lapsed Presbyterian, not completely atheist. He believed some kind of God existed somewhere. He just didn't think the human race had the divine all on speed dial, and whatever calls they did make were certainly not being returned. To Galt, religion was something to be factored into any equation. Only a fool dismissed its power or ignored its useful potential, and only a suicidal fool allowed even a hint of disingenuousness to flavor his words. Financial backer or not, Galt would find himself lying in parts all over this corner of Afghanistan if El Mujahid thought that he was mocking his faith. The fighter's swagger might have started as affect, but his faith had never been anything but absolute. The fighter nodded his thanks for the comment. "Will you stay for dinner?" Galt asked. "I had some chickens flown in with me, and fresh vegetables." "No," the fighter said, shaking his head with obvious regret. "I'm crossing over into Iraq tomorrow. One of my lieutenants has stolen a British half-track. I will oversee the placement of anti-personnel mines, and then we need to put it somewhere that the British or Americans can find it. We'll stage it well. The front end will have been damaged by a landmine, and there will be 1 or 2 British wounded in the cab." "Very badly wounded, unable to speak, but clearly alive. This has worked many times for us. They care more about their wounded than they do about their cause, which should convince even the stupidest of men that they do not have God in their hearts or holy purpose to guide their hands." Galt bowed in acknowledgement of the point, and he admired El Mujahid's tactics, largely because the fighter understood Allied thinking. They always favored rescue over common sense. which made sabotage so effective for men like El-Mujahid, and which made profit so deliciously easy for Galt. Since long before the American body count had hit quadruple digits, 3 of Galt's subsidiary companies had landed contracts for improved plastics and alloys, both for wheeled vehicles and human assets. Now, half the soldiers in the field wore anti-shrapnel polymer undershirts and shorts. Quite a few lives had even been saved. Not that this mattered in anything except price negotiations during contract meetings. But it was there. So, the more damage El-Mujahid could do with his clever booby traps, the more defensive products would be purchased. And even though plastics, petrochemicals, and alloys were only 11% of his business, it still brought in $630 million per year, so it was all a win-win situation.
"Ah, I understand, my friend,"
he said, putting authentic-sounding regret into his voice.
"You go in safety, and may Allah bless your journey."
He saw the effect the words had on the big man. El-Mujahid actually looked touched. How delicious. Amira had long ago coached Galt in what to say when it came to matters of the faith, and Galt was as good a student as he was an actor.
After his second meeting with the fighter, and after Galt had privately noticed the subtle signs indicating how thoroughly his luggage was being searched every time he came here, he'd started packing a worn copy of a French edition of Introduction to Islam, Understand the Pathway to the True Faith, a book written by a European who had gone on to become a significant and very outspoken voice in Islamic politics. Galt and Amira spent hours with the book, underlining key passages, making sure important pages were dog-eared, and ensuring that the bookmark was never in the same place twice. El-Mujahid had never openly spoken of what he believed to be Galt's process of conversion, but each time they met, the big man was warmer to him, treating him like family now, where once he had kept him at arm's length. "I'll be finished in time for the next phase of the program," the fighter said. "I hope you have no worries about that." "Not at all. If I can't trust you, who can I trust?" They both smiled at that. "All of the transportation steps are locked down," Galt added. "You'll be in America by the 2nd of July, the 3rd at the very latest." "That cuts it close." Galt shook his head. "The timetable leaves less time for random events to interfere. Trust me on this, my friend. This is something I do very well." El-Mujahid considered for a moment, then nodded. "Well, I have to go. A sword rusts in its sheath, and an unfired arrow becomes brittle with disuse," Galt said, completing the ancient aphorism. They stood and embraced, and Galt suffered through the big man's enthusiastic hugs and backslapping. The man was a foul-smelling oaf and as strong as a bear. They swapped a few pleasantries, and the fighter strode out of the tent. Galt waited until he heard the growl of El-Mujahid's truck. He got up and stood in the tent's opening and watched the fighter and the last of his team disappear in swirls of brown dust and diesel exhaust as they crested a hill and dropped down the other side. Now he could concentrate on his real work. Not plastics or polymers, not body armor for Yanks about whom he didn't give a moment's real thought. No. Now he would meet with Amira and visit her lab to see what his gorgeous little Dr. Frankenstein had on the slab. His satellite phone vibrated in his pocket, and he checked the screen display, smiled, and thumbed the button. "Is everything coded?" "Of course," said Toys, which is what he always said. Toys would forget to breathe before he'd forget to engage his phone scrambler. "Good afternoon, Toys." "Good afternoon, sir. I hope you are well." "I'm visiting our friends. In fact, your favorite person just left." "And how is El Musclehead? I'm so sorry to have missed him," Toys said, with enough acid to burn through tank armor. Toys-born Alexander Chismer in Purfleet never bothered to hide his contempt of El Mujahid. The fighter was gruff, dirty, and politically expansive. Toys was none of those things. Toys was a slim and elegant young man, naturally fastidious, and, as far as Galt could tell, absolutely unburdened by any weight of morality. Toys had two loyalties: money and Galt. His love for the former bordered on the erotic. His love for the latter was in no way romantic. Toys was sexually omnivorous, but his tastes ran to expensive fashion models of both sexes and of the kind once known as heroin chic. Besides, Toys was the ultimate business professional, and he had steel walls between his personal affairs and his responsibilities as Galt's personal assistant. He was also the only person on Earth Galt truly trusted. "He sends his love," Galt said. Toys gave a wicked laugh. "How are the travel arrangements coming along?" "It's all done, sir.
Our sweaty friend will have a wonderful world tour without incident."
Galt grinned. "You're a marvel, Toys." "Yes," Toys purred. "I am. And, by the way, have you seen her yet?" His voice dripped with cold venom. "She'll be here in a few minutes." Well, give her a big wet kiss from me." "I'm sure she'd be thrilled to hear that. Any news, or are you just calling to chit-chat?" "Actually, the bloody Yank has been calling day and night." Galt's smile flickered. "Oh? What's the urgency?" "He wouldn't tell me, but I gather it has something to do with our friends abroad." "I'd better call him." "Probably best," agreed Toys, and then added, "Sir, I'm not entirely confident that the Yank is, how should I put it, a reliable asset." "He's usefully placed. So is a rectum." Galt laughed. "Be nice. We need him for now." Toys said, "You need better friends." "He's not a friend. He's a tool." "Too right he is. I'll sort him out. In the meantime, get your ass on a plane and meet me in Baghdad." "Where do you think I'm calling you from?" Toys asked dryly. "Are you reading my mind now?" Galt said. "I believe that's in my job description." "I believe it is." Galt smiled as he disconnected the call. He punched in a new number and waited while it rang through. "Department of Homeland Security," said the voice at the other end.
Chapter 8. U.S. Route 50 in Maryland, Saturday, June 27th, 4:25 p.m. The drive back to Baltimore gave me time to think, and the thoughts I had weren't nice ones. I wanted to kick Church's ass for busting a big wet hole in my peace of mind. He had made me fight a dead guy. A dead guy. I think I logged 40 miles of my trip with that thought playing over and over like a skipping record. It's kind of a hard thought to get past. Me, dead guy, in a room. Dead guy wants a piece of me. Find a comfortable chair for that to sit in. Javad was not alive when he attacked me. I may not be a scientist, but one of those bottom-line factoids everyone, Eastern, Western, alternative health, all of them will agree on is that dead guys don't try to bite you. In movies, yeah, okay. Not in Baltimore. But Javad was dead, so there was that. Another 20 miles blurred by. What was it Church had said? Prions. I had to look that up when I got home. What little I knew was Discovery Channel stuff. Something related to Mad Cow, maybe? So, okay, Joe, if it's real, then make some sense of it.
Mad cow and dead terrorists. Bioweapons of some kind. With dead guys. DMS, Department of Military Sciences, sister org to Homeland. What kind of math does that make? I put the new White Stripes CD in the deck and tried to not think about it. Worked for nearly 4 seconds. I pulled off the road, went into a Starbucks, ordered a venti and a chocolate chunk cookie. Screw church. What does he know about cookies? I paid the tab, left my stuff on the counter, went into the bathroom, splashed water on my face, and then threw my guts up in the toilet. I could feel the shakes starting to come back, so I washed my face, rinsed my mouth out with handfuls of tap water, pasted on my best "I didn't just kill a zombie" expression, and left with my coffee.
Chapter 9. Sebastian Galt / Helmand Province, Afghanistan / 6 days ago. Into his phone, Sebastian Galt said, "Line?" "Clear," the voice responded, indicating that both ends of the call were on active scramble. "I hear you've been trying to call me. What's the crisis this time?" "I've been calling you for days." The voice at the other end was male, American with a southern accent. "It's about the dockside warehouse." "I figured. Have they hit it yet?" "Yes, just like you said they would. Full hit. Total loss." The American told Galt about the task force hit. He quoted directly from the official reports filed with Homeland and the NSA. He referred to Homeland as Big G. Galt smiled, but he made his voice sound deeply worried. "Are you sure the entire cell is terminated? All of them?" The task force report said that some were killed during the raid, and the rest died from what they're calling suicide drugs. They've got nobody to question. No one's going to disappear to Guantanamo Bay for any friendly chats. "And the subject? What about him?" "KIA at the site." "Killed?" Galt asked, giving the word the kind of dubious inflection it now deserved. It wasn't lost on the American, who hesitated before continuing with his report. "One of the Baltimore cops took him down. He was taken to a local hospital as a DOA, and I'm told that he's on ice somewhere." Galt considered this. If the subject was in a morgue storage drawer, then the plan was going off the rails. He had been infected with Generation 3 of the Sif al-Din, the Sword of the Faithful. He should not have been lying idly about. However, Galt seriously doubted that this was the case. "Find out for sure. I've put a top guy on it, and should be able to lock it down soonest." "What about the other 2 shipments? They left by truck the day before the place was hit. Did everything go as planned?" "Sure. They successfully tailed the one we wanted and lost the other. It all went fine. Right now they're surveilling the big plant and doing satellite flybys and thermal scans with helos. But no one has gone in because of a general sit-and-wait order." "Issued by whom?" The American cleared his throat. "The Geek Squad." Geek Squad was their personal code for the DMS. "Perfect. Glad you think so," said the American. "But I think you're playing with goddamn fire here." "Have a little faith," chided Galt. "Faith my ass. How are we going to evacuate the plant? That's my question. The geeks may only be watching now, but a go order can come down any second, and I don't think I can stop them from—" Galt cut him off. "I'm not asking you to. Just sit tight and keep your eyes and ears open. I'll be reachable for the next 3 or 4 days. In the meantime, download everything including the official warehouse assault report to my PDA." He parted the tent flaps and looked out at the rocks and sand, at the sparse bunchgrass and withered scrub date palms. This part of Afghanistan always looked like a wasteland. Then a flash of movement caught his eye, and he saw 3 people coming toward him from the mouth of a small cave halfway up the valley. A woman with 2 heavily armed guards flanking her. Amira, coming to take him to the lab. He let out the held breath that had started to burn stale in his chest. But it's too late to evacuate the staff, the American said. Are you that concerned for their well-being? The American laughed. Yeah, right. I'm thinking of what the Geek Squad could do with what they find in there. They'll do exactly what we want them to do. He meant to say what I want them to do, but decided to throw the American a bone. Keep me posted. If you can't reach me, then make sure my assistant has regular updates. The American made a rude noise. There was no love lost between him and toys. You sure this bullshit is gonna work? Work? Galt echoed softly as he watched Amira walk toward him and saw that her step was lively, filled with excitement. He knew what kinds of things excited this woman. It already has worked. He closed the phone and put it in his pocket.
Chapter 10. Baltimore, Maryland, /Saturday, June 27th, 6:19 p.m.
Dr. Sanchez's office. Kitty, it's Joe. Rudy free? Oh, he's gone for the day. I think he went to the gym. Thanks. I cleared the call and then thumb-dialed the number for Gold's on Pratt Street. They got Rudy to the phone. Joe, he said. Rudy sounds like Raul Julia from the Addams Family years. I thought you were in Ocean City. Something about a tan, an endless stream of bikinis, and a sixer of Corona. Wasn't that the great master plan? Plans change. Look, you free? When? Now. A slight pause as he shifted gears. Are you okay? Not entirely. Another shift, this time from concern to caution. Is this about what happened at the warehouse? In a way. Are you feeling depressed or cut the shit, Rudy? This is off the clock. He got that. Since long before Helen's first suicide attempt, Rudy had been my shrink some of the time and my friend all of the time. Now I needed my friend, but I wanted his brain too. Get dressed and come outside. I'll be there in 5. I met Rudy Sanchez 10 years ago during his residency at Sinai. He'd worked with Helen since the first time she'd been checked in after the spiders started coming out of the walls. Now we were both dealing with Helen's suicide in different ways. I needed him for my part of it, and he needed me for his. None of Rudy's patients had ever killed themselves before, and he took it pretty hard. There's professional detachment, and then there's basic humanity. Rudy's a great shrink. He was born for the profession, I think. He listens with every molecule of his body, and he has insight. He came out of Gold's wearing electric blue bike shorts and a black tank top, carrying an Under Armour gym bag. You have a bike? I asked, looking around. No, I drove. What's with the shorts? There's a new fitness trainer, Jamaican gal, tall, gorgeous. And? Bike shorts show off my package. Jesus Christ.
Jealousy is an ugly thing, Joe.
Get in the fucking car.
We drove to Bellevue State Park, bought some bottled water, and walked off into the forest. I hadn't said much of anything in the car, and Rudy let it be, waiting for me to open up. But after we'd been walking for 5 minutes, he cleared his throat. This is getting pretty remote for a therapy session, cowboy. Not what it is. Then what? Does the FBI want you to get your forestry merit badge? Need privacy. Your car won't do it? Not sure about that. He smiled. You ought to consider seeing a therapist about that paranoia. I ignored him. The park trail brought us into a small clearing by a brook. I led the way down to the scattering of rocks. For a small brook, it had a nice, steady burble. Useful. Not that I really expected long-range mics, but safe is better than careless. Okay. Don't take this the wrong way, Rudy. But I'm going to take off all my clothes. You can turn around. I wouldn't want you to lose confidence in your package. He sat down on a rock and picked up some small stones to toss.
I stripped down to the skin and first examined every inch of my boxers, checking the seams and label. Nothing, so I put them back on. "Thank God," Rudy said. I shot him the finger and went through the process with the borrowed clothes. "What are you looking for?" "Bugs." "Bugs as in creepy crawlies, or bugs as in I'm being apeshit paranoid and my psychiatrist friend had better keep the Thorazine handy?" "That one," I said, as I put the sweats on and sat on a rock 5 feet away. "What's going on, Joe?" "That's the thing, Rude. I don't know." His dark eyes searched my face. "Okay," he said. "Tell me." And I did. When I was finished, Rudy sat on his rock and stared for a long time at a praying mantis that was sunning herself on a leaf.
The sun was a ruby-red ball behind the distant trees, and the late afternoon heat was giving way to a breezy coolness as twilight began to gather. "Joe, look me in the eye and tell me that everything you've said is true." I told him. He watched my pupils, the muscles around my eyes, looking for any shifts in focus, looking for a tell. "There's no chance this Mr. Church was playing some kind of game on you? There's no chance this Javad was in on it?" "A few days ago I shot him twice in the back. Today I smashed the guy's face to jelly and then snapped his neck." "That would be a no, then." His color was starting to look bad as all of this sank in. "Could a prion do that?" Before today, I would have said no unreservedly, and I still don't think so. What the hell are prions anyway? I can't remember what I remember about them. Well, there's a lot of mystery attached to them. Prions are small, proteinaceous, infectious particles that resist inactivation by ordinary procedures that modify nucleic acids. Does that make sense? Not even a little. Sadly, it doesn't get much simpler. Prions are cutting-edge science, and we are quite sure that there is more we don't know than we do know. Prion diseases are often called spongiform encephalopathies because of the post-mortem appearance of the brain with large vacuoles in the cortex and cerebellum. Makes the brain look like Swiss cheese. The diseases are characterized by loss of motor control, dementia, paralysis, wasting, and eventually death, typically following pneumonia. Mad cow disease is a type of spongiform encephalopathy. Coming back from the dead, however, is definitely not a known symptom. So prions couldn't turn a terrorist into one of these monsters? I don't see how. You said Church was only guessing. It's been, 5 days since you shot Javad? That's not a lot of time to do that kind of medical research. Church may be completely wrong as to the cause. It doesn't change the fact that Javad was dead, though. Dios mío. Rudy, you do believe me, right? He stared at the mantis some more. Yes, cowboy. I believe you. I just don't want to. I had nothing to say to that. Chapter 11. Grace Cortland and Mr. Church, Easton, Maryland, 6:22 p.m. Mr. Church sat in the interrogation room and waited. There was a discreet tap on the door, and a woman entered. She was medium height, slender, and had looks that Church had once heard referred to as disturbingly pretty. She wore a tailored gray suit and skirt, low-heeled pumps, and coral blouse. Short dark hair, brown eyes with gold flecks. No rings, no jewelry. She looked like a Hollywood accountant or an executive at one of the snootier ad agencies. You saw? Church asked. She closed the door and glanced at the laptop Church had on the table before him, the screen lowered to hide its contents. Yes, and I'm not happy with losing the walker. Her voice was low and throaty with a London accent.
I know we have other subjects, but Church dismissed that with a little movement of his head. Grace, give me an assessment of his capabilities based on what just happened. She sat. On the plus side, he's tough, resourceful, and vicious, but we already knew that from the warehouse videos. He's tougher than any of the other candidates. What's on the minus side? Sloppy police work. 2 lorries left the warehouse the night before his task force raided it. One was tracked, one wasn't. Ledger was involved. I think that when we acquire all of the records from the task force, things might look different where Ledger's involvement is concerned. Grace looked dubious. What else is in the minus column? Church asked. I don't think he's emotionally stable. Have you read his psych profile? Yes. Then you already knew that. She pursed her lips. He's no yes man. He'd be hard to control. As a team player, sure. But what if he was a team leader? Grace snorted. He was a sergeant in the Army with no combat experience. He was the lowest-ranking member of the Joint Task Force. I hardly think... Grace stopped, sat back in her chair, and cocked an eyebrow. You like this bloke, don't you? Liking him is irrelevant, Grace. You really see him as management material? Still to be determined. But you're impressed. Aren't you? Grace turned and looked at the window to the other room. 2 agents in hazmat suits were strapping Javad's corpse to a gurney. She turned back to Church. What would you have done if he'd been bitten? Put him in room 12 with the others? Just like that? Just like that. She turned away for a moment, not wanting Church to see the contempt and horror in her eyes. Her face reflected the horror, shock, and grief she and so many others in the DMS felt. It had been a dreadful week, the worst of Grace's life. Your assessment, he prompted. I don't know. I think I'd need to see him in a few other situations before I would want to see him wearing officer's rank. After what happened at the hospital, we can't afford to have anything less than first chair when it comes to team leadership. If it was your choice to make, would you invite him into the unit? She drummed her fingers on the table. Maybe. He pushed the plate toward her. Have a cookie. She saw that the plate held Oreos and vanilla wafers. She declined with a polite shake of her head. Church raised the screen of the laptop and turned it so they could both see it. Watch, he said, and pressed the play button. A high-resolution image appeared of a group of men in black combat fatigues moving rapidly through an office hallway. The warehouse? She asked. I've seen this already. You haven't seen this part. On the screen, Joe Ledger stepped into shot about 20 yards ahead of the agent whose camera had provided the footage. Ledger spotted 2 task force officers taking fire from 3 hostiles who were shooting from a secure position behind a stack of heavy crates. Bullets tore chunks from the paltry cover behind which the agents crouched. Ledger came up on their 7 o'clock, well out of their line of sight. He had his pistol in his hand, but to open fire from that distance would have been suicide. He might get 1 or 2, but the other would turn and chop him up. There was no cover at all between Ledger and the hostiles, but he hugged the wall, running on cat feet, making no noise that could have been heard above the din of the gunfire. When Ledger was 10 feet out, he opened fire. His first shot caught one of the hostiles in the back of the neck, and the impact slammed him into the crates. As the other 2 turned, Ledger closed to 0 distance and fired 1 more shot, and the second hostile staggered back. But then the slide on Ledger's gun locked open. There was no time to change magazines. The third hostile instantly lunged at him, swinging his rifle barrel to bear. Ledger parried it with his pistol, and then everything turned into a blur. All 3 hostiles were down.
Grace frowned, but declined to comment as the file repeated in slow motion, leaning forward at the point where the slide locked back on Ledger's gun. The slow-mo even caught the elegance of the ejected brass arching through the air. Ledger had the pistol held out in front of him, so it was obvious that he recognized the predicament of the empty magazine, but he did not visibly react to it. His hands separated, and while he was still in full stride, he used the empty gun to check the swing of the hostile's rifle while simultaneously jabbing forward with his left hand, fingers folded in half and stiffened so that the secondary line of knuckles drove into the attacker's windpipe. As this was happening, Joe's left foot changed from a regular running step into a longer lunge, and the tip of his combat boot crunched into the cartilage under the hostile's kneecap. And a fraction of a second later, Ledger's gun hand came up and jabbed the exposed barrel of the pistol into the hostile's left eye socket.
The attacker flew backward as if he'd been hit by a shotgun blast. Ledger completed his step and was smoothly reaching to his belt for a fresh magazine when the footage ended.
"Bloody hell,"
Grace gasped. It came out before she could stop the words. A time from the slide locking back to completed kill is 0.031 seconds, said Church. Tell me why I want him for the DMS. She hated when he did this to her. It was like being in school, but she kept her annoyance off her face. He showed absolutely no hesitation. He didn't even flinch when his gun locked open. He simply went into a different form of attack. It's so smooth, like he'd practiced that one set of moves for years. In light of that video and your assessment, would you consider him a likely candidate for us? I don't know. His psych evals read like a horror novel. Past tense. His dissociative behavior was directly related to a specific traumatic event that happened when he was a teenager. His service record since then doesn't show an unstable personality. She shook her head. That trauma happened during a crucial phase of his life. It informed the rest of his development. It's why he began studying martial arts. It's why he joined the army. And it's why he became a policeman. He keeps looking for ways to channel his rage. It seems to me that he's found ways to channel it. Very useful ways, Grace. If he was lost in rage, then his pathology would be different. A rageaholic would have taken up something confrontational. Instead, he's refined his abilities through an art known for its lack of flamboyance, which could be interpreted as someone desperate to maintain control. That's one view. Another is that he's found control, and it's saved him. Grace drummed her fingers on the table. I still don't like those old psych evaluations. I think there's a ticking bomb there. You should read your own, Grace. The recent ones, Church said mildly, and she shot him a withering look. Tell me, Grace, if he'd been with Bravo or Charlie teams at St. Michael's, do you think things would have gone differently? Grace's jaw tightened. That's impossible to say. No, it isn't. You know why things went south at the hospital, and you saw this tape. My question stands. I don't know. I think we would need to observe him a lot more. Okay, he said. Then go and observe him. With that, he got up and left the room. Chapter 12. Baltimore, Maryland, /Saturday, June 27th, 6:54 p.m. Rudy got quiet as we walked back to my SUV. I undid the locks, but he lingered outside, touching the door handle. This cabron Church, what's your take on him? Car could be bugged, Rudy. Fuck it, answer the question. Do you think Church is a good guy or a bad guy? Hard to say. I certainly don't think he's a nice guy. Given what he has to do, how nice should he be? Good point, I said. I reached in and keyed the ignition, then turned the radio up loud. If the car was bugged, That might help, though I suspected it no longer mattered. He's asking you to take a lot on faith. Secret government organizations, zombies. Do you feel that he was trying to trick you in some way? No, I said. I don't think he was lying about that. Even so, I can't seem to wrap my head around all this. It's impossible. It doesn't fit. It's all too... I couldn't put it into words, so I stared at the day around us. Birds sang in the trees, crickets chirped, kids laughed on the swings. Rudy followed my gaze. You find it hard to believe in those things when you can stand here and see this? I nodded. I mean, I know it was real because I was there, but even so, I don't want it to be real. He said nothing, and after a moment, I hit him with another bomb. Church said he'd read my psych evaluations. Rudy looked like I'd slapped him. He didn't get them from me. How do you know? If he's on the same level as Homeland, you could be bugged and monitored out the wazoo. If I get so much as a whiff of violation, you'll what? Raise a stink? File a lawsuit? Most people never do, not since 9/11. Homeland counts on it. Patriot Act, he said, the way people say hemorrhoids. Terrorism's a tough thing to fight without elbow room. He gave me an evil glare. Are you defending an intrusion into civil liberties? Not as such, but look at it from the law enforcement perspective.
Terrorists are fully aware of constitutional protections, and they use that to hide. No, don't give me that look. I'm just saying. Saying what? That everyone thinks this is an either/or situation, and it's more complicated than that. Patient records are sacred, amigo. He only ever calls me that when he's pissed. Hey, don't jump on me. I'm on your side. But maybe you should consider the other side's point of view. The other side can kiss my... Careful, bro. This whole car could be bugged. Rudy leaned close to the car and said loudly and distinctly, Mr. Church can kiss my ass. He repeated it slowly in Spanish. Besa mi culo. Fine, fine. But if you get disappeared, don't blame me. He leaned back and gave me a considering look. I'm going to do 3 things today. First, I'm going to go over every square inch of my office, and if I find anything out of place, any hint of violation, I'm going to call the police, my lawyer, and my congressman. Good luck with that. I climbed in and pulled the door shut. The second thing I'm going to do is see what I can find out about prions, something that indicates whether they can somehow reactivate the central nervous system. Maybe there have been some studies, some papers. What's the third thing? He opened the door. I'm going to go to evening mass and light a candle. For Helen? For you, cowboy. And for me. And for the whole damn human race. He got in and closed the door. We didn't speak at all on the drive back.
Chapter 13. Galt and Amira / the bunker / 6 days ago. With El Mujahid and his soldiers gone, that left only 6 people in the camp besides Galt. 4 guards, a servant, and Amira, who was both the wife of El Mujahid and the head of Galt's covert research division here in the Middle East. She was a gorgeous woman and a freakishly brilliant scientist whose insight into disease pathogens bordered on the mystical. While he waited for her, he switched on his PDA and accessed the files the American had sent, most of which were official reports on the task force raid. Most of it had gone exactly as arranged, although the American did not know that. There were a lot of things Galt chose not to share with the nervous Yank. He did wonder, however, why the crab processing plant had not yet been raided. He made a note to ask Toys to look into that. The tent flaps opened. He turned to see her standing there, and for a moment all thoughts of raids and schemes evaporated from his head. Amira was slim,
average height, dressed in the black chaudhry that showed only her eyes, and she might have gone unnoticed in a bazaar or on a crowded street, unless, of course, any sane man made eye contact with her. Then the anonymity would disintegrate like a sand sculpture in the face of a zephyr. This woman could stop traffic with her eyes. Galt had seen her do it. Conversations always faltered when she entered a room. Men actually walked into walls. It was the strangest of reactions because it was so contrary to Muslim tradition. To catch a woman's eye once is okay. To do so twice was haram, a social and religious gaffe of serious consequence, especially in the traditional circles in which this woman and El Mujahid traveled. And yet no one, not one man Galt had seen, had ever looked into her eyes and not been affected.
It wasn't sex either, because all a man could see of Amira were her eyes, and in the Middle East there were millions of women with beautiful eyes. No, this went deeper than sex, deeper even than religious law. This was power. Real, palpable, earth-shaking power. And it was there in Amira's eyes, as if her eyes were a window into the heart of a nuclear furnace. The first time Galt had seen her was 2 months before the Americans invaded Iraq. They were 2 among thousands at an anti-coalition rally in Tikrit. He had been there, quietly recruiting and waiting for contact that his sources had told him could bring him to El Mujahid. Galt had felt something touch him, almost like hot fingers scraping the skin of the back of his neck, and he'd turned to see this woman standing 15 feet away, staring at him. He'd been at a loss for words for the first time in his life, totally riveted by the impact of those eyes and of the fierce, vast intelligence behind them. She had walked up to him, affecting the modest gait of a good Muslim woman, and while the crowd was entirely focused on Saddam, who was giving a rousing speech in which he promised to rebuff any U.S. attempt to set foot on Iraqi soil, the woman bent close and said, "I am Amira. I can take you to paradise." In any other circumstances, that line would have been cheap, a prostitute's come on. But to Galt, it was the code phrase he'd been waiting to hear for many weeks. He was so taken aback, so startled that this was the messenger he'd come to Tikrit to find, that he almost flubbed the countersign. But after 2 or 3 stammering attempts, he managed to say, "And what will I see there?" She had said 3 magical words that filled Galt with great joy. Leaning a few inches closer, Amira had whispered, "Saif al-Din." What will I see there? Saif al-Din, the sword of the faithful. That moment flashed through Galt's mind as Amira stepped into the tent. He got to his feet, smiling, wanting to take her in his arms, to tear away that ridiculous black rag she wore. He saw his need mirrored in her eyes, and she smiled. All he could see of her smile was the soft crow's feet at the corners of those lustrous brown eyes. And he knew that her smile was as much a promise as it was an acknowledgement. They could do nothing, share nothing, while they were here in El Mujahid's tent. 2 guards stood behind her, both giving him hard stares. "Mr. Galt," she said in a docile voice, "my husband has instructed me to share with you the results of our experiments. Will you please accompany me to the bunker?" "I need to get going. I have to be in Baghdad by—" "Please, Mr. Galt. This is my husband's wish." She put just enough juice in the word wish to make it clear that it meant order. Jolly well done, he thought, as he saw the guards behind her stiffen and harden their stares. It was all drama, nicely staged for effect. "Oh, very well," Galt said with an affect of bad grace,
and stood up with a sigh. Amira backed out of the tent, and the two guards took position so that one was between her and Galt, and the other between Galt and any chance of flight. El-Mujahid was a careful individual, and that worked well for Galt, too. He followed Amira to another tent that was set very close to a rock wall. Inside the tent were ornate wall hangings, and a third guard stood with his back to one of these, an AK-47 at port arms, his face as hard as a fist. At a word from Amira, he stepped back and allowed her to push the heavy brocade aside. Behind it was the mouth of a shallow cave. Amira, Galt, and two of the guards entered it, walked 10 feet, and then turned with the cave's natural bend. Around the corner, out of sight of the entrance, was a blank wall of rough gray-brown rock hung with desiccated moss. The guards told Galt to turn around and face the mouth of the cave, but Galt knew what was happening behind him. Amira would reach into the moss and pull a slender piece of wire something that would never be caught in any but the most scrupulous search of the cave. And there were a lot of caves in Afghanistan. She would pull the wire twice, wait 4 seconds, and then pull it 3 more times. At that point, a piece of the uneven wall would fold down to reveal a computer keypad. Amira would then tap in a code, a randomly selected set of numbers and letters that changed daily, and once the code was accepted, she would place her hand on the geography scanner. As far as El-Mujahid knew, only 2 people on Earth knew that code, he and his wife. But Galt also knew it. Galt knew everything about the cave, the keypad, and the bunker that lay behind this wall. He had paid for it and had built dozens of computer trap doors into the system. He also knew how to destroy that bunker and its contents so that not one piece of useful data could be recovered. Granted, a large portion of Afghanistan would be sterilized as well, but those, as the Americans were so fond of saying, were the breaks. All he had to do was enter a code on his laptop, and if that didn't work, Galt always had a backup plan ready. And if he disappeared, his assistant Toys could initiate one of several retributive plans. Galt heard the hiss of hydraulics, and the guard grunted at him, indicating that he was allowed to turn. The whole back end of the cave had swung out to reveal an airlock as sophisticated as anything NASA had ever used. "Please," Amira said, gesturing that he enter. One of the 2 guards remained in the cave while the others stepped into the airlock with Galt and the princess. The massive door hissed shut, and there was a series of complex sounds as various locks and safeguards engaged. A red light flicked on above the door, and they turned to face the exit door as a green light came on above it. Amira went through another code procedure, but this time the guard did not order Galt to look away. Now the guard grinned at Galt, who gave him a wink. "How are the kids, Khalid?" "Very well, sir. Little Mohammed is walking now. He is all over the place." "Ah, they grow up so fast. Give them a kiss for me." "Thank you, Mr. Galt." The second door opened, and a wash of refrigerated air filled the chamber. "Ready?" Amira asked. "Say, Khalid, why don't you go into the office and watch some videos? Give us a couple of hours." "Happy to, sir." They stepped out of the airlock and into the bunker that was as different from the camp outside as a diamond was from a lump of coal. There was a big central room packed with state-of-the-art research equipment and intelligence processing hardware, including satellite downlinks, high-speed internet cable hardlines, plasma display screens on nearly every surface, and a dozen computer terminals. Surrounding the central lab were glassed offices, the super-cooled chamber for the bank of Blue Gene/L supercomputers, and the 5 clean rooms with their isolated air and biohazard control systems. Down one corridor was the staff wing, with bedrooms for the 80 technicians and the 20 support staff. The setup had cost a fortune, £58 million, all routed through convoluted banking threads that would require an army of forensic accountants to follow. Nothing could be tied directly to him or to Gen 2000. It was Galt's belief that this was not only the most sophisticated private research facility in the world, but also the most productive and diverse.
Genetics, pharmacology, molecular biology, bacteriology, virology, parasitology, pathology, and over a dozen other related sciences merged into one compact but incredibly productive factory floor that had paid for itself 4 times over, with patents filed under the names of over 70 doctors who were on his payroll through one university or another, not the least of which was the first reliable drug for treating the rare blood cancers, new-onset sarcoidosis, and asbestos-related diseases that have cropped up in survivors of the World Trade Center collapse. The irony of that made Galt want to laugh out loud, considering he'd advised bin Laden about the likely and potentially useful post-collapse health hazards before the al-Qaeda operatives had even enrolled in flight school. Amira led the way past the rows of technicians, still playing her role as the dutiful wife of the great leader, even though these people were hers, every last one of them. Only Abdul, her husband's lieutenant, and a small squad of his personal guard were currently beyond her control, and they were outside. And even that sense of loyalty would change in time. Everything was going to change. She led Galt into the conference room, then closed the door and engaged the lock, an action that turned on a red security light outside. The room had no windows, just a big table and a lot of chairs. Amira turned away from the door, tore away her chaudhry, and attacked Galt. She was fast, savage, hungry. She pushed him back, forcing him down on the table, tearing at his clothes, biting at each bit of exposed flesh, and he grabbed her and clawed her skirts up over her legs. He knew that she would be naked underneath. They had planned this moment, needed it. He was as ready as she was, and as he used his heels to slide farther onto the table, she climbed over him, swung a leg across his hips, and as he pulled her toward him, she thrust down onto him.
It was hot and hard, painful and sloppy, but it was so intense. Their bodies ground into one another. Love was lost in the avalanche of need, buried beneath the immediacy of their hungers. El-Mujahid was sometimes as brutal and intense, but he was always quick, and Amira could endure and outlast any man. Almost any man. With Galt, it was different. Instead of a gallop to the precipice and then that quick plunge into unsatisfactory disappointment, they raced on and on, their bodies running with sweat, their hearts hammering like primitive drums, their breath burning into each other's mouths. When they came, they both screamed. The conference room was soundproof. He'd made sure of that. Chapter 14. Baltimore, Maryland, Saturday, June 27th, 7:46 p.m. I dropped Rudy at his office. As he got out of the car, he said, "Joe, I know how obsessive you can get about things." "Me? Really?" "I'm serious. Church is on some creepy level of government, and he told you to leave it alone. I think you should take him at his word." "Yeah, let me get right on that." "What's your alternative? Poke at it with a stick until all the hornets come out of the nest? Think about it. Church didn't approach you through channels. That means he wants this kept off the record. That frightens me, cowboy, and it should frighten you." "I'm too wired to be scared. God, I think I need to get totally shit-faced tonight." He closed the door and leaned in through the window. "Listen to me, Joe. Go easy on the booze. No screwing around. You've experienced 2 major traumas in only a few days. No matter how much of a macho facade you put on, I know that killing those men at the warehouse had to do you some damage. They dealt the play. Like that matters? Just because they were doing something immoral doesn't take away your emotional connection to it. This isn't to say that you were in any way wrong. God knows I hope I would have the physical and moral courage to do what you did in there. You're a white hat, Joe, but that comes with a price tag. You have a heart and a mind, and pretty soon you're going to have to open up those doors and take a close look at what kind of damage is there as a result of this. I said nothing. I'm saying this as your friend, as well as your therapist. I still said nothing. Don't think I'm kidding, Joe. This isn't something you can shrug off. You're required to have sessions with me about this, and you can't go back on the job until I file my report. As of yet, I don't have anything to file. You've blown off 2 scheduled sessions so far. You need to talk about it. I stared out the window for a minute. Okay. In a softer tone, he added, "Look, cowboy, I know how tough you are, but believe me when I tell you that nobody is that tough. A complete separation from your feelings is not proof of manly strength. It's a big, glaring, neon warning sign. I know you think you called me today to ask my opinion as a pal and as a medical doctor, but I have to believe that you're reaching out for support for what you've been through. As far as this thing with Javad and Mr. Church goes, well, if you were capable of simply shrugging that off with no traumatic effects, then I would either be afraid of you or afraid for you." "I'm feeling it," I assured him. Rudy studied my face. "I have a 2 o'clock open on Tuesday." I sighed. "Yeah, okay. Tuesday at 2. He nodded, pleased. "Bring Starbucks." "Sure. What do you want?" "My usual. Iced, half-calf, ristretto, quad grande, 2-pump, raspberry 2%, no whip, light ice with caramel drizzle, 3.5 pump white mocha." "Is any of that actually coffee?" "More or less." "And you think I'm damaged?" He stepped back and I drove off. I could see in the rear view that he watched me all the way out of the parking lot.
Chapter 15. Baltimore, Maryland, Saturday, June 27th, 7:53 p.m. I headed home, and as soon as I was in the door, I went straight to the bathroom, stripped and stuffed everything, even my boxers, into the trash, and then stood under the hottest spray I could stand and tried to boil the day off my skin. My cat, Cobbler, a marmalade and white tabby, hopped up on the toilet tank and watched me with his big yellow eyes. I knotted a towel around my waist and thought about the beers in the fridge, but even though the adrenaline was out of my bloodstream, the shakes were still right there beneath the surface. I passed on the beer and put a frozen pizza in the oven and turned on the TV. Normally, I'd surf over to one of the horror or SFF channels and see who was eating whom, but right now I wanted no part of that. All I needed now was to stumble on a rerun of Dawn of the Dead, and I'd probably lose it. So I put on the news. The top story was a follow-up on the fire at St. Michael's Hospital that had occurred the same night as the warehouse raid. Over 200 dead and half the hospital burned to the ground. They were calling it the worst hospital fire in modern U.S. history. More depression I didn't need, so I surfed over to a different news channel and watched a few minutes of the pre-event press hype over the big 4th of July event in Philly. They were rededicating the Liberty Bell and also installing a brand new one, the Freedom Bell, that had been built according to the specs of the original, something the First Lady and the wife of the Vice President had cooked up as part of their Patriotic American Women organization. Lots of rah-rah stuff to build morale for the troops in the field and raise domestic support for our overseas action. The whole event was going to center around the ringing of the Freedom Bell, which would be symbolic of American democracy and freedom ringing out around the world.
Must have sounded good to Congress because they approved it and hired some woman to make the new bell. And she was supposed to be a descendant of the British metalsmith who'd cast the original Liberty Bell. My task force team was one of over a dozen similar groups that were supposed to be on site during the festivities, though overall security was naturally a Secret Service gig. We were basically thugs in suits for the day, just in case bin Laden showed up with 100 pounds of C4 strapped to his chest. Life in post-9/11 America. Happy holidays, bring the whole family. I switched off the set and closed my eyes. What was it Church had said? Mr. Ledger, we are very much in the business of stopping terror. There are threats against this country greater than anything that has so far made the papers. No kidding, I said aloud. So how did I work this? I'm self-aware enough to know that I have a somewhat fractured personality. Not exactly multiple personality disorder, but clearly there were different drivers at the wheel depending on my mood and depending on my needs. Over the years, I'd been able to identify and make peace with the three dominant personalities: the modern man, the warrior, and the cop. At the moment, all three of them were trying to grab the wheel. The modern man, the civilized part of me, was in full-blown denial mode. He didn't want to believe in monsters, and he wasn't all that comfortable with secret government departments and all that James Bond crap. The warrior was okay with the cloak and dagger stuff because it partly defined him. It allowed him the chance to be who and what he was: a killer. He was useful in a firefight, but I seldom let him out to play. He was lousy at tea parties. Then there was the cop. That part of me had become dominant over the last few years, and he also upheld the nobler parts of the warrior's personality: the codes of ethics, the rules.
With my eyes closed, I settled back into meditative breathing and let the parts of me sort it all out. It was almost always the cop who got the others to shut the hell up. The cop was the thinker. I dismantled this thing bit by bit and laid everything on the table so the cop could take a good long look. There were parts that didn't fit. The most obvious was the fact that the terrorists we took down at the warehouse had been such a mixed bag. These guys aren't known for tolerance and team spirit. The suicide plan was also weird. Each of hostiles at the warehouse had been infected by a disease and had to take regular doses of an antidote to stay alive. That was impressive, but it also seemed like overkill. It was too sophisticated for its own purposes, considering that the mere threat of it should have been enough. It also spoke of a degree of technological sophistication that was, as far as I could judge, beyond the reach of your average extremist cell. If this was all real, and if it turned out that the plague that created these walkers was developed by the same mind or minds that created the control disease, then the DMS might be facing an actual real-world mad scientist. In another mood, or perhaps on another day, that might actually be funny. Right now, it scared the hell out of me. Then there was Javad. Was he really dead and somehow reanimated? Impossible? You bet. And yet I know what I saw. From now on, Church had said, we may have to consider dead a relative term. I found it hard to believe that Javad was the only infected person. There hadn't been a lab at the warehouse. Church had to know that too, and I should have remarked on it. The oven timer dinged, and I opened my eyes. I took the pizza with me into the little nook off the kitchen where I had my computer. I ate a slice while it loaded. Then I got to work. The cop in me was in gear now. Church had said that if I looked, I wouldn't find anything about him or the DMS. I wanted to put that to the test, so I stayed up all night searching the internet. I did a search on the warehouse Church had been using, Baylor Records Storage. To dig deep, I had to log on through the department website, and there was a serious risk in that. Everything is logged. Everything is tracked. Screw it, I said and kept going.
But Baylor Records turned out to be a dead end. Previous owner was dead and there were no direct heirs, so the government had snapped it up for back taxes. Easy enough for someone like Church to commandeer. I searched all night to see if there was any connection between Baylor Records and the old container company warehouse where we'd taken down the terrorist cell. But if a connection existed, I couldn't find it. Early Sunday morning, Rudy called to say he'd spent all of last night and this morning researching prions. "What happened to leave it alone, Joe?" "What can I tell you?" he said tiredly. "So, we both need therapy." "You find anything interesting?" "Lots, but none of it germane to what you mean. The whole prion thing seems less and less likely, though. As dangerous as they are, the infection rate is extremely slow. It can take months or years for it to manifest. I'll keep looking, though. And don't forget about our session on Tuesday." "Yes, Mother." "Don't start with me, cowboy," he warned, and hung up. The rest of Sunday went like that. I logged hour after hour on the net, and Rudy and I shared URLs via email and IM, but we didn't seem to be getting any closer to an explanation for what Javad was or how he came to be like that. Around midnight, I finally shut off the machine, took a shower, and shambled off to bed. I was hitting brick walls everywhere I went, and I guess another person would have thrown in the towel, but that's not my sort of thing. I just needed to rest and then attack this again with a fresher set of wits. Chapter 16. Galt and Amira / the bunker / 6 days ago. They lay exhausted on the table, their clothes tangled around her waist and his ankles, his body purple and red with claw marks and bites. He never left a mark on her, not even the smallest of love bites. That would be suicide. They never spoke of love afterward, never told each other how much this meant or how much they meant to each other. They already knew what the other would say. It had all been said in that first moment of eye contact. Pillow talk would limit the feeling. It would define what did not need to be defined and therefore cheapen it all to some kind of clandestine Romeo and Juliet pap. This was much bigger and, Galt hoped, likely to end with less personal tragedy. She spoke first, saying simply, "I've had some vague reports." "Baltimore?" Yes," he drawled. "Seems our warehouse is a total loss." "What about Javad?" He paused, staring at the speckled surface of the acoustic ceiling tiles, deciding which version of the truth to tell her. He loved Amira, but there were levels of privacy that even she didn't get to enter, which would make it easier if he had to kill her one of these days. He liked to keep his options open. "Uncertain. He hasn't gotten out. I've been tracking the news feeds." "I know, which means that we still have to move forward with the next few steps of the operation." "What about the other 2 locations? If the Americans know about the warehouse..." "Don't worry," Galt said. "They know about one of them, the big one, but not about the other one. Right now, they're holding off, probably hoping to find where the other lorry went." She nodded, the motion massaging his bicep, which was starting to fall asleep. "When will you evacuate the plant?" "Why bother? We don't really need it anymore, and I'm rather hoping they raid it." Amira turned her head sharply. "Why?" "How, why, and when they raid that plant will tell us a great deal about their intelligence gathering and their wits." "Shouldn't those details be handled by your American friend?" "He's too close to it to risk any direct involvement. Besides," Galt said, "there's something else I need him to focus on. There are some indications that there is another player in the game, possibly a new counterterrorism organization or department. Right now, this is just guesswork, but it bears looking into." Amira sat up and her black robes fell down to cover her with an unintentional display of rumpled modesty. She pushed a strand of glossy black hair away from her face. Without the chaudhry, her face was incredibly beautiful. Full lips, high cheekbones,
a broad, clear brow, and those eyes. Galt loved those eyes. Like a falcon or some creature out of myth. Is it the Brits? You think Barrier is— He shook his head. No, not Barrier. Something the Yanks have cooked up, but as I said, I'm not sure who yet. I have feelers out through Homeland, the FBI, a few other agencies. If I'm right, then they'll show their hands soon enough. You should put your pet monkey on it. He's tenacious. Galt smiled. His name is Toys, and yes, he is tenacious. In fact, Galt thought, he'd love to cook you over a slow fire. So, what are you going to do about the plant? I rather think I'm going to let them raid it. I can't think of a better way of inspiring useful fear than letting me break in and see what's going on in that place. It'll do us worlds of good. But what about El Mujahid? He's the master of creating fear, and his mission is already in the works. If you allow the raid on the warehouse, does that mean you'll use that instead of what my husband is? Hardly, Galt assured her. I'm relying on the fighter to deliver the masterstroke. But a raid on the plant will surely set the atmosphere, after which everything will go exactly as we want.
She frowned at him, chewing a lip as she considered this. He knew that she was sorting through the possible outcomes based on what she knew, what he'd allowed her to know. She would come to very logical conclusions, and on the whole, they would be right, but they would be incomplete, which was fine. Don't worry, my princess, Galt said, and turned onto his side so he could stroke her hair and brush the back of his hand against her cheek. This is going very, very well for us. We need the Yanks to think they're containing the situation. If they have a new special operations group, then it will help focus attention in the right direction for us. The best manipulations are always those in which the Mark thinks he is in charge. Amira kissed him. You have the mind of a scorpion, my love. Now, what do you have to show me? Her eyes lit up. If creating great fear is what you want, then you'll be very happy with what we've done since the last time you were here. As good as Javad? Oh no, this is much, much better. He almost said, I love you. Instead, he kissed her deeply and passionately, and then whispered in her ear, Show me. Chapter 17. Baltimore, Maryland, /Monday, June 29th, 6:03 a.m. Next morning, I called a friend who worked early shift at DMV Records and asked her to run Buckethead's plates, but that went nowhere. No such plates existed. Big surprise. I logged back onto the department server to reread the task force report on the warehouse. It was gone. Completely gone. No file name, no incident folders, nothing. You bastard, I said aloud. Church had impressed me before, but now he was beginning to scare me. He threw enough weight to be able to locate and remove the official records of Homeland Security's Interjurisdictional Counterterrorism Task Force. That meant accessing local, state, and federal computer mainframes. Holy shit. There was a hard copy of the report in my desk at the squad room, but I had doubts that it would still be there if I went in to get it. This wasn't helping my feelings of paranoia. I turned and looked around my apartment. How aggressive would these guys be? Surely they wouldn't. 1 second later, I was searching my apartment from top to bottom looking for microphones, phone bugs, fiber optic surveillance threads. I looked hard, and I looked everywhere. I found nothing. That didn't mean there was nothing to find, though. Homeland and that whole crew had a lot of very sneaky toys that were designed not to be found. All the search resulted in was a 2-degree drop in my paranoia and an itchy spot between my shoulder blades like someone had a laser sight on me.
Cursing under my breath, I headed into the bedroom to put on a suit in preparation for the OIS hearing. But as I was picking out a tie, the phone rang. I snatched it up thinking it was Rudy. "Detective Ledger? This is Keisha Johnson." I recognized her voice. She was the lieutenant overseeing the officer-involved shooting investigation for the task force raid.
I thought about the searches and calls I'd made despite Church's warning to stay away from this, and had a brief panic attack.
"Yes," I said cautiously, heart in my throat. "In your absence, we reviewed all of the videotapes from the raid last Tuesday, and after several discussions with your commanding officer and the supervisors for the task force, we've concluded that your shooting was in keeping with the best policies and practices of the Baltimore Police Department, and no further hearings or actions will be required at this time." I said something clever like, What? "Thank you for your willingness to cooperate, and good luck at Quantico. We'll be sorry to lose such a fine officer." And with that, she hung up. I stared at the phone in total shock. There was no way that an OIS hearing would be handled like this. Not ever. Not even if everyone involved agreed that the shooting was completely righteous. Department policy mandated a hearing, token or not. This was weird, and I didn't like it one damn bit. The paranoia was back, stronger than ever. But the logic was all twisted. If I'd somehow rattled Church's cage by trying to find some answers, why would he smooth the way for me by canceling the hearing? I couldn't see the advantage to him in it. I sat back down at my computer and pulled up the list of URLs Rudy had sent on prion diseases. Maybe that would give me a direction to follow. And I spent hours buried in science that was beyond me, but not so far beyond that it couldn't scare me. I learned that prion diseases are still very rare, about 1 case out of 1 million people worldwide, and only about 300 cases here in the States. It was rare, but seriously dangerous, and the mysteries surrounding the little buggers often led to panic reactions.
The whole mad cow thing was prion disease at its worst, and the haste with which tens of thousands of cattle were slaughtered showed the degree of fear associated with the threat. Not that any of this helped. I'm pretty darn sure Javad didn't get the way he was from eating a bad McBurger. Then I clicked on another of Rudy's URLs, which took me to an article on a prion-based disease called fatal familial insomnia, in which a small group of patients worldwide suffered increasing insomnia resulting in panic attacks, the development of odd phobias, hallucinations, and other dissociative symptoms. The whole process takes months, and the victim generally dies as a result of total sleep deprivation, exhaustion, and stress. I searched all around the topic, and though there was no connection at all to a state resembling living death, the concept stuck in my head. Unending wakefulness. No sleep, no rest, no dreams. Jesus. It was a horrifying thought, and what a terrible way to die. Could Church have been wrong? Was Javad actually suffering from a disease whose symptoms led the doctors to believe he was dead, when maybe he was really in a coma? His coming back from the dead could have been nothing more sinister than waking up from a cataleptic coma. Some part of that felt right to me, but as I read on, I hit another speed bump. Several of the sites said that the victims could not be put to sleep, not even through artificial means. They didn't lapse into a terminal coma at the end of their suffering. They died, and apparently stayed dead. Besides, even if Javad had been in some kind of walking catatonia, it didn't explain how he'd shrugged off the 2.45 seconds I'd put in his back. Clearly, there was too much of the picture that I couldn't see, and it was maddening. Chapter 18. Grace, Maryland, /Monday, June 29th, 8:39 a.m. Grace Cortland sat in her comfortable leather swivel chair and sipped a Diet Coke and watched the 8-color monitors that showed the inside of Joe Ledger's car each room of his apartment and the consulting room in Dr. Rudy Sanchez's office. She'd been amused when they'd each searched for bugs. None of them had found anything, of course. If they had, someone on her staff would lose his job. For what the DMS paid for holographic relay technology, it had better not show up on a sweep or be visible to the naked eye. The DMS had deep pockets, and Mr. Church liked having toys that no one else in the schoolyard had. Her desk was stacked with reports on Ledger, bank account records, tax returns, school transcripts, his complete military record, and copies of everything filed about him since he joined the Baltimore police. She'd read it all, but Joe Ledger was still a puzzle. There were so many things about him that made him excellent material for the DMS, and Grace was finding it harder and harder to hold her position that Ledger was a screw-up. If it wasn't for that damning evidence on the task force duty log. That morning she'd read through Ledger's military service file. He had scored high marks in every area of training and had excelled in close-quarters combat, surveillance and counter-surveillance, land warfare, and all immediate action drills. There were several letters recommending Ledger for OCS, but each included notes saying that Ledger had declined the offer. One handwritten note from Colonel Aaron Greenberg, base commander at Fort Bragg, read, "Staff Sergeant Ledger has indicated that his goal is to use his Army training to better prepare him for a career as a law enforcement officer in his hometown of Baltimore, Maryland. I expressed to him that this was a gain for Baltimore PD, but a real loss for the Army."
It was a pretty remarkable letter, but she chose to interpret it as a lack of ambition. What really caught her attention, though, was the transcript of a deposition of Ledger's company commander, Captain Michael S. Costas. Following the warehouse raid, Church had sent agents to depose Costas under oath and after signing a secrecy agreement. Costas spoke freely and glowingly about Ledger, but one exchange in particular must have struck Church. It was the only section highlighted in yellow. DMS. Captain Costas, in your professional opinion, do you believe Joe Ledger to be reliable? Costas. Reliable? That's a funny question. Reliable in what way? DMS. If he were to become part of a special branch of the military? Costas. You mean like Homeland? Something like that? DMS. Something like that, yes. Costas. Let me put it this way. I've been in the Army since I was 18 and a Ranger since I was 20. I've been in combat in the MOG and in Desert Storm. I've also served in training schools for Rangers, and I've learned to trust my judgment on which men are going to become very good and which are likely to be only passable. DMS. And it's your belief that what? That Ledger was one of those who would become very good? Costas. Hell, I knew that about him before he went to Ranger school. No, what I saw in Joe during his time in my company is that he was going to be great. Not good, but truly great. You don't see his kind very often, not unless you've been in a lot of war zones. I have been in a lot of war zones, and I can tell you right now that Joe Ledger is a hero waiting to happen. DMS. A hero? Costas. Trust me. If you can inspire him, if you can tap into the core of that man, into what he believes, then by God, he'll show you things you'll never see in another soldier. I guarantee it. Hero indeed, Grace muttered, turning up her nose at Costas's effusiveness. But as she immersed herself in Ledger's life, something shifted inside of her. She reread it, then slapped the report cover shut. Bollocks! Ledger was a good fighter, that much was certain. But with all the DMS had to face, could they risk having someone like him aboard? The soldier in her wanted to have nothing to do with him. And yet, the woman in her wasn't so sure. On the screen, Ledger hammering away at his computer keyboard, his face intent, his blue eyes bright and, "Stop it, you stupid cow!"
she said aloud and turned away from the screen for a moment. This was counterproductive bullshit. This was a side effect of being alone in a lonely job in a foreign country. This was hormones and biology, and that was all. But when she turned back to the screen, Joe's eyes were still as blue. She punched a button that brought up an internet display screen that mimicked whatever Ledger was looking at, and Grace forced herself to concentrate on the prion information he was reading. The dry complexity of the medical information was a relief, and she could feel the small flare of emotionality subside within her. Grace sipped her Diet Coke and slammed the can down on her desk. There was no way she was going to approve him coming on board. No way in hell.
Chapter 19. Mr. Church, Maryland, / Monday, June 29th, 8:51 a.m. Mr. Church sat back in a heavy leather chair, taking occasional sips from a bottle of spring water. The wall in front of him was covered, floor to ceiling, with video monitors. One screen showed Dr. Rudy Sanchez taking notes in his private office, while a patrol sergeant broke into tears as he confessed an ongoing love affair with a precinct secretary that his wife had now started to suspect. Church paid no attention to the cop, but he studied Sanchez very closely. He selected a vanilla wafer from a dish and bit off a piece. Another screen showed Joe Ledger bent over his computer, and as he typed, the keystrokes were displayed in a digital text bar below the screen. But what interested him most was the screen on the upper left side of his display board. On that one, Grace Cortland was sipping a Diet Coke and staring with great apparent fascination at Joe Ledger. The camera he had installed in her office was something not even she would find. It was 2 or 3 generations above the equipment she used, and her stuff was cutting edge. Church had better sources. He watched her face, the shape of her mouth, the shift of her eyes as she watched Joe Ledger. Church chewed his cookie. Even if anyone had been there, his face would have given away none of his thoughts. Chapter 20. Baltimore, Maryland, / Monday, June 29th, 9:17 a.m. I decided to come at this from a different route, so I called Jerry Spencer, my friend from DCPD, who'd gotten his sternum cracked at the warehouse. Jerry was 30 years on the job and was the best forensics man I ever met. If anyone had caught a whiff of this DMS thing, it'd be him. He answered on the 5th ring. "Jerry, hey man, how's the chest?" "Joe," he said, no inflection. "How are you? You still out on medical or—" He cut me off. "What do you need, Joe?" His tone was matter-of-fact, so I decided to be straight with him. "Jerry, have you ever heard of a federal agency called the DMS?" There was a long silence on the line, and then Jerry said, "No, I haven't, Joe. And neither have you." Before I could work out a response to that, he hung up. "Uh-oh," I murmured, and for the next 10 minutes all I did was sit there and stare at the phone. Jerry had been gotten to. A blind man could see that. It strained my head to imagine how much force it would take to spook a guy like Jerry enough to have him blow me off like that. Cobbler jumped into my lap and I stroked his silky fur while I chewed on the problem. Until now, I'd hesitated doing a direct search on the DMS for fear of that acronym or the words Department of Military Sciences setting off some kind of alarms. For a while now, the government has used different software packages to locate certain combinations of words in email or net searches. Type in something like bomb and school, and it's supposed to raise a red flag. Doing this kind of search could land my ass in a sling. On the other hand, how could I just leave this be? How could Church expect me to forget it? Even if Church was right and the whole Javad/Prion/Walking Dead thing was over a one-shot fluke that we lucked into and solved before it got out of the box, That still didn't alter the fact that the incident changed my whole world.
Now I know how those folks feel who see a UFO or Bigfoot. Not the nutcases, but the ones who are absolutely sure they've seen something outside of normal reality and have nowhere to go with it. What would happen if I did that search? I mean, what would church really do as a result? I met the man, and even though I could see him feeding a busload of orphans and nuns to hungry wolves if it furthered his aims, I didn't take him for petty vindictiveness. So, what would he do if I did a search on Department of Military Sciences? Kiss my ass, church, I said, and hit the enter key. I got a few hits for college rock programs under that name, but in terms of national security or secret agencies, absolutely nothing came up on the search. A waste of time? Maybe. Or maybe I had lobbed a serve into Church's court. Chapter 21. Galt and Amira / the bunker / 6 days ago. The Level A PVC hazmat suit was air-cooled and very comfortable, but Galt still felt like a big marshmallow. He stood close to the airlock. In one hand, he held a wireless remote that would trigger the emergency release on the lock in case he had to make a run for it. In the other, he held a Snellig 46, an electric wire dart pistol. Amira stood behind a plexiglass wall and her fingers hovered over a computer keyboard. "What stage is it in?" Galt asked. Their suits were soundproof and the intercoms were of the best quality. "Advanced Stage 1? Galt cocked an eyebrow. "It's still alive?" The creature standing there certainly didn't look alive. The brown skin had faded to a sickly bruise yellow. Its mouth was slack, lips gray and rubbery. It was only when Galt shifted a few feet to one side in order to see the thing's eyes that he could detect any trace of intelligence. But even then it was rudimentary. "I resequenced the hormonal discharge to make the blood chemistry more hospitable for the parasites. They spread the prions at a much more accelerated rate now. The non-essential functions shut down more quickly," Amira said brightly. "Higher brain functions deteriorate at a faster rate now." "How much faster?" Amira paused and turned and flashed him a triumphant smile. 8 times. He frowned. "This is Generation 3? She laughed. "Oh no, Sebastian, we've passed that phase a long time ago. What you're seeing is Generation 7 of the Saif al-Din pathogen. We've broken through almost all of the symptomatic barriers." Galt's head whipped around and he stared at the subject, then up at the big wall clock. 7 Christ! When was infection begun? "Right before I came to meet you." Galt licked his lips. "That's what, an hour?" She shook her head. "Less. 47 minutes, and I think we can get that down even more." That rate is based on injection only. We added a new parasite to the salivary glands, so infection from bites is much faster, a matter of minutes. By Generation 8, we should have it down to seconds. The creature shook its head like an animal shaking off a biting fly. The hazmat suits prevented the subject from hearing or smelling them, which were the 2 most significant response triggers. However, the sight of them was causing it to become agitated. Without human scent or sound, that hadn't happened with earlier generations. Galt moved his hand experimentally, wanting to see if the creature would track him. Suddenly, it lunged. Without warning or hesitation, it threw itself at Galt, springing across the cold metal floor of the display area, hooked fingers clawing the air as it tried to grab him. Galt cried out and staggered back, but he brought up the Snellig and fired the weapon's twin flechettes into the monster's naked chest. He pressed his thumb down on the activator and sent 70,000 volts into the infected predator. The subject let out a scream like a cougar high and full of hate, but it dropped down into a fetal ball, twitching as the current burned through it. "That's enough!" he heard Amira shout, and Galt sagged back, releasing the button. His chest was heaving and his heart hammering. Amira laughed as she came out from behind the plexi screen. The new parasite has enhanced predatory aggression by at least half, and it begins far sooner. Even from a non-fatal bite, the infection will take hold within minutes and begin reducing cognitive function. In cases of a more serious bite, or in the presence of other traumatic injuries, the infection will spread exponentially faster. He could have killed me, Galt snapped, rounding on her and pointing the Snellig at her chest. For a white-hot moment, he almost pulled the trigger. But she was still laughing, shaking her head. Oh, don't be such an old woman.
She used the toe of one booted foot to pull back the creature's upper lip. Galt saw that the pale gums were smooth. Amira said, I had its teeth pulled in preparation for the demonstration. I'm not an idiot, Sebastian. Galt said nothing for a moment, his jaw locked, lips curled back from his teeth in as savage a snarl as he'd seen on the face of the subject. Then, by slow degrees, he forced himself to let go of the moment. He made his face relax first and gradually straightened his body from the defensive crouch. You could have effing well warned me. That would have been less fun. God, you're a wicked bitch, he said. But now he was smiling too. It was completely artificial, but he made it look convincing, thinking, You are so going to pay for that, my dear. Amira either couldn't tell how upset he truly was, or didn't care, and the hazmat suit hid most of his face, but she looked at the wall clock and then walked back to her control console, pulling off her hood. The new hormone sequence has one more really marvelous effect, she said as she punched some keys. There was a heavy metallic chunk as steel panels slid back on the floor. She hit another button and 4 curved sections of inch-thick reinforced glass rose from the floor. Their sides fit together with only a faintness of the seam visible. The glass walls hissed upward until they reached a large circular track in the ceiling. As the upper edges slid into the tracks, there was another chunking sound, and the walls stopped moving. Amira watched the wall clock all the while. The subject lay in the center of a big glass and steel jar. Wait for it, she murmured as the digital counters ticked away the seconds. Should be right about now. Generation 7 is so wonderfully quick. The creature suddenly opened its eyes and peeled back its lips to issue a hiss of animal hatred. No sound escaped the barrier, but Galt still flinched. Then he blinked and looked from the subject to the clock and back again.
Wait, he said. That doesn't... Amira's gorgeous, dark eyes sparkled with delight. Reanimation time is now under 90 seconds. He tore off his hood and threw it onto a nearby console. God, he gasped, staring at the monster. If you were worried that the Americans might harvest one of our subjects for research, it doesn't matter now. They can have all of the subjects we've already sent, but any preventative measure they design will be built on the wrong generation of the disease. She walked over and placed her palm on the glass, and even when the subject lunged at her and slammed its face against the inner wall on the other side, she didn't flinch. There was an adoring look on her face as she stared at the subject. Galt came to stand next to her. The subject kept banging against the glass, its infected brain unable to process the concept of transparency. Even without scent, it knew that its prey was there. That was the only thought it could hold on to. In an awed voice, Amira whispered, Once we release these new subjects into the population, the infection will spread beyond control. They won't be able to keep ahead of it. Galt nodded slowly, but his mind was working at computer speed, putting everything he'd seen and everything Amira had said into context. It was an effort to keep his feelings about all of this off his face. This is unstoppable, Amira said with a predatory hiss in her voice. We can kill them all. Now, he said, wrapping his arm around her.
let's not lose focus here. We don't want to kill them all, darling. What would be the point in that? We simply want to make them all very, very sick. He stroked her breast through the hazmat material. She said nothing, but he saw her turn away as if to look at some gauges, and he was certain she was trying to hide her expression.
You told me to continue with the research to improve the model. What do you expect me to do with everything I've developed? Just destroy it? Yes, I bloody well do, he said. But then he stopped, lips pursed, considering. Then something occurred to him. Actually, hold on a bit. She turned back to him, her face showing hurt and suspicion. What? I have a wonderful idea, he purred. I think I figured out how to use your new monster. Oh yes, this is both juicy and delicious. Still frowning, she said, Tell me. Before I do, you have to promise me that you'll use it only as I suggest. We can't really let this generation of the pathogen out. Not ever. You do understand that, don't you? She said nothing. Do you understand? He said it again, slowly, reinforcing each syllable. Yes, I understand. You really are such an old woman at times, Sebastian. Dear heart, we want to buy the world, not bury it. Amira gave him a slow 3 count and then nodded. Of course, she said. I just wanted you to see what we could accomplish. We've created a new kind of life, an entirely new state of existence. Unlife. He stepped back from her and stared, the devious smile still frozen onto his mouth. Unlife. God almighty, he thought. Now tell me your idea, she said, breaking through the shell of his shocked and fragile thoughts. How can you use my new pathogen to help us in our cause? And suddenly Galt was snapped out of his reverie and out of his shock and was completely present in his mind. She had said cause, not program, not scheme or plan. Cause. That is a very interesting choice of a word, my love, he thought. So he told her, and he watched her face as she listened, and he paid special attention to the muscles around her eyes and the dilation of her pupils. What he saw told him a lot, perhaps too much, and it both elated him and hurt him. By the time he was done, her beautiful face was suffused with a terrible light. Amira pulled him close and wrapped her arms around him. They held tightly together, ignoring the absurdity of the PVC suits. I love you, she said. I love you too, he said, and meant it. And when this is done, I may have to feed you to one of your pets, he thought. And he meant that too. Chapter 22. Bulk, Afghanistan, / 5 days ago. The town of Bulk in northern Afghanistan was once one of the great cities of the ancient world. Now, even with a population of over 100,000, the town is largely in ruins. The Iranian prophet Zoroaster was born there, and for centuries it was the center of the Zoroastrian religion. Now, like much of Afghanistan, it varies between poverty and desperation, with some rare spots of music, color, and the laughter of children too young to grasp the realities of the life that awaits them. South and a little east of the city is the small town of Batar, a village caught like an eagle's nest in the spiky crags of a mountain pass. Only one serpentine road led up into it, and a worse one wound down. Camels manage it because they're stubborn, but even they slip once in a while. There are 86 people living in Batar, most of them childless parents whose sons have died fighting either for the Taliban or against them, or who have gone off to work the poppy fields and never returned. A few of the youngest children walk 7 miles to go to school.
There are only 30 camels in the whole town. The chickens are all skinny. Only the goats look hardy, but they are a hardy breed used to very little. For plumbing, the people have well water that smells of animal urine and old salt. Ekbal was 16, and his parents had not yet lost him to the poppy fields or the wars. Ekbal was destined to service Allah through service to his family. It was his Khan identity, he was sure, to be a farmer and in that way both preserve old ways and yet provide for the future. Despite war and strife, Ekbal believed in the future, and to him it was bright with promise. Wars pass, but Afghanistan, graced by the love of Allah, endures.
Every morning, Ekbal would rise with the day, clean himself, and then dress in loose robes and place a kufi cap on his head so that he would be ready to say his first prayers of the day, following the precise requirements of Salat. First standing and then kneeling, and finally prostrate in humility before the grace and majesty of God. Though a young man of uncomplicated faith, and one who had dedicated himself to the simple rigors of the farm life there in the dusty desert, Ekbal was not a simple-headed youth. As he tended his flocks or did chores around the farm, he was often deep in complex thought, sometimes wrestling meanings out of the passages in the Quran, sometimes working to understand the complexities of delivering a breached goat without losing either mother or kid. He did not think fast, but he always thought deep, and when he came to a conclusion, he was generally correct. Had he lived, Ekbal would have very likely become the head man of the village, and certainly a man to be counted. But Ekbal did not live. Ekbal would not live to see his 17th birthday, which was 8 days away. "Ekbal," called his father, who was laid up with a broken ankle. "How is that goat coming along?" The young man crouched over the gravid goat, who was crying out in pain as Ekbal worked his hands inside the birth canal to try and turn the kid. The other goats picked up her nervousness, and the air was a constant barrage of snorts and baas. Ekbal's hands were red with blood and mucus, and sweat shone brightly on his face as he worked, brow knitted, his clever fingers feeling along the tiny legs of the unborn goat. "I think I have it, father," he called as his fingertips encountered the soft, ropey length of the umbilical cord. "The cord is twisted around the hind legs." He heard the scrape of a crutch as his father shuffled toward the open window. "Be gentle now, boy. Nature does not want you to hurry." "Yes, father," Ekbal said.
It was one of his father's favorite sayings, and it matched the slow process of thought and action that made Ekbal his father's son. Patience was as valuable to a farmer as seeds and water. He curled one finger around the cord and gently, very gently pulled it down and over the kid's legs, then felt inside to make sure that there was no other obstruction. With great care, he pushed on the kid to turn it inside the mother, who continued to bleat and cry. "It's clear, father." "Then step back and let her do her own work," his father advised, and Ekbal glanced up to see his father's face in the window. He, too, was slick with sweat. The pain of his broken leg, shattered in a terrible fall on the cliffside, was etched into the lines on his face. His color was bad, but he was smiling at his son as Ekbal slowly withdrew his hand from the goat and sat back to watch. The bleating of the goat changed in pitch as the baby began to slide along the birth canal. It was still painful, but now the goat did not sound desperate, merely tired and sore. Within 2 minutes, the wet, slime-slick little body slid out of her and flopped onto the straw-covered ground. Immediately, the mother struggled to her feet and began licking at it, sponging clear her baby's nose and mouth and eyes. "A female, father," said Ekbal, turning again to look at his father. He froze, confused at the expression on his father's face. Instead of relief or joy, his face stared at him with an expression that was a twisted mask of shock and horror.
"Father." Then Ekbal saw that his father was not looking at him, but behind him. Ekbal whirled, thinking that it was one of the men from the Taliban group in the caves to the south, or a collector from the poppy farms come to take someone else off to work in the fields. Ekbal's hand was straying toward his shepherd's crook when he froze in place, and he could feel his own face contorting into lines of dread. A man stood behind him.
No, not a man. A thing. It was dressed like a man, but in strange clothes. Light blue pants and a V-necked, short-sleeved shirt. Ekbal had seen TV. He had been to the clinic in Balk. He knew what hospital scrubs were. But he had never seen them out here. This man wore them now, and they were dirty and torn and stained to a dark, shining purple wetness by blood. Blood was everywhere. On the man's clothes, his hands, his face, his mouth, his teeth. Ekbal heard his father scream, and then his whole world was torn in red madness and pain. El Mujahid sat comfortably in the saddle of his four-wheeled ATV, leaning back against the thick cushions, heavy arms folded across his chest. 300 yards up the slope, the screams were already starting to fade as the last of the villagers died. He did not smile, but he felt a strange joy at so much death. It had all worked so well and so quickly, far more quickly than the last time. 4 subjects, 86 villagers. He checked his watch. 18 minutes. His walkie-talkie crackled, and he thumbed the switch and held it to his mouth. "It is done," said his lieutenant, Abdul. "Are you tracking all 4 subjects?" "Yes, sir." "And the villagers?" "5 have already revived," said Abdul, and the fighter thought he detected a slight tremble in the man's voice. "Soon they will all be up." The fighter nodded to himself, content in the knowledge that Saif al-Din, the holy sword of the faithful, was in motion now, and nothing could deny the will of God. In the village, the rattle of gunfire seasoned the air like music. Chapter 23. Baltimore, Maryland, /Tuesday, June 30th, 9:11 a.m. I made it through the rest of the night and all through the morning without federal agents appearing to kick down my door. Days of searching for the DMS, Javad, the 2 trucks, and Mr. Church had gone exactly nowhere. I now knew way too much useful information about spongiform encephalitis, including mad cow disease and fatal familial insomnia. But I had nowhere to go with it. Hoorah for me. I took a hot shower, dressed in khakis and a Hawaiian shirt that was big enough to hide the .45 clipped to my belt, and then headed out to my appointment with Rudy. But first I had to stop at Starbucks and pick up his silly-ass drink. "I'm sorry, Joe," said Kitty, the receptionist, when I arrived at Rudy's office, "but Dr. Sanchez didn't come back from lunch. I called his cell and his home number, but they go straight to his answering machine. He's not at the hospital either." "Okay, Kitty, tell you what, I'm gonna go swing by his place and see what's what. I'll give you a call if I find anything. You call me if he gets in touch." "Okay, Joe," she chewed her lip. "He's okay, though, isn't he?" I gave her a smile. "Oh, sure. Could be any number of things. He'll be fine." Out in the hallway, my smile evaporated. Sure, any number of things could explain this. Like what? On the elevator down, I began to feel a little sick. Now was not a good time for Rudy to suddenly go missing. I thought about the message I'd probably sent to Church via my internet searches and began to get a big, bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. I stepped out of his building and looked around the parking lot. His car wasn't there, not that I'd expected it to be. So I walked over to mine, clicked the locks, and opened the door. And stopped dead. I had my gun out before I even fully registered what I was seeing. I spun around and scanned the entire lot, pistol down by my leg. My heart was a jackhammer.
There were over 50 cars and half a dozen people going toward them or walking toward the building. Everyone and everything looked normal. I turned back to the front seat. There, on the driver's side, was a package of Oreo cookies. The plastic had been neatly sliced and one cookie was missing. In its place was one of Rudy's business cards. I holstered my gun, picked up the card, and turned it over. On the back was a note. Nothing complicated, no threats. Just an address that I knew very well and one other word. The address was the dockside warehouse where I'd killed Javad the first time. The single word was now.
Chapter 24, Baltimore, Maryland, / Tuesday, June 30th, 2:26 p.m. It took 20 minutes to drive back to the docks, and I had murder in my heart. When I pulled up to the parking lot entrance, I slowed to a stop and stared. The place had changed a hell of a lot in the last few days. There was a brand new, heavy-duty front gate that hadn't been there when we'd raided the place, and a chain-link fence topped with coils of razor wire. There was a second inner fence that looked innocuous except for the metal signs every 40 feet that read, "Danger, High Voltage." I saw 4 armed security guards, all of them dressed alike in distinctly non-military uniforms. Some kind of generic guard-for-hire rig, but that didn't fool me. They all had the trained military look. There are certain levels of training you can't disguise with polyester sports coats and khaki slacks. I have to admit that I debated going in quick and dirty, knocking these guys on their asses and coming up on church out of a shadow, but I didn't. It was a cute thought, but not a good one, and it probably wouldn't do Rudy or me any good. So I drove right up to the gate and let them take a good look at my face. "May I see some identification, sir?" I didn't make a fuss, just flashed them my badge and picture. ID. The guard barely looked at it. He already knew who I was. He waved me through and told me to park by the staff entrance on the far side. I did, as instructed, aware that they were watching me, and in my side view mirror I caught a glimpse of a guard walking the perimeter of the roof. I strolled over to the door, taking only enough time to see other new features, like the tidy little security camera above the door and keycard lock. I didn't need a key, though, because the door opened before I could knock. Inside the entrance was one of the most striking women I'd ever seen. She had gold-flecked brown eyes and an athletic figure that looked hard in the right places and soft in the right places. Her hair was cut short, and she wore black fatigue pants and a gray t-shirt with no markings. Nothing like DMS stenciled on the front. No sign of rank either, but her bearing was officer level. You could tell that right off. She had a Sig Sauer .9 and a shoulder rig, and the grips looked worn from hard use. "Thanks for coming, Detective Ledger," she said in a London accent. Her face showed signs of sleep deprivation and strain, and her eyes were red-rimmed as if she'd been crying. It could have been allergies, but under the circumstances, I didn't think so. I wondered what had happened to upset her. Was it the same thing that had caused Church to send his invitation? Whatever it was, it didn't take a genius to get the idea that it wasn't good. The woman didn't offer her name, give me a salute, or want to shake hands. She also didn't ask me to surrender my piece, so I said, "Church, he's waiting for you." She led the way down a series of short hallways to the conference room where my TAC team had run into the trigger-happy terrorists. The same room where Javad had first attacked me during the raid. The big blue case was gone, and the bullet-riddled conference table had been replaced with some generic government desks and computer workstations. A flat-panel TV screen filled a good portion of one wall. Decor change notwithstanding, the room gave me a serious case of the creeps. I could still feel the bruise on my forearm where Javad had bitten me, and there, but for the grace of Kevlar. The woman nodded toward a wheeled office chair in one corner. "Please, have a seat. Mr. Church will be with you in—" "Who are you?" I interrupted. She gave me a 3 count before she said, "Major Grace Cortland." "Major?" I asked. "S-A-S?" That got the tiniest flicker, a microsecond's widening of her eyes, but she recovered fast. "Make yourself comfortable, Detective Ledger," she said, and left. I turned in a slow circle and took in the room, looked for and found the 3 microcameras. They looked expensive and of a kind I hadn't seen before. I'd bet a year's pay that Church was sitting in another room watching me. I was tempted to scratch my balls. This whole thing was bringing out the screw-you 15-year-old in me, and I had to watch that. Give in to any kind of pettiness and you lose your edge real damn fast. So instead I strolled the room and learned what I could, even with Cookie Monster watching. There was a second and much heavier door at the far end of the room that looked brand new. I remembered it being a regular office door before, and when I inspected it I could see the recent carpentry and smell the fresh paint. I tapped it. Wood veneer over steel, and it was dollars to donuts that the wall had been reinforced, too. I heard the door behind me open, and I turned as Mr. Church entered with the British woman behind him. He was dressed in a charcoal suit, polished shoes, and the same tinted glasses. He made no comment about my investigation of the room. He just pulled up a chair and sat. Major Cortland remained standing, her face a study in disapproval. I took a step toward him. "Where the fuck is Dr. Sanchez?" He brushed lint from his tie. If he was threatened by me in any way, he did a workmanlike job of not showing it. Cortland shifted to a flanking position with her hands folded across her stomach, perfectly positioned to make a fast grab for her pistol. "Do you know why you're here, Mr. Ledger?" "I can make a few guesses," I said, "but you can go stick them up your ass. Where is Rudy Sanchez?" Church's mouth twitched in what I think was an attempt not to smile. He said, "Grace?" Cortland walked over to the wall with the TV screen and hit a button. A picture popped on at once, and it showed an office with a desk and a chair.
A man sat on the chair with his hands cuffed behind him and a blindfold around his eyes. Rudy. A second man stood behind him. He held a pistol barrel against the back of my friend's head. Rage was a howling thing in my head, and my heart was throbbing in my throat like it was trying to escape. It took everything I had to stand there and hold my tongue. After a moment, Church said, "Tell me why I shouldn't have the sergeant put 2 in the back of Dr. Sanchez's head." I forced myself to turn away from the screen. "He dies, you die," I said. "Yawn," he said. "Try again." "What good would it do you or your organization to kill him? He's an innocent. He's a civilian." "He stopped being a civilian when you told him about the DMS and about our patient zero. You put that gun to his head, Mr. Ledger. That's a crock of shit, and you know it. 9/11 may have wrinkled the Constitution, but it didn't run it through a shredder." Church spread his hands. "I repeat my question. Tell me why I shouldn't have Sergeant Dietrich shoot Dr. Sanchez. We're a secret organization, and we're playing for the highest possible stakes. Nothing, not even the Bill of Rights, matters more than what we're doing, and that is in no way an exaggeration." I said nothing. "Mr. Ledger, if terrorists had a truck filled with suitcase nukes and one of them went off in each of 20 cities around the country, it would do less damage to America as a whole and to its people than if another carrier like Javad got out into the population. If a plague of this kind starts, we could not stop it. The infection rate and aggression factor would make it uncontrollable within minutes." He chewed his gum for a minute and then repeated that. "Minutes." I held my tongue.
If we cannot count on your complete loyalty and complete cooperation, you are worthless to us. You would be useless to me." Even behind his tinted glasses, I could feel the impact of his stare. "What is it you want?" "Time is very short, so this is the deal, Mr. Ledger. We have a need to put a new tactical team into operation ASAP. Ordinary military and even our standard special forces units are not appropriate for this, for reasons we can discuss later. Major Cortland already has one team at operational readiness. Our other team is on the West Coast, involved in something of nearly equal importance. One local team isn't enough. I need a third team. I need it to be tight, and I need it yesterday. I also need someone to lead that team into the field. I've narrowed the list of possibles down to 6 candidates, 5 others, and you." "Hooray for me! What does this have to do with Rudy Sanchez?" "I want you to give me your word that you will join us and become one of us, not some reckless outsider. You are either DMS or you're not." "Or what? You'll kill Rudy?" Church jerked his head toward Cortland. She punched a button on the wall. "Gus, uncuff Dr. Sanchez. Bring him a sandwich and keep him company." She turned off the monitor. I turned back to Church. "Why all the friggin' drama?" "To make a point. If I'd had more time to be dramatic, I'd have had your father, your brother and his wife, your nephew, and even your cat in here." "I'm a short step away from popping a cap in you," I said. He leaned close. "I don't care. Dr. Sanchez is here because you made a breach of security. How we'll handle that is another matter. Right now, we need to stop playing ping pong here and get to the point." "Then damn well get to it." "I told you what I need." "A team leader?" He nodded. "I need to start training the new team today because if we're really lucky, Mr. Ledger, that team may have to go into the field within days, maybe within hours. I don't have time to coax you or stroke your ego or appeal to your patriotism." "So what? You wanted to make me afraid?" "An apocalypse is an abstract and unreal concept. The sudden loss of everyone you love and care about is not. Time is not our friend." "You're saying that there are more of these Walker things, aren't you?" "Yes." Even though I expected that answer, it was like a punch in the mouth. He said, "We haven't stopped this thing yet, Mr. Ledger. At best, we slowed it down by a few days." "You should have figured that out before. It's the logical, we did figure it out. But we had nowhere to go with the supposition. Our code breakers have been working round the clock to determine the location of any cells connected to the one you took down. We know where one is because of the truck the task force tailed. We have not risked hitting that site because there may be more sites, and we don't want to panic these people. Play it wrong, and they could go dark and we'd lose the trail, or they could release the plague right away. We've recovered enough information to make us reasonably sure they are sticking to a prearranged deadline, so we don't want to hurry that along. Because we did not intercept that truck and did not raid the place to which it went, we're trying to make them believe they've given us the slip. The raid, after all, was half a day after the truck left." "Trucks," I corrected. "There were 2. We tailed one and lost one." "Too bloody right you did," muttered Cortland, and I gave her a hard look to which she merely cocked a challenging eyebrow. "So why the urgency to train a hit team if you're not about to make a hit?" "I didn't say that. It's my intention to have a team covertly infiltrate the one facility we have under surveillance." "Infiltrate to what end? To locate other cells or to find more walkers?" "Either will do." I swallowed a dry throat. "What makes you think that the other hypothetical cells will still be in place? Once this cell here at this warehouse went dark, the others would probably have followed a protocol of some kind." "Very likely. Major Cortland cut in. "But we have to go forward with what leads we have. On the upside, however, the other facility shows no sign of activity, no rats fleeing, so maybe they think they're clear. In the absence of more intelligence, a quiet infiltration is our safest option." I frowned. "And with all the military special ops and guys like SWAT and HRT, you want to form a new team? There are guys out there with years more experience than me. Does the name Delta Force ring any bells with you people?" "It's more complicated than that," Church said. He gestured toward the far door, the one with the heavy scanner. "The other potential team leaders are in the adjoining room. Each of them is tough, experienced, and aware of the threat. All of them are active military, 2 Rangers, 1 Navy, 1 Marine Force Recon, and yes, even 1 from Delta Force. All of them have more combat and tactical experience than you do, though, admittedly, you bring other qualities to the game. You're all unique in one way or another, but we don't have time to discuss that at the moment. I need to get the team leader status sorted out right now." "What do you want us to do? Play rock, paper, scissors to see who gets the job?" "Grace," he said, and she went over to the heavy-duty door and unlocked it. "If you'll come this way, Detective." I stood up slowly. "This is a lot of James Bond bullshit to decide a human resources issue, isn't it?" Church remained seated. He nodded his head toward the doorway, so I walked over and peered inside. 5 guys in civilian clothes, 3 sitting and 2 standing. All of them looked tough, and all of them looked either confused or pissed off.
They seemed frozen in an agitated tableau, as if the door opening had interrupted them in the middle of a heated debate. I turned back to Church. "You still haven't told me how you want us to sort this out." He made that face again that might have been a smile. I've seen the big hunting cats make that same kind of face. "Think outside the box, Mr. Ledger." "Okay," I said, "but you have to pick up the tab afterward." He gave me a single short nod. I stepped into the room. All of the men were looking me up and down, a couple of them giving me evil stares that would have scared the paint off a tank. Cortland left and pulled the door closed behind her. I heard the heavy lock engage. Chapter 25. Galt / The Hotel Ishtar, Baghdad / 5 days ago, Galt was on the road, moving in a roundabout way from Amira's bunker in the Helmand province of Afghanistan across the border to Iran, where he changed identities 3 times in 14 hours and then entered a safe house run by a client of a client, where he ate, made some calls, and then changed identities again, back to Sebastian Galt. Galt was welcome in Iran and most other countries because his company was one of the world's top suppliers of pharmaceuticals for humanitarian aid. He traveled with 3 kind-hearted but clueless members of the World Health Organization as they visited remote villages in western Iran where a TB outbreak had been reported. Galt did a few stand-ups for a Swiss news service about the need for swift action in stemming the spread of the new strain of TB, and then thanked the Iranian government for allowing free passage for the WHO doctors. When he crossed the border into Iraq, he was met by a military escort of British soldiers who got him safely all the way to Baghdad. Toys met him in the lobby and they shook hands. "I trust you had a comfortable trip," said his personal assistant, taking Galt's bag and leading him to the elevator. As they crossed the lobby, they were both aware that everyone was looking at them. Toys was a not tall man, but he had tall energy. He was slender, fit, and had impeccable posture, and he always managed to look cool and well-groomed no matter where they were. Galt had seen him ankle-deep in the mosquito swamps of Kenya looking as collected as if he were at a cocktail party at Cannes. But to anyone watching, it was immediately clear which of them was the alpha. Galt was taller, more physically imposing, with swept-back hair and piercing dark eyes.
He was ruggedly handsome, where Toys was delicately so. By himself, Toys could command almost any room, but his light dimmed considerably in Galt's presence.
Galt knew this, and so did Toys. They were both comfortable with the arrangement. They chit-chatted on the lift, talking of relatively unimportant Gen 2000 matters. Once they were in the suite of rooms they shared at the Hotel Ishtar, Toys swept the place with the newest generation of interceptor surveillance sensors, and everything came up clean. Even so, they avoided any sensitive topics for an hour, at which point Toys swept it again, knowing that surveillance teams often deactivate active listening in the first few minutes after someone checks into a hotel, knowing that a smart spy would sweep the room. They typically reactivate their bugs in 40 minutes, so he gave it a full hour. It still came up clean. Toys busied himself with unpacking while Galt took a hot bath. Later, with Galt snugged into a bathrobe and ensconced in a cushy armchair, a tall gin and tonic quietly melting on a nearby table, Toys settled down onto a more decorative faux Louis XIV chair, legs crossed, rolling a neat whiskey between his palms. "You got a text message while you were in the bath?" Toys said primly. "Just one word. Clean. That's from El Musclehead?" Galt smiled and nodded. His team field-tested an entirely new generation of the safe Al-Din today. That was the code to let me know the operation was successful. He gave Toys the details. "That's disgusting," Toys said. But if he had any real emotional reaction to the slaughter, not one drop of it registered on his face. "It's a solid step forward," Galt reminded him. With a waspish sniff, Toys said, "So, tell me about the happy couple." Galt told him everything, including his observations of the telltale clues in Amira's voice and facial expression. Toys listened without interruption, but when Galt was done, he shook his head. "I think she's been stuck too long in that bunker with all her toys, making monsters. She's probably halfway to being a monster herself by now. Are you sure she shares your goals?" Galt shrugged. There was a time, early in their affair, when he thought that he and Amira would become some kind of king and queen of the economic world. His plan would clearly work, was working already, and he estimated that at the very least his various companies would net something like 20 to 30 billion. Best case scenario hovered deliciously around the 100 billion mark. He could conceivably become the richest man on Earth. But so much of that hinged on Amira staying within the confines of the operation. When it was clear Galt was not going to answer, Toys tossed back the rest of his drink and got up to make a fresh one. The phone rang and Toys answered. "I've been trying to reach your boss all day," snapped the American. "Is the line clear?" "What do you think?" Toys asked. "Hold on, he's right here." He handed the phone across to Galt. "What can I do for you?" Galt said. Toys leaned in close to eavesdrop. This morning, the heads of all of the special operations divisions were given a briefing by the head of this new geek squad. "Ah, so who's running it?" "That's the weird part. We received certain documents, ostensibly from the head of this new branch, but on several of them the name of the person in charge was different. Some identified him as Mr. Elder, Mr. St. John, Mr. Deacon, and Mr. Church. Now, whether these refer to the same man or for section heads is unknown, but I got the impression they were code names for one guy, the one who was giving us our briefing. He was introduced to us as Mr. Pope. I have some careful feelers out there, and I should be able to lock it down." "That fits with what Toys has been able to dig up," Galt said. "What interests me is whether you've been able to get a man inside, as I asked." "Yeah," said the American. "I have."
Chapter 26, Baltimore, Maryland, /Tuesday, June 30th, 2:42 p.m. I stood by the door and looked them over. My nerves were still jangling from seeing that gun against Rudy's head, and I don't know whether I believe Church would have killed him or not. I felt like there was this gigantic, Big Ben-sized clock ticking right over my head. The room was mostly bare, except for a few folding chairs and a card table on which was an open case of bottled water, a tray of sandwich meats and cheeses, and an opened loaf of white bread. Apparently, the DMS budget didn't extend to decent catering. The guy closest to me, standing to my left, was maybe 6 feet, but he must have been 240, and all of it was in his chest and shoulders. His face had a vaguely simian cast to it. Next to Ape Man was a taller, leaner guy with a beaky nose and a long scar that ran from his hairline through his right eyebrow and halfway down his cheek. Opposite Scarface was a black guy who looked like every Army top sergeant you ever saw. Buzz cut, a boxer's broken nose, and a lantern jaw. Behind Sergeant Rock was a red-haired kid in his early 20s who had a jovial face. In fact, he was the only guy smiling in the room. To the Joker's right was a real moose of a guy, easily 6'6", with ropey muscles and heavily scarred hands. Jolly Green Giant was the first to speak. "Looks like we got another candidate." I walked into the center of the group. Scarface grunted. "Make yourself comfortable. We've been in here for almost 3 hours trying to sort out which one of us should head this team." "Really?" I said, and kicked him in the balls. He let out a thin, whistling shriek of pain that I ignored as I grabbed the shoulder of his windbreaker and jerked him hard and fast so that he collided with Ape Man, and they both went down. I spun off that and stomped down on the Joker's foot, and then pivoted to bring the same foot up again, heel first, into his nuts. He didn't scream, but he hissed real loud, and I nailed Sergeant Rock with a palm shot to the chest that sent him sprawling onto the food table, which collapsed under him. That left Jolly Green Giant standing, and he gaped at me in shock for maybe a half second before he started to swing. But that was a half second too long, and I darted forward and drove the extended secondary index finger knuckle of my right hand into his left sinus, right next to his nose, giving it a fast counterclockwise twist on impact. He went back like he'd taken a .45 round in the face. I pivoted again to see Ape Man pushing his way out from under Scarface, but he was only halfway to his feet, and I swept his supporting leg out from under him, and he fell hard on his tailbone, almost, but not quite catching himself by planting his hand flat on the ground. I stamped on his outstretched fingers and then chop-kicked him in the chest before spinning off to face Sergeant Rock, who had come up off the collapsed card table with an impressive display of rubbery agility. The other 4 guys were down, and it was just him and me. He held his hands up, and I knew that I wouldn't be able to succor him again, but then he smiled and turned his karate guard into a palms out. Not a surrender so much as an acknowledgement of set and match. I gave him a nod and stepped back and edged away from the other 4. 2 of them were down for the count. Jolly Green Giant was sitting in the corner holding his face. If he had any kind of sinus issues, that punch I gave him would likely become a migraine. Scarface was lying on the floor in a fetal position, hands cupped around his balls, groaning. The Joker was getting to his feet, but he had no fight left in him. Ape Man was sitting against a wall trying to suck in a breath. I heard the door click open, and I stepped to one side as I turned, outside of everyone's reach. Church and Cortland came in. He was smiling. She wasn't. "Gentlemen," he said quietly, "I want you to meet Joe Ledger, the DMS's new team leader. Any questions?" Chapter 27, Baltimore, Maryland, /Tuesday, June 30th, 2:43 p.m. "How long did this take, Grace?" Church asked. 4.6 seconds. It sounded like the words were pulled out of her with pliers. Or 8.7 if you count from close of door.
The other candidates stared at Church and at me, and one of them, Ape Man, looked like he was going to say something, but he caught some look from Church and held his tongue and glared. There was not a whole lot of love in the room. "Get up," Church said to them. His voice wasn't bitter or harsh, merely quiet. Sometimes quiet is worse, and I watched the faces of each man as they climbed to their feet. Jolly Green Giant and Sergeant Rock showed no trace of animosity on their faces, and the latter even looked amused. Joker's face was cautious, guarded. Scarface looked equal parts deeply embarrassed and angry. Ape Man stared hot death at me as he stood up. He rubbed his chest and gave me a sniper's squint. My hands were shaking, but adrenaline will do that. Plus, the image of Rudy with a gun to his head wouldn't leave my mind. "I want to see Rudy," I said. "Now." Church shook his head. "No. There are other things you need to do first." "He'd better be okay." He smiled. "Dr. Sanchez is currently eating his way through an entire catering platter and probably psychoanalyzing Sergeant Dietrich's rather complicated childhood. He's fine, and he can wait." No one said anything. "Okay," I said, surprised at how calm my voice sounded. "So now what do we do?" "Major Cortland will bring you up to speed. The entire staff will meet in the main hall in 30 minutes. He paused and then held out his hand. "Welcome aboard, Mr. Ledger." "I don't mean to offend you two," I said, taking his hand, "but you're both total assholes." I gave his hand my best squeeze, and damn if the son of a bitch didn't match me pound for pound. "I'll cry about that later," Church said.
We let go of each other and I folded my arms. If I'm going to be team leader, where's the actual team? "You just kicked the effing hell out of them," Cortland said. I turned and looked at the 5 men. Oh, crap. I've worked with street thugs, murderers, and the worst kind of lowlifes for years and have knocked in their heads, shot them, tasered them, and sent them to prison for life. But none of them ever gave me the kinds of looks I was getting from my team. If they'd had a tree limb and a rope, I'd be swinging in the wind. I thought I heard Church give a quiet chuckle as he turned and left. Maybe this was the moment where I was supposed to make some kind of speech, but before I could say anything, Cortland beat me to it. "Get cleaned up," she snapped. "Ledger, come with me." She started for the door. I started to follow her, but sensed movement and turned to see Ape Man coming toward me. His face was purple with rage, hands balled into white-knuckled fists. "You suckered me, asshole. And first chance I get, I'm gonna wipe the floor up with you." "No," I said. "You're not." And I punched him in the throat. I stepped out of the way as he fell. The room was dead silent, and I deliberately turned my back on the other 4 as I said to Cortland, "I hope to hell you have a medic here, 'cause he's going to need one." Chapter 28. Sebastian Galt / The Hotel Ishtar, Baghdad / 5 days ago. "Line?" "Clear," said the fighter. "What have you to report, my friend?" Galt was chin-deep in a tub of soapy water, the Goldberg variations playing quietly on the CD player. The young woman in the other room was asleep, knowing this call was coming in. Toys had slipped something into her drink before escorting her to Galt's room. She'd sleep for 4 more hours and wake up without feeling any adverse effects. It was useful being a chemist and having an assistant without a conscience. El Mujahid said, "Everything in place." "Jolly good. Once you complete the first stage, my lads in the Red Cross will make sure the correct transfers take place. With any luck, you should be on a hospital ship heading out of the Gulf by midnight." "Sebastian," said Al Mujahid. "Yes? I'm putting a lot of trust in you. I expect you to hold up your end of things." "My hand to Allah,"
Galt said as he used his toes to turn on the hot water tap. "You can certainly trust me. Everything will go smoothly." There was a short silence at the other end of the line, and then the fighter said, "Tell my wife I love her." Galt smiled up at the ceiling. "Of course I will, my old friend. Go with God." He clicked off and tossed the phone onto the closed lid of the toilet. He was laughing when he did it.
Chapter 29, Baltimore, Maryland, /Tuesday, June 30th, 2:46 p.m. After Major Cortland called in the medical team, she joined me in the hallway, and I could tell she was reevaluating me. Her eyes roved over my face like a scanner, and I could almost hear the relays click in her head. Across the hall was a men's room, and I started toward it, but she stopped me with a touch on my arm. "Ledger, what made you think Mr. Church wanted you to do that?" I shrugged. "He said time was short." "That's not the same thing as telling you to go in there and start kicking everyone's ass." "You have a problem with it?" She smiled again, a nice smile. It transformed her from a cobra to something a hell of a lot more appealing. An actual human being. "Not at all. As much as I hate to say it, I'm rather impressed." "Hate to say it?" I echoed. "You are a very hard person to like, Mr. Ledger." "Call me Joe." "And no, I'm not. Lots of people like me." She didn't comment on that. "Let me put it another way. You're a very hard man to trust, especially in an operation of this kind." "Grace. May I call you Grace?" "You may call me Major Cortland." "Okay, Major Cortland," I said. "It isn't my goal in life to get you to trust me. You jokers pulled me into this. I didn't submit a resume. I'm not military. So if you have issues about trust or anything else up to and including liking me, then seriously, please go and screw yourself, Major." She blinked once. "I did not and do not want my life tied up in cloak and dagger bullshit, dead guys, or pissing contests with either the testosterone crowd in there or some prissy-assed Earl Grey drinking, scone-munching major who isn't even my freaking boss. I don't know you, and I don't give a rat's ass if you trust me." "Mr. Ledger, I have to take a piss." I headed down the hall to the bathroom. I used the toilet and then washed my face, first with hot water and then cold, dabbed it dry with a fistful of paper towels, and then leaned on the edge of the sink, staring at my face in the mirror. My skin was flushed, and my eyes had the jumpy look you usually see in junkies. My hair stuck out in all directions. "Well," I said to my reflection, "aren't you a picture?" I didn't have a comb, so I used wet fingers to plaster down my hair, and as I stood there, the full weight and enormity of what was going on hit me like a freight train. I bowed over the sink, tasting bile, ready to throw up, but my trembling stomach held. I raised my head again and looked into my eyes and saw fear in there, the naked realization of what all this meant. There were more of them out there, more walkers, and I was being asked to step up and be what? Some kind of Captain Heroism who would lead the boys in the red, white, and blue to victory? What was I getting myself into? This wasn't task force duty. This wasn't even SWAT team level. I'd never even smelled anything this big before, and now I was expected to train and lead a black ops team? How friggin' insane was this? Why were they asking me? I'm just a cop. Where are the guys who actually do this for a living? How come none of them were here? Where's James Bond and Jack Bauer? Why me, of all people? My reflection stared back, looking dazed and a little stupid. Working the task force had not prepared me for this. After 18 months of that and the years since the World Trade Center, I'd come to share the more or less common view that the terrorists had fired their worst shots and were now hiding in caves and reevaluating the wisdom of having overplayed their hand. Now, Church tells me that they hold the key to a global pandemic. By raising the actual dead? God almighty, flying planes into buildings is bad enough.
Chemical weapons, anthrax, nerve gas, suicide bombers. That stuff has collectively been the definition of terrorism to the global consciousness for years, and that's been more than bad enough. This was so much worse, I didn't know if I could put it into any reasonable perspective. If they were trying to spread Ebola, it wouldn't be this bad, because Ebola doesn't chase and try to bite you. Whoever was behind this was one sick son of a bitch. Smart, sure, but sick. This went beyond religious fundamentalism or political extremism. Right at that moment, I was sure we were looking at something born out of a mind that was truly and genuinely evil. I don't think I clearly understood Church until that moment. If I were in his place, looking into that same future, how would I handle it? How ruthless would I be? How ruthless could I be? I think you already answered that question, boyo, I murmured, thinking about the 5 men in that room. Church may act like a Vulcan, but he had to be feeling all this stuff too. If so, then the strain of holding back all of his emotions, all of his humanity, must be terrible. If I were going to work for him, then I'd have to look for signs of that pressure, look for cracks. Not only in me, but in him too. On the other hand, Church could be a monster himself, just one on our side. There were guys like that. Hell, after World War II, our own government hired a bunch of Nazi scientists. Better the devil you know. More to the point, there was the comment FDR supposedly made about Somoza. Something like, he's a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. Great. I'm going to work for a monster in order to fight other monsters. So what did that make me? The bathroom floor seemed to tilt a bit as I headed for the door.
Chapter 30. El Mujahid / near Najaf, Iraq / 5 days ago. They're coming, said Abdul, El Mujahid's lieutenant. 2 British Apache attack helicopters. 4 minutes. Excellent, the fighter murmured. He took one last look around and then handed a bundle of clothes to Abdul. There is nothing of value here. Burn them. The half-track sat askew in the middle of an intersection of 2 lonely roads, 36 kilometers from Najaf. Smoke still curled up from beneath the chassis. Additional smoke rose from a dozen corpses. There was blood everywhere, muted by sand to the color of dusty roses. 2 cars were in flames, an old Ford Falcon and a Chinese Ben-Ben, both with registration numbers that would tie them to jihadist sympathizers. The entire picture was perfect. A battle fought to a tragic victory. A half-track crippled by a roadside bomb, a few British soldiers outnumbered by insurgents taking heavy casualties as they bravely fought through an ambush. All of the hostiles dead. Of the 7 Brits in the truck, 4 were dead, badly mangled and burned, and 3 clung to life. Go, 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 whispered El Mujahid, and his lieutenant melted away and slipped down into a rat hole hidden by a spring trap door covered with coarse dry bushes. In the stillness, nothing moved, and the only sound, apart from the whoop, whoop, whoop of the helo rotors, were the piteous moans of the wounded. Allah Akbar, said El Mujahid, and then used his thumb to test the edge of the piece of jagged metal debris he had selected. He laced the tip of the metal against his forehead, right at the hairline. He drew a breath, held it, and then exhaled sharply as he ripped the metal through his skin, tearing down from upper left to lower right, through his eyebrow, across the bridge of his nose, along his cheek, all the way to his jawline. Pain exploded in his face and blood surged from the cut.
He could feel tears in his eyes, and he had to bite down against the white-hot agony of the wound. It was worse, far worse,
than he expected, and it nearly tore the cry from his throat. The helicopters were nearly overhead. With a gasp, he flung the metal from him and slumped back into the wreckage, deliberately snorting blood out of his nose and mouth, making sure that the droplets touched everything. By the time the first helicopter landed, he was perfectly placed, his torn face transformed into a mask of bright blood, his clothing soaked. His heart raced, and he could feel blood flow from the wound with each pulse beat. He closed his eyes, and as he heard the first footfalls as the soldiers leaped from the helicopter, he raised one gory hand and reached toward them, and now he let out the scream. It was a wet, gargling cry, inarticulate and savagely hurt. "Here!" he heard a voice yell, and then the half-track rocked as men clambered inside. There were hands on him, touching him, probing him, feeling for his pulse. "This one's alive! Get the medics!" Fingers scrabbled around his throat, feeling for the little dog tag chain, pulling it free. "Sergeant Henderson," a voice said, reading the name. 103rd Armored. "Clear the way, let me get to him," said a different voice. And then there was a compress against his face as the medics worked to save the lives of the British wounded. It took every ounce of strength that the fighter possessed not to smile. Chapter 31. Baltimore, Maryland, /Tuesday, June 30th, 2:51 p.m. We were in Cortland's office, just the two of us. Everything was still not unpacked, and I had to sit on a plastic folding chair. We were both drinking bottled spring water. One wall of the office was a big picture window that looked out onto the harbor. The afternoon sunshine made everything look peaceful, but the lie buried within the illusion was appalling. I turned away from the window and looked at Cortland. "I'd prefer to have given you the complete version of this, but as Mr. Church pointed out, we don't have the time, so the learning curve will be more of a straight line." She sat back and crossed her legs. Even in the fatigue pants, I could tell she had nice legs. Except for her personality, which so far was somewhere between a cranky alligator and a defensive moray eel, most things about her were nice. I even liked her husky voice and thick British accent. I just didn't particularly like her. "Fire away," I said. "After 9/11, your government formed Homeland Security, and Great Britain created a similar and rather more secret organization, codename of Beria. You won't have heard of it. MI5 and MI6 get most of the press, which is as it should be. Beria was given a lot of power and freedom of action, and was therefore able to stop several major threats against my country that would have been, to us, as devastating as the World Trade Center attack was on you. As I was involved in some of those operations, I was loaned out to your government when the DMS was formed." "Did you help create the DMS?" "No," she said. "That was Mr. Church's doing. But there were some similarities in both structure and agenda between the DMS and Beria, and the lines of communication, at least where anti-terrorism is concerned, are wide open between the White House and Whitehall."
As you probably know, there are many such task forces around the country, and all of their intel passes in one way or another through DMS hands. Church is wired in everywhere. When your wiretap flagged the name El Mujahid, it rang a bell at the DMS, and Church ordered an immediate infiltration of the task force. By the time the team was formed, we had 3 agents in place. "Really? Then you do have a working field team." "Did," she said as a shadow passed across her face. "But we'll get to that. First, I need to tell you about the cell your task force took down. After the raid, our computer specialists were able to salvage several laptops, and we've been systematically decrypting their coded records. We haven't learned as much as we'd like, but we are making some headway. So far, we've decoded what amounts to shipping manifests for weapons, medical supplies, research equipment, and even human cargo.
You mean agents they've smuggled in? She shook her head. No actual human cargo, like Javad, brought into this country in temperature-controlled containers like the one you found here. How many others? We've only found references to 3, including Javad. Shit, I said. The import records indicate that the other walkers were brought into the country less than 24 hours before your task force raided the place. The other 2 must have been shipped out late the previous day, and there's a high probability they were in those 2 lorries. That's why you took all of the files from the task force, isn't it? You wanted the surveillance logs for traffic in and out of this place, and you want all of it off the record. Again, she gave me that appraising look, as if her idiot nephew had learned to tie his own shoelaces. Yes, she admitted. So where did the other containers go? It took her a few seconds to decide whether to tell me. Look, Major, I said, either you level with me on everything, or we're done here.
I don't know why you have a bug up your ass about me, and I frankly don't care. But you were wasting my time hemming and hawing. I started to get to my feet, but she waved me back down.
All right, she snapped. Sit down, damn it.
She opened a folder, removed a sheet of paper, and slapped it down on the desk. This is the log for the night before the raid. 2 lorries left the warehouse lot. One 8 minutes after midnight, the other at 03:30. Task force agents were assigned to follow both and report their destinations. One was tracked to a crab processing plant near Crisfield, Maryland. The other was lost in traffic. She stabbed an entry with a forefinger. You were tailing the one that got lost in traffic. I plucked the paper off the desk, glanced at it, and then tossed it down. Good God, Major. If this is any indication of the precision of your intel, then I'm going to grab my loved ones and make a run for the hills. You're denying that you were assigned to the tail? No, I was definitely assigned to tail the truck, Major, but I didn't do that tail. 4 blocks into the follow, I was pulled and replaced by another officer. My lieutenant called in the task force's secure channel and had me report back to the surveillance van because there was more cell phone chatter and I was the only guy on shift who understands Farsi. I spent 20 minutes listening to one of the hostiles talk to an Iraqi woman living in Philadelphia. Mostly they talked about blowjobs and how much he wished she'd give him one. Really cutting-edge espionage stuff. You can believe me when I tell you, sister, that when I tail someone, I don't lose them. She leaned back in her chair and we stared at each other like a pair of gunslingers for maybe 10, 15 seconds. There were a lot of ways she could have handled her response, and what she said would probably set the tone for whatever professional relationship we were going to have.
Bloody hell, she said with a sigh.
Will you accept my apology?
Will you stop trying to frighten me to death with your icy glare?
Her smile was tentative at first, still caught on some of the thorns of her earlier misconceptions, but then it blossomed full and radiant. She stood up and reached across the desk. Truce, she said. I stood and took her hand, which was small, warm, and strong. We have enough enemies, Major. It's better if we're at each other's backs rather than each other's throats. She gave my hand a little squeeze, then let it go and sat back down. That's very gracious of you. She cleared her throat. Since we, lost that one lorry, we have an investigative operation going to locate it. That's a major priority. I said, what do we know of the cell itself? Bits and pieces. We know that they're using a higher level of technology than we've seen before from the terrorist community, and it's just this sort of thing that justifies the existence of the DMS. Understand, the DMS was proposed at the same time as Homeland, but was rejected as being too expensive and unnecessary. The belief at that time being that terrorists may be capable of hijacking planes, but were incapable of constructing advanced bioweapons. She sounded disgusted. It's racist thinking, of course. To a very great degree, the moguls in London and Washington still think that everyone in the Middle East is undereducated and out of touch with the 21st century. Which is bullshit, I said. Which is bullshit, she agreed. What changed their thinking was something called Mind Reader, which is a piece of software that Mr. Church either procured or invented. I don't know which, and he won't tell me. Point is that Mind Reader is a cascading analysis package that no other agency has, not even Barrier or Homeland. It looks for patterns through covert links to all intelligence-gathering databases.
The tricky part is taking into account different operating systems, different languages, both computer and human, different cultures, time zones, currency rates, units of measure, routes of transport, and so on. MindReader cuts through all of that. It's also what we're using to try and decrypt the damaged files. Nice toy. Indeed, we began to see indications of the acquisition of materials, equipment, and personnel, suggesting the creation of a bioweapons laboratory of considerable sophistication, a lab capable of both creating and weaponizing a biological agent. I thought those materials were monitored. How'd they swing all that? She gave me a calculating look. How would you have done it? What country are we talking? Terrorism is an ideology, not a nationality. Let's say you're a small group living under cover in a Middle Eastern country, not necessarily with the blessing of your resident state. Your group is composed of separatists from a number of the more extreme factions. I thought about it. Okay, first I'd have to know that most of what I would need for a conventional bioweapon would be on that list of monitored items. I can't go to the corner drugstore and buy a vial of anthrax. I'd need to buy my materials in small quantities through several layers of middlemen so that no red flags go up. That takes time, and it's expensive. Secrecy has to be bought. I'd buy some stuff in one country, other stuff elsewhere, spreading it around. I'd buy used stuff if I could, or buy parts piecemeal and assemble them, especially hardware. I'd have them shipped to different ports, places where the watchdogs aren't as alert, and then go through some dummy corporations to reship them and reship them again. So, this would take both time and money. She gave me an approving smile. Keep going. I'd need lab space, testing facilities, a production floor, preferably someplace where I could dig in.
Stuff like this isn't pick up and carry, so I don't want to work on the run. I need a nest. Once I'm set and I've spent whatever time it takes to make my weapon, I'd have to sort out the problem of getting my weapon from my lab to the intended target. And if we're doing advanced medical stuff, like plagues and new kinds of parasites, like the crap we're dealing with here, then that's harder because you need access to supercomputers, ultra-sterile lab conditions, and a lot of medical equipment.
Spot on, Cortland said. Mr. Church would probably give you a biscuit for that assessment. MindReader caught a whiff of biological research equipment being bought, as you say, piecemeal. Very carefully, you understand, and in small quantities to avoid ringing the kinds of alarms that have in fact been rung. It took a while for any of this to be noticed because it wasn't precisely the sort of thing we were expecting to find, and without MindReader we would never have spotted it at all. These materials were being ordered by firms located within nations that had been hit by crop blight, livestock disease, or similar natural calamity. Anyone who didn't have a suspicious mind would think that these countries were scrambling to find cures for the diseases that were creating famine and starvation affecting their own people. Like mad cow disease, I suggested. Top marks. Except for India and a handful of others, virtually every nation on Earth depends on beef production, and that disease was responsible for millions of cattle deaths and billions of pounds of economic loss. It would be natural for such countries to do anything they could to find a cure. Seems to me that you guys should have hit that plant already. I saw her eyes shift away for a moment. If the DMS has a combat team, then they should have been deployed. You keep dodging my questions about what happened to the rest of your team, Major. They died, Mr. Ledger.
It was Church's voice. Damn if I didn't hear him approach. Few people can sneak up on me.
I turned quickly to see Church standing in the doorway, his face dour. He came into the room and leaned against the wall by the window. Died how? Cortland looked at Church, but he was looking at me. He said, Javad. I killed Javad. Twice, yes. But the first time you encountered him, he was still technically alive. Infected, sure. Dying, to be certain, but alive. He was being transported to a hospital for a post-mortem. Yeah, and he woke up on the way to the morgue. God, Cortland said. The bite of a walker is 100% infectious. So you both said. If a person receives a fatal bite, then shortly after clinical death, the disease reactivates the central nervous system and, to a limited degree, some organ functions, and the victim rises as a new carrier. If a person receives even a mild bite, the infection will kill them in about 70 hours, which at best gives us 3 days to locate any victims and contain them. I'm not sure I like the word contain, I said. No one will like that word if it comes to that, Church said. Bite victims begin to lose cognitive functions quickly, Cortland continued, and even before clinical death, they become dissociative, delusional, and uncontrollably aggressive. In both the pre-death and post-reanimation phase, the carriers have a cannibalistic compulsion. Church said, This is all information we learned after the fact. I looked at them. What the hell happened? Church's face was as ice. We didn't know what Javad was at first. How could we? The learning process for us was very awkward. What does that mean? You read about the fire at St. Michael's Hospital? The night of the task force hit? I sat there, not wanting to hear this. Grace looked away, but Church stared back at me with a dreadful intensity. Javad woke up hungry, Mr. Ledger.
Only 2 DMS agents accompanied the body to the morgue. We lost contact with them shortly after arrival. Major Cortland and I were actually at the hospital, but were conducting an interview in another wing. When the alert came in, we called in all available teams, but by the time they arrived on the scene, the infection had spread to an entire wing of the hospital. Major Cortland's Alpha team had perimeter duty, and Bravo and Charlie teams entered the hospital to try and contain the situation. We thought there had been an attempt by other terrorists to recover the bodies of their fallen comrades, Cortland said. But it was only Javad. By the time the teams were inside, the infection was completely out of control. Javad had gotten all the way down to the lobby and was attacking people in the waiting area. Mr. Church was able to subdue him, and before you ask, no, we didn't know what Javad was at that point. He was a suspected terrorist, albeit one we thought had been killed. Our agents were confused because the attackers appeared to be patients, doctors, nurses. Our men hesitated. They were overwhelmed. How many of them did you lose? All of them, Mr. Ledger, Church said. 2 teams, 22 men and women, plus the 2 agents who had been in the ambulance. Some of the finest and most capable tactical field operatives in the world. Torn to pieces by old women, children, ordinary civilians, and ultimately, by each other. What did you do? You read the newspapers. The situation needed to be contained. I leaped to my feet. Jesus Christ, are you telling me that you deliberately burned down the entire fucking hospital? What kind of sick son of a bitch are you? Without turning, he said, Earlier, when I told you that if this plague gets out, there will be no way to stop it, I was not exaggerating. Everyone would die, Mr. Ledger. Everyone. We are talking the actual apocalypse here. Counting Javad, our patient 0, we have a loss of life totaling 188 civilians and 24 DMS operatives, 210 deaths as a result of 1 carrier. Friends of mine are dead,
people I knew and trusted, and all of this spread from a single source that was, more or less, contained. We lucked out in that the attack was inside a building that had reinforced windows and heavy-duty doors we could lock. And, to a small degree, we were on the alert, though not for something like this. If no security had accompanied his body to the hospital, well, it's doubtful we'd be here having this conversation. Same goes if the terrorist cell had followed through with its plan. Had Javad been turned loose, say, in Times Square on New Year's Eve, or South Central LA on a Saturday afternoon, or at the rededication of the Liberty Bell in Philadelphia this coming weekend, we would never have been able to contain it. Never. Now we are reasonably sure that there are more strike cells, each one likely to have one or more walkers. We know where one is, and we have that under heavy surveillance. If there are others, we need to find and neutralize them. We have to do everything we can to locate and destroy these other carriers. If we don't, then we will have failed all of humanity. We may already be too late. He turned toward me, and his face was filled with a terrible and savage sadness. To stop this thing, I'd burn down heaven itself. I stood there, stunned and sick. Why the hell did you drag me into this shit? I brought you here because you have qualities I need. You are an experienced investigator with an understanding of politics. You can speak several useful languages. You have extensive martial arts training. You are tough, and you are ruthless when it comes down to it. You've demonstrated that you lack hesitation in a crisis. Hesitation got our other teams killed. You're here because I can use you.
I want you to lead my new team because my existing agents are being slaughtered, and I need it to damn well stop. But why now? Why didn't you tell me this the other day when I auditioned for you? Things have gotten worse, said Cortland. The other day we thought we had this under control, that we really had gotten the jump on it. We were wrong. We programmed MindReader to search all available databases for anything that might be related. One of the things we programmed it to find were cases of attacks involving biting. Oh, crap, Church said. So far there have been 3 cases, all isolated, all in the Middle East, 2 in very remote spots in Afghanistan, and 1 in northern Iraq. When you say isolated, I began, all 3 were identical, small villages in remote areas that have natural barriers, mountains in 2 cases, a river and a cliff wall in the other. Each village was totally wiped out. Every single man, woman, and child was killed. Every body showed signs of human bites. And what, the villagers were all walkers now? No, said Cortland. Every person in each village had been shot repeatedly in the head. No other bodies were found. What does that tell you? Church asked. God almighty, I breathed. The isolation, the cleanup afterward, it sounds like someone's been taking the walkers out for test drives. The most recent one was 5 days ago, Cortland said. Okay, I said softly. Okay. This time they left a calling card, Church said. A video of the slaughter and a message from a hooded man. We're running voice recognition on it, but my guess is that it will be El Mujahid or one of his lieutenants. The attack took place in a small mountain village called Bitar in northern Afghanistan, said Cortland quietly. Military authorities were tipped off to the attack but arrived hours after it was over. They found a tape that had been left for them on one of the bodies of the dead.
Barrier intercepted it and was only fortunate enough to keep it from being generally released. We're lucky it wasn't posted on YouTube. If you're in, Church said, then as soon as possible I want you to lead Echo Team in a quiet infiltration of the crab plant in Crisfield. That will put you and the members of your team in terrible danger. I make no apologies about it. I brought you here because I need a weapon. A thinking
weapon. Something I can launch against the kind of people who would use something like Javad against the American people. He paused for a moment. The only people who have ever faced a walker and lived are in this room. So let me ask you, Mr. Ledger, he said softly, are you in or not? I wanted to kill him. Cortland, too. I could feel my lips curling back and past the stricture in my throat. With a hiss in my voice, I said, I'm in. Church closed his eyes and sighed. He stood with his head bowed for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he looked 10 years older, but far, far more dangerous. Then let's get to work.
Chapter 32. British Army Field Hospital at Camp Bastion / Helmand Province, Afghanistan / 5 days ago. Of all of the British forces in Iraq, the 16th Air Assault Brigade had suffered the worst casualties. Their turnover of troops was steady, with fresh battalions moving into the field to replace those units that had suffered losses or had suffered too many days under the unforgiving Iraqi sun, which daily beat down at above 120 degrees. Wounded soldiers, British, American, and a mixed bag of other Allied troops, were brought in with disheartening regularity. The triage process had taken on an assembly line pace. Get them in, stabilize the most serious wounds, check their IDs, and then airlift the worst cases out to hospital ships in the Gulf. Less seriously wounded were transported by helicopter or armored medical bus to bases scattered around the country, where they would remain on the chance that they might be rotated back to their units. Great Britain had diminished its presence in Iraq since 2007, and it was more politically useful to keep the same experienced troops in the country than to send in fresh ones. The serious cases would eventually be transported home to the Royal Centre for Defence Medicine at Selly Oak Hospital in Birmingham. Too many of them would ultimately fall under the care of the British Limbless Ex-Servicemen's Association, who would try, and sometimes fail, to secure proper disability benefits for them and see them through rehab as they worked to find a new version of their civilian lives. Captain Gwyneth Dunn lived with these facts day after day. Running the British Army Field Hospital at Camp Bastion was like working a busy ER in one of the outer rings of hell, or at least that's how she described it to her husband, who was stationed with the 1st Royal Anglian Regiment in Tikrit. She was a registered nurse. His training was in pediatrics. But the wizards at Division had decided that this qualified her to triage battle-wounded soldiers. It was a total, ongoing cock-up. She was at her desk in a Quonset hut that had 2 overhead fans that did nothing but push around stale hot air, reading through the computer printouts on the 3 wounded soldiers from the ambush near Najaf. Lieutenant Nigel Griffith, 23, Sergeant Gareth Henderson, 30, and Corporal Ian Potts, 20. She didn't know any of them, probably never would. The door opened, and in walked Dr. Roger Colson, the senior triage surgeon. "What's the butcher's bill, Raj?" Dunn asked, waving him to a chair. He sank down with a sigh, rubbed his eyes, and gave her a bleary look. "It's not promising. The officer Griffith has a chest wound that's going to need more surgical attention than we can give here. The good news is that there's a pretty good Swedish chest cutter on HMS Hekla. I'm having him prepped for airlift. Does he have a chance?" Dr. Colson lifted one hand and waggled it back and forth. "Shrapnel in the chest wall. We managed to reinflate the left lung, but he has some fragments near the heart. It'll take a deft hand to sort him out." "What about the others?" Colson shrugged. "They should both go out with Griffith. Corporal Potts is probably going to lose his left leg below the knee. Maybe the hand as well. We don't have a microsurgeon here, and they don't have one on the hospital ship either. So even if he keeps the hand, he'll lose most of its function, poor bastard." He rubbed his eyes again,
which were red and puffy from too many hours staring at wounds that he didn't have the staff or materials to properly treat. The best of the lot is Sergeant Henderson. Very bad facial laceration. He'll be disfigured, but the eyes were spared, so there's that. I never met Henderson.
He's a new lad, transferred from the Suffolk Regiment. Coulson said, indifferent to that part of it. Should have stayed in Suffolk and raised sheep. You want him transported out? Dunn asked. I should think so. Injury like that will take a long time to heal, and he looks like he might have been a handsome bloke. Injury of this kind will have traumatic personal effects. Dunn looked down at the 3 printouts of the survivors spread out on her desk. She picked up Henderson's and examined the face of the 30-year-old sergeant from the farmlands. He was a handsome lad. She shook her head and turned the page over to show the doctor. Ah, well, Coulson said sadly. He doesn't look like that anymore. Pity, the poor blighter. Chapter 33. Baltimore, Maryland, /Tuesday, June 30th, 3:12 p.m. As Church and Cortland led me through a series of hallways, I said, I'm going to take a flyer here and assume that you know that there is no way this prion thing is simply the weapon du jour of a group of religious fundamentalists. No kidding, Church said. The warehouse was very large, with suites of offices, workrooms of all kinds, and several big storage rooms. There were scores of jumpsuited workmen shifting crates, running wires, and swinging hammers. Guards patrolled the hallway, and every one of them looked like he'd had his sense of humor surgically removed. Not a lot of smiling in that place, and I could certainly understand why. I wondered how many of the people in the halls had lost friends at St. Michael's. So the real reason you didn't hit the crab plant is because of what happened at St. Michael's, I said. You're thinking that if the DMS's cream of the crop would fall prey to fatal hesitation, then anyone else would too, even special ops. You'd make a bloody good terrorist, Grace said with an approving smile. I'm hoping he'll make a great terrorist, Church corrected and pushed through the door. Grace Cortland gave me a wink as she followed. I wondered why her team was not being offered the job. Maybe they were still too shocked and too hot after what happened to their friends at St. Michael's. More likely, they were too valuable to throw away on what clearly could be a suicide mission or a trap. I didn't for a moment think that Church wouldn't be aware that I would think that, but it did give me a bit of a measure between what Church needed to get done and what he could spare compassion on. Big gap, probably getting wider every minute. Chapter 34. Baltimore, Maryland, /Tuesday, June 30th, 3:16 p.m. We entered the main warehouse floor, which was big enough to be an airplane hangar. Back in the shadows, I could see a number of vehicles, mostly civilian, with a few military Hummers and transport trucks sprinkled throughout. There were 2 big storage bins lining one wall, one marked equipment and the other arms. A soldier with an M16 stood outside the arms locker, eyes slowly scanning the room, his finger laid straight along the outside of the trigger guard. One corner of the room had been turned into a makeshift training area with several hundred square feet of blue gym mats. The other candidates I'd tussled with, minus the clown I'd punched in the throat, were seated in the front row of an otherwise empty section of folding chairs. I could feel their eyes on me, and 2 of them gave me cautious nods. Sergeant Rock and the Jolly Green Giant. The latter held an ice pack to his face. Across from them was a second row of chairs, and these were filled with a dozen hard-looking men and women in fatigue pants and black t-shirts. No one wore any patch or insignia indicating branch of service or rank, but at least half of them had military tattoos of one kind or another. Church stepped onto the mats and gave each group a long, considering stare. Even in that vast room, he gave the impression of size and substance. All conversation ceased immediately, and every eye was on him. I've seldom encountered a more commanding presence, and Though he was surely aware of the effect he had on everyone, there wasn't the slightest sign that he was jazzed by it. It was a fact of life to him, or, more probably, a tool. Grace and I stood at the edge of the training floor, she on the side with the dozen, her team, I presumed, and me closer to the 4 men I was supposed to lead. "Time is short," Church began, "so let's cut right to it.
With the loss of Bravo and Charlie teams at the hospital, we are critically short-handed. Over the next 3 months, we will recruit and train at least a dozen additional teams, but that doesn't help us right now." He paused and looked at Grace's team. "Echo Team needs to build, train, and get to combat readiness ASAP. I expect each member of Alpha Team to assist in any way possible." Grins began to form on the faces of some of the Alpha Team bucks, but Church said, "Understand me here. If anyone, any single person, no matter what rank or MOS, does anything to interfere with the training process, whether by a harmless stunt or some kind of hazing nonsense, I will take it as a personal insult. It will be better for you to wake up in a room full of walkers, let me assure you." That wiped the smile off everyone's face. We all knew he meant it, and I was starting to get a pretty good idea that he was a total whack job. But he was our whack job. He turned to Echo Team. "Lieutenant Colonel Hanley has chosen to spend the rest of the day in intensive care. Apparently his larynx got in the way of his good judgment. Pity about that. He looked real broken up about it too." Church pointed to me. "Captain Ledger is now your team leader, effective immediately. You will all offer him your very best support." He didn't add a cheesy "or else," but everyone heard it. He waited for questions. Perhaps dared is another word, and then beckoned me over. When I was within range for a quiet comment, I murmured, "Captain Ledger? I was only an E6 in the Army." "If captain doesn't suit you, we can discuss it later. Look, what's my brief here? Is this a hand-to-hand session? Do you have a curriculum you want me to follow?" "No, but in short, I need you to know their capabilities and their flaws so that you know who to trust and at what moment." "With Alpha Team watching?" "Yes." I shook my head. "Not going to happen."
If my guys are going to have to go in alone, then we train alone. Show them some respect. I was aware of having said, "my guys," and Church was aware of it too. He smiled. "Fine then." He signaled to Grace. "Captain Ledger will be using the gym floor. Take your team to the small arms range." She hesitated and then nodded, called to her team, and led them away. Church walked over to a chair on which was a stack of thick folders. He handed the top 4 folders to me. "These are the records for your team. These are the men who have the best overall qualifications and whom we could get on site in time to meet you. I have a few others on their way here from the field, but the earliest ETA from that group would be 30 hours. These other folders are possibles. I'm having them all brought in, and if you have time, I want you to review the candidates and make your selections." "Who do I have to clear them with?" He shook his head. "No red tape in the DMS, Captain. Your team, your call." Jesus Christ, I thought. No pressure there. I said, "Listen, Church, since you yanked me out of my life and stuck me with this job, and since you seem to want to give me a lot of personal freedom of action and authority, I hope you're as good as your word when I want to do things my way." Meaning? Meaning, as of this moment, there's the police department way, the federal law enforcement way, the military way, and my way. If you want me to function at my best, then you're going to have to accept that I'm going to have to make up some of my own rules. I don't know enough about your playbook, and, quite frankly, I don't like the way you operate. If I'm not a cop anymore, then I'm something else, something new. Okay? Then from here on out,
I'll decide what that is, and that includes building, shaping, and leading my team. My team, my rules.
We stood there like a couple of mountain gorillas, eyeing each other to see if this was going to be a fight or a collaborative hunt. He smiled. If you're looking for an argument, Captain, you're wasting your breath and you're wasting your own training time. Do I have to salute you? I asked, keeping the smile off my face. I would prefer not. What about my job? I'm supposed to report back to work tomorrow, and I have to let someone know at the precinct, and He cut me off. If time allows, you and I can sit down and go over whatever details need seeing to. I'll even have someone go and feed your cat. All of that is beside the point. Right now, I need you to step up and be the team leader. I want to see Rudy. Dr. Sanchez and I will have a talk first. You can see him later. Can you tell me one thing, at least? Make it quick. Who the hell are you? When he didn't respond, I said, Will you at least tell me your first name? As far as you're concerned, it's Mr. Blindsiding this guy was never going to be easy. Have fun getting to know your men, Captain Ledger, he said. I'm sure they're all dying to get to know you better. With that, he turned and left. Son of a bitch, I said softly, and turned to face my team. Chapter 35. Hemshekla / Royal Navy Hospital Ship / 4 days ago. The medevac chopper airlifted the wounded British soldiers from the field hospital at Bastion across Pakistani airspace into the Gulf of Oman, where it touched down on the helipad at the stern of the Hemshekla, a hospital ship, and an hour later the ship headed out of the Gulf into the Arabian Sea and steered west toward the Gulf of Aden, and then turned northwest into the Red Sea. Within 40 minutes of the transfer of wounded from the helicopter to the Hekla, Lieutenant Nigel Griffith was in surgery. Griffith survived the operation but coded in recovery. The ICU team brought him back once, then again, and finally Griffith's heart simply failed. Corporal Ian Potts was treated and made comfortable, but the doctors were already planning the amputations of his hand and leg. Of the third man from the ambush, Sergeant Gareth Henderson, it was later reported that he died as a result of head trauma. His death was observed and recorded by Nurse Rachel Anders and Dr. Michael O'Malley, both of whom were temporary medical staff from the Red Cross, coming off a 6-month volunteer stint aboard and expecting to transfer off the Hekla to join an international infectious disease medical research team stationed in the Great Bitter Lake region of Egypt. His body was wrapped in a body bag and transferred to the cold room in the ship's hold, along with 41 other corpses from the meat grinders in Iraq and Afghanistan. At 2:55 that morning, a second helicopter landed on the stern of the Hekla, and Nurse Anders and Dr. O'Malley boarded the chopper along with 4 very large wheeled metal equipment cases, drugs and medical supplies for the research team. The helo lifted off and flew east toward the lake. When it landed, Anders, O'Malley, and the 2 others were greeted warmly by the research team, all of whom were strangers, but each of whom were happy to have their team strengthened. O'Malley oversaw the unloading of the metal cases personally, while Anders loitered outside the tent, smoking a cigarette, ostensibly relaxing after a harrowing tour. 2 men approached, a tall, sandy-haired man in a lightweight white suit and a slightly shorter, dark-haired man in dun-colored trousers and a polo shirt. The tall man bent and kissed her on both cheeks. "It's good to see you, Rachel. I trust the flight was without incident?" "Everything went well," she said, exhaling as she spoke. "Jolly good." The man gave her a wink and then slipped in through the tent flaps. The shorter man lingered for a moment to survey the surroundings before following his companion inside. In the tent, the doctor looked up suddenly from behind one of the cases, but his face changed from alarm to pleasure instantly. "You gentlemen are up and about early," O'Malley said, rising and extending his hand. Early bird and all that, the tall man said. He nodded to the case behind which the doctor stood. Still snug in there? I was just about to open it. Ooh, I just can't wait, murmured the shorter man with asperity. The doctor undid the locks and lifted the lid, then swung open the side doors so that the contents were revealed. Inside the case, a large man lay in a fetal curl, his head swathed in white bandages. He turned his face toward the newcomer and opened his eyes, which were red-rimmed with fatigue and pain. Sebastian, he whispered. Galt smiled down at him and then extended his hands. Together, he and Dr. O'Malley helped El Mujahid to his feet while Toys hung back by the tent entrance and watched. He wore a smile, but it did not reach as far as his cold, cat-green eyes. The fighter was a little unsteady, and his bandages were stained with blood seepage, but for all that he still exuded an aura of great animal strength. They helped him into a chair, and O'Malley set to work removing the soiled wrappings.
The gash was ugly, and it disfigured the fighter's face. Galt privately thought that El Mujahid might have done too thorough a job because his lip had a sneering curl, proof that nerves and muscles had been damaged. All that had really been required was a disfiguring wound, but, he reflected, never tell the tradesman how to do his own job, and El Mujahid's job was mayhem and slaughter. He flicked a glance at Toys, who appeared to be mildly disgusted, but whether it was from the ugly wound or the man whose features it distorted was not clear. Galt figured it was both. O'Malley gave him a shot for the pain, though El Mujahid appeared not to need it, and he gave him vitamins, antibiotics, and a stimulant. When he had applied a fresh dressing, Galt thanked him and suggested the doctor join Nurse Anders outside for a smoke. Toys went with him. When they were alone, Galt pulled over a folding chair and sat down, bending close to the fighter. You did yourself quite a nasty, my friend. Are you sure you can complete the mission? It will be a lot of travel. Another helicopter, a ship, trucks, and all of it in a few quick days. That's enough to tire the average bloke, but with that injury. The fighter grunted. Pain is a tool. It is a whetstone to sharpen resolve. Galt wasn't sure if that was a quote from scripture, but it sounded good. The trigger device is already in the States, Galt said, in a safe in the hotel room we've booked for you. The combination is Amira's birthday. Galt looked for the flash of anger in El Mujahid's eyes, saw it, and mentally nodded to himself. Yes, he thought, he knows about us. It was something Galt had begun to suspect, but he didn't yet understand why El Mujahid was leaving the matter off the table. Aloud, he said, I suggest you leave it in the safe until the very last minute. We wouldn't want an accident, would we? No, said the fighter in a soft voice. We wouldn't want that.
Toys stood just beyond the campfire light, lost in the deep black shadows cast by a stand of date palms. He was staring at the entrance to the tent where Galt and El Mujahid were deep in conversation. As soon as he had left the tent, his smile had vanished as surely as if some hand had reached into his mind and flicked off a switch. His features changed in the absence of observation. He became a different kind of creature. Amira, he murmured aloud, his lips curling into a feral sneer at the taste of the name. Before Galt had met her, before he'd allowed himself to fall in love with that woman, his friend and employer had been perfect. Brilliant, wonderfully ruthless, efficient, and inflexible. In short, beautiful. Now Galt was getting sloppy, and he was getting far too confident. Overconfident. Against Toys's frequent cautions, Galt was taking unnecessary risks, spinning plans within plans, and all of it because of that mad witch. Amira, he said again.
God, how he would love to see her bleed.
Chapter 36. Baltimore, Maryland, / Tuesday, June 30th, 3:25 p.m. The four of them stared at me. Half an hour ago we were strangers and I was beating the crap out of them. Now I was supposed to lead them on an urban infiltration mission against unknown odds and, very likely, plague-carrying walking corpses. How could I open a dialogue with these men with all of that hanging in the air? Okay, I thought. If you're going to do this, buddy boy, then you'd better get it right the first time. Attention! They shot to their feet and snapped to attention with all the speed and precision of career military. I walked up to stand in front of them and gave them all a hard, steady look. I don't make threats, and I don't like speeches, so this one will be short. If you're here, then you know what's going on. Maybe some of you know more about this than I do. Whatever. You four are supposed to be the best of a good lot, all active military. Until this afternoon, I was a Baltimore police detective. Church says that I'm a captain, but I haven't seen any bars on my collar or a paycheck with Captain Ledger on it, so it might still sound hypothetical to some of you. But from this point on, I'm in charge of Echo Team. Anyone who doesn't like it or doesn't think they can work with me can leave right now without prejudice. Otherwise, hold your line. You have 1 second to decide. Nobody moved a muscle. That's settled then. Stand at ease. I gave them a quick rundown of my military and law enforcement career and then told them about my martial arts background. I wrapped it up by saying, I don't do martial arts for trophies or for fun. I'm a fighter, and I train to win any fight I'm in. I don't believe in rules, and I don't believe in fair fights. You want a fair fight? Join a boxing club. I also don't believe in dying for my country. I have a kind of General Patton take on that. I think the other guy should die for his.
Any of you have problems with that? Hooah, murmured Sergeant Rock, which was more or less Ranger slang for fucking A. We may actually be doing a field op as early as tomorrow. We don't have time for male bonding and long nights around a campfire telling tales and listening to a harmonica. They brought us on board to be field ops, first-liners and shooters. We're going to try a quiet infiltration, but if we get a kill order, then scared or not, we're going to put hair on the walls. When we lock and load, gentlemen, then those living dead motherfuckers had better start being scared of us because, by God, sooner or later, we are going to wipe them out. Not hurt them, not slow them down. We are going to kill them all. End of speech. I shifted to stand in front of Sergeant Rock. His dark brown skin was crisscrossed with scars, old and new. Name and rank? First Sergeant Bradley Sims, U.S. Army Rangers, sir. Sir. That would take some getting used to. Okay, Top. Why are you here? To serve my country, sir. He had that non-com knack of looking straight through an officer without actually making real eye contact. Don't kiss my ass. Why are you here? Now he looked at me, right into me, and there were all kinds of fires burning in his dark brown eyes. A few years ago, I stepped back from active duty to take a training post at Camp Merrill. While I was there, my son Henry was killed in Iraq on the 3rd day of the war, 6 days before his 19th birthday. He paused. My daughter, Monique, lost both her legs in Baghdad last Christmas when a mine blew up under her Bradley. I got no more kids to throw at this thing. I need to tear off a piece of this myself. For revenge? I got a nephew in junior year of high school. He wants to join the Army. His choice if he enlists or not, but maybe I can do something about the number of threats he might have to face. I nodded and stepped to the next man, Scarface. Name and rank.
Second Lieutenant Oliver Brown, Army, sir. Duty: 2 tours in Iraq, 1 in Afghanistan. Action: I was at Debecca Pass. That was one of the most significant battles of the Second Iraq War. I'd heard a general on CNN call it a hero maker, and yet the mainstream news barely mentioned it. Special Forces? He nodded. He did it the right way. Just an acknowledgement without puffing up with pride. I liked that. That where you picked up the scar? No, sir, my daddy gave me that when I was 16. That was the only time he didn't meet my eyes. I moved on. Joker. Read it out, I said. CPO Samuel Tyler, U.S. Navy. Friends call me Skip, sir. Why? He blinked. Nickname from when I was a kid, sir. Let me guess. Your dad was a captain and they called you Little Skipper. He flushed bright red. Hole in one. SEALs? No, sir. I washed out during Hell Week. Why? They said I was too tall and heavy to be a SEAL. You are. Then I threw him a bone. But I don't think we're going to be doing much long-distance swimming. I need sons of bitches that can hit hard, hit fast, and hit last. Can you do that? You damn right, he said, and then added, Sir. I looked at the last guy, Jolly Green Giant. He towered several inches over me and had to go 260, all chest and shoulders, tiny waist. Yet for all the mass, he looked quick rather than bulky, not like Ape Man. One side of his face was still red and swollen from where I had hit him. Give it to me. Bunny Rabbit, Force Recon, sir. I shot him a look. You think you're fucking funny? No, sir. My last name is Rabbit. Everyone calls me Bunny. He paused. It gets worse, sir. My first name's Harvey. The other guys tried to hold it together, I have to give them that, but they all cracked up. Son, said Top Sims, did your parents hate you? Yeah, Top, I think they did. And then I lost it too.
Chapter 37. Sebastian Galt / The Hotel Ishtar, Baghdad / 4 days ago. So many parts of Galt's plan were in motion now, and it was all going beautifully. Galt and Toys, together and separately, had been on site to oversee the most critical phases, and it had been like taking a stroll in a summer garden. No one they knew could move around the Middle East with the freedom Galt enjoyed, certainly no one in the military. Even ambassadors had 5 times the restrictions that were imposed on him. He, however, was unique. Sebastian Galt was the single biggest contributor in terms of financial aid and materials to the Red Cross, the World Health Organization, and 6 other humanitarian organizations. He had poured tens of millions into each organization, and he could say, with no fear of contradiction or qualification, that he had helped to ease more suffering and save more lives than any other single person in this hemisphere. Without benefit of a government behind him, with no armies, no overt political agendas, Galt, through Gen 2000 and his other companies, had helped eradicate 18 disease pathogens, including a new form of river blindness, a mutated strain of cholera, and 2 separate strains of TB. His comment at the World Health Summit in Oslo had first been a beauty of a soundbite, and had later more or less become the credo of independent health organizations worldwide. Humanity comes first. Always. Politics and religion, valuable as they are always of second importance. If we do not work together to preserve life, to treasure it and keep it safe, then nothing we fight for is worth having.
In truth, the wisest statement Galt had ever heard, and he heard it from his own father, was that everyone has a price. Good old Dad had added 2 bits of his personal wisdom as codicils to that. The first was, if someone tells you that they can't be bought, it's a matter of you having not offered the right amount.
And the second was, if you can't find their price, then find their vice and own that. Sebastian Galt loved his father. Damn shame the man had smoked like a furnace, otherwise he might be here to share in the billions rather than lying dead in a Bishopsgate cemetery. Cancer had taken him in less than 16 months. Galt had been 18 the day before the funeral and had stepped right in as owner-manager of the chain. He sold it immediately, finished college, and invested every dime in pharmaceutical industry stock, taking some risks, acting as his own broker so that he saved his fees for reinvestment, buying smart, and constantly looking toward the horizon for the next trend. Unlike his peers, he never bothered looking for the golden fleece pharma stock, the elusive wonder drug that will actually cure something. Instead, he focused on new treatment areas for diseases that might never be cured. It wasn't until well after he made his first billion that he even paid attention to cures, and even then it was cures for diseases that nobody cared about, things that affected tribes in third-world shitholes. If it hadn't been for internet news, he might never have even gone in that direction. But then he had a revelation, a major one. Cure something in the third world, take a visible financial loss on the effort to do so, and then let the internet news junkies turn you into a saint. He tried it, and it worked. It was easier than he expected. Most of the third world diseases were easy to cure. They exist largely because no major pharmaceutical company gives a tinker's damn about starving people in some African nation whose name changes every other week. When Galt's first company, Pharma Solutions, found a cure for swamp blight, a rare disease in Somalia, he borrowed money to mass produce and distribute the drug through the World Health Organization.
The WHO. The most well-intentioned and earnest people in the world, but easily duped because of their desperate need for support, told everyone in the world press about how this fledgling company nearly bankrupted itself to cure a tragic disease. The story hit the internet on a Tuesday morning. By Wednesday evening, it was on CNN, and by Thursday midday, it was picked up by wire services everywhere. By close of business on Friday, Pharma Solutions stock had doubled. By the close of business the following week, the stock price had gone vertical. That was the first time Galt, then 22 years old, made it onto the cover of Newsweek. By the time Galt was 26, he was a billionaire several times over. He openly pumped millions into research and scored one cure after another. When he launched Gen 2000, he stepped into the global pharmaceutical arena for real. But by then, he owned billions in stock in other pharma companies. The fact that at least half of the diseases for which he ultimately found a cure were pathogens cooked up in his lab never made it into the press. It wasn't even a rumor in the wind. Enough money saw to that. And so far, his father, bless his soul, had been right. Everyone had a price or a vice. Toys was reading the London Times. He murmured. There's speculation again about your being given a knighthood, and another rumor about a Nobel Prize. He folded down the paper and looked at Galt. Which would you prefer? Galt shrugged, not terribly interested. The papers dredged that much up every few weeks. The Nobel win would drive up the stock prices. Sure, but the knighthood would get you laid a lot more often. I get laid quite enough, thank you. Toys sniffed. I've seen some of the cows you bring home. Galt sipped his drink. So, how would a knighthood change that? Well, Toys drawled, Sir Sebastian would at very least get some well-bred ass. As it is now, you seem to rate your playmates by cup size. Better than the half-starved creatures you find so thrilling. You can never be too thin or too rich, Toys said, quoting sagely. They were interrupted by the chirp of Toys's cell phone. Toys looked at it and handed it over without answering. The Yank. Galt flipped it open and heard the American's familiar Texas drawl. Line? Clear. Good to hear from you. As usual, Toys bent close to listen in. Yeah, well, the shit's hit the fan round here and we've all been scrambling. I've been in continuous meetings for the last couple of days. There's the matter of a tape from Afghanistan, an attack on a village. You follow me? Of course. You should warn me about shit like that, damn it. That's set a lot of brush fires, and Big G has been trying to take over the whole show. There's been a lot of pressure to crowd the new team out. The DMS? He could almost hear the American flinch at the use of an uncoded word. Yeah, the president wants them in, and everyone else wants them out. And I mean out, closed down. Any chance of that? None, far as I can see. For whatever reason, the president seems to be defending this group against all comers. I actually witnessed him read the Riot Act to the National Security Advisor in front of a couple of generals. It's getting ugly in D.C. I'm working on planting one of my guys in this group. How sure are you that you can? The American paused. Pretty sure. Toys raised his eyebrows and mimed applause. Galt said, Keep me posted. He closed the phone and set it aside. Toys walked back to his chair and settled into it, and the two of them considered the implications of the call. Toys said, Perhaps I've been underestimating that bloke.
Chapter 38. Baltimore, Maryland, /Tuesday, June 30th, 3:36 p.m. Okay, I said. So we danced a bit earlier. Is anyone too damaged to train? More to the point, is anyone too banged up to go into combat today or tomorrow, if it comes to it? Well, my nuts still hurt, Ollie said, then added, Sir, but I can pull a trigger. I'm good, Bunny said. He tossed the ice pack onto the floor beside the mats. Skip winced. Nuts for me too, sir. I think they're up in my chest cavity somewhere. They'll drop when you hit puberty, Bunny said under his breath. He looked at me. Sir? Skip the sir shit, unless we're not alone. It's already getting old. I can fight, Skip said. I nodded to First Sergeant Sims. What about you, Top? Any damage? Just to my pride. Never been blindsided before. Okay, I nodded. Church wants Echo Team to be operationally ready to carry out an urban infiltration sometime in the next day or two. The last two combat teams were KIA by these walkers. I haven't seen the tapes yet, but they tell me those guys were at full complement and fully trained. But because of the unknown nature of the enemy at the time, they became confused, and that caused hesitation, which proved disastrous. The 5 of us are supposed to be the new bulldogs in the junkyard. Sounds great, sounds very heroic, but on a practical level, I've never led a team before. As pep talks go, Coach, Bunny said. This one kinda blows. I ignored him. But what I have done is train fighters. That I know I can do. So, because I'm the big dog, I get to teach you 4 to fight the Joe Ledger way. So far, the Joe Ledger way had involved them getting their asses handed to them, so they weren't all that eager to rush in. Not a rah team moment. How exactly are we supposed to kill these walker things? Skip asked. They, being dead and all. Try not to get bitten, son, Bunny said. That's a start. In the absence of further info from the medical team, we'll proceed on the assumption that the spine and/or brainstem is the key. Damage that, and you pull the plug on these things. I kicked the living shit out of the first one. Javad and I might as well have been shaking his hand.
but then I broke his neck and he went right down. Seems reasonable that there's activity in the brainstem area, so for us, the new sweet spot is the spine. Let me ask something, Skip said. The way you dropped Colonel Hanley, don't you think that was a little harsh? Church said something that had me scared and pissed off. I told them about Rudy sitting there with a gun to his head. Shit, Top said, stretching it out to about 6 syllables. That's not right, Skip said. Maybe not, I admitted. But it put me in a zero bullshit frame of mind. I don't play well with others when they get between me and what I want. Yeah, said Bunny. I feel you. Even so, Skip said, it reduced our operational efficiency by 1 man. Top answered that before I could. No, it didn't. Hanley was a loudmouth and a showboat. He got mad and focused his anger on the captain as if he was the problem at hand. A man thinking with his heart instead of his head has stepped out of training. He'd get us all killed. Yeah, Bunny agreed. The mission always comes first. Don't they teach you that in the Navy? Skip shot him the finger, but he was grinning. Chapter 39. The DMS Warehouse, Baltimore, /3:44 p.m. The 4 of them went to change out of civvies into the nondescript black BDUs that one of Church's people supplied. Correct sizes, too, even for Bunny. I was about to head off to the bathroom to swap out of my clothes when I saw Rudy standing by the row of chairs, an armed guard by his side. I walked over to Rudy and we shook hands, then gave each other a tight hug. I looked at the guard. Step off. He moved exactly 6 feet away and stared a hole through the middle distance. I punched Rudy lightly on the shoulder. You okay, man? Little scared, Joe, but okay. He glanced covertly at the guard and lowered his voice. I've spent the last few minutes talking to your Mr. Church. He fished for an adjective that probably didn't exist. Yeah, he is. So, you're Captain Ledger now. Impressive. Ridiculous, too. He lowered his voice another notch. Church took me on a quick tour. This is not some fly-by-night operation. This is millions of taxpayer dollars here. I still don't know anything about how it runs. I've only seen 2 commanding officers, Church and this woman, Major Grace Cortland. Have you met her? Rudy brightened. Oh, yes. She's very interesting. Is that the shrink talking or the wolf in shrink's clothing? A little of both. If I was crass, I'd make a joke about wanting to get her on my couch. But of course you're not crass. Of course not. He looked around the room. How do you feel about all this? Borderline freaked? You? Oh, I'm well over the border into total freakout. Luckily, I have years of practice at a professional appearance of calm tranquility. Inside, I'm a mess. Really? Really? His smile looked frozen into place. Church told me about St. Michael's and about that village in Afghanistan. I nodded, and for a moment I had this weird feeling that we were standing there surrounded by ghosts. And now you're working for them, Rudy said. Working for them maybe isn't the right way to say it. It's more like we're both working against the same enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend? Something like that. Church said that you might be leading a small team against these terrorists. Why not send the entire Army, Navy, and Marine Corps all at once? I shook my head. The more feet on the ground, the bigger the risk of uncontrollable contamination. A small team wouldn't get in each other's way. There would be fewer instances where a soldier would be faced with the choice of whether to shoot an infected comrade. It simplifies things. And if worse comes to worst and the infection has to be contained like it was at St. Michael's, then there are fewer overall losses of assets. Assets? Rudy echoed. People. Dios mío. How do you know all this? It's just common sense, I said. No, he said, it's not. I wouldn't have thought of that. Most people wouldn't. A fighter would. You mean a warrior, said Rudy. I nodded. Rudy gave me a strange look. Behind him, my 4 team members came filing in dressed in black BDUs. Rudy turned and watched as they walked over to the training area. They look like tough men. They are. He turned back to me. I hope they're not so tough that they're hardened, Joe. We're not just fighting against something. We're fighting for something. And it would be a shame to destroy the very thing you're fighting to preserve. I know. I hope you do. He looked at his watch. I'd better go. Mr. Church is going to introduce me to the research teams. I think he's trying to recruit me, too. Ha! That'll be the day. But Rudy gave me a funny look before he turned and headed back into the offices with the guard a half step behind him, rifle at port arms. I watched them until they passed through the far doorway. Shit, I murmured.
I walked over to the team and had just opened my mouth to explain the first drill I wanted them to do, but I never got the chance, as behind us a door banged open and Sergeant Gus Dietrich came pelting into the room.
Captain Ledger, Mr. Church wants you immediately.
For what? I asked, as Dietrich skidded to a halt. Dietrich hesitated for a fraction of a second, the new chain of command probably still uncertain in his head. He made his decision quickly, though.
Surveillance teams found the missing truck. We think we found the 3rd cell.
Where?
Delaware. He wants you to hit it.
When?
Now, said a voice, and I wheeled to see Church and Major Cortland striding across the floor. Training time's over, he said. Echo team is wheels up in 30.
Chapter 40. Claymont, Delaware, /Tuesday, June 30th, 6:18 p.m. 4 hours ago, I was buying coffee for Rudy at a Starbucks near the Baltimore Aquarium, and now I was ankle-deep in shit and sewer water in a tunnel under Claymont, Delaware. Life just gets better and better. I was even wearing my street shoes, too. Once we'd gotten the go order, there was no time to find boots my size or change into fatigue pants. We all wore Kevlar chest protectors, limb pads, gun belts, and tactical helmets and night vision goggles. We had enough weapons to start a small war, which was pretty much the plan. We'd taken a chopper from Baltimore and offloaded in the parking lot of an abandoned elementary school near Route 13 near Bellevue State Park. Not a lot of foot traffic out that way. From there, we'd piled into the back of a fake UPS van borrowed from the local Vice Squad surveillance team, and they drove us around behind a liquor warehouse up the street from Selby's Fine Meats. We used the warehouse's cellar to access the storm drains, and from there, into the main sewer line that was supposed to have a vent in the meatpacking plant. My handheld GPS tracker pointed the way. Ollie Brown was on point, and I liked the smooth way he moved, making very little noise despite the water. He checked his corners and kept his eyes pointing in the same direction as his gun sights. The big guy, Bunny, was our cover man, tailing us with an M1014 combat shotgun that looked like a toy in his hands, and in the bad light, he looked like a hulking cave troll as he walked bent over, filling the tunnel. I was second in the string, with Top Sims and Skip Tyler behind me. I didn't have a silencer for my .45, so Sergeant Dietrich had loaned me a Beretta M9 with a Trinity sound suppressor and 4 extra magazines. I didn't have a long gun, though everyone else did. Handguns were always my thing.
We moved like ghosts, no chatter, just a line of men moving through shadows to face monsters. It was unreal. I felt like I was in a video game. Shame real life doesn't have a reset button. In the chopper, we'd sketched out what plans we could. Here's the skinny.
I said as we nodded our heads together over a map in the narrow confines of the chopper's cabin. Church has an en route to give us a thermal scan of the place, but that's about as much intel as we have. He's also arranging to have phone lines cut, and Major Cortland said that they'll get a presidential order allowing them to disrupt all cell reception in the area. We don't want one of the hostiles texting his buds on his LG chocolate. LOL, Bunny murmured. We'll come up through the sewers. We pulled up the schematics for the storm drains, and there's a big line that goes right under the plant, very nicely placed for a quiet walk-in once the lights are off. Questions? Mission priorities? Asked Top. Mr. Church wants prisoners for interrogations. We'd all like more intel before we kick the doors on that crab plant. From all indications, that's going to be the big enchilada. The computer geeks think this meatpacking place is a storage depot for our hostiles, not a main action center. Does that mean taking a bullet to give him his prisoner? Ollie asked, his eyes hard, challenging. No, but don't let it fall that way. Shoot to wound. Try to disable whenever possible, but don't get killed. High on my to-do list, boss, observed Bunny, and Skip nodded. What about those zombie motherfuckers? Asked Top. If we're lucky, the walkers will be in their containers, locked up and on ice. And if we're not lucky? If it doesn't have a pulse, Top, you have my permission to blow it all the way back to hell. They all nodded. It was the only part of the plan that they liked. I could see their point.
In the annals of warfare, there was a long history of men getting killed because they lacked clear intelligence. We had jack shit. Before we boarded the chopper, I said, "Look, we don't know each other, and we haven't even had the chance to train as a team. Church is asking us to hit the ground running. Let's do just that. None of us are green at this sort of thing, so let's act and function like professionals. Chain of command is me, then Top. Everyone else is equal. We all watch each other's backs as well as our own. 5 of us go in, 5 of us come out. We all clear on that?" "Hoo-ah," Top said. "Who frickin' ah," agreed Skip. That was half an hour ago. Now we were in the sewers, and as we walked, I had to fight to keep my whole attention on the matter at hand. If there was ever a better definition of too much too soon, I don't want to hear it. I wondered how unsettled the others were, and how that would affect them once things got hot. Ollie stopped, one fist raised, and we froze in place. He pointed to our 10 o'clock, and I saw the rusty iron ladder bolted to the wall. It was covered in moss and rat shit, and it ran up into a black hole in the ceiling. Thick, frigid white mist snaked down through a grill set into the concrete. "Scope," I whispered to Skip, and he produced a fiberscope camera that was attached to the display screen of a miniature tactical video system. We clustered around and studied the screen display. It showed an empty room lined with stained metal tables. No movement, except for the mist. "Must be cold as hell up there," Top said. He glanced at me. "Them walkers need to be kept on ice, right?" "Let's hope so. But even if it's cold up there, let's not take anything for granted." "Skip," I said. "Up the ladder. Look for trips and traps." But after he was up there for a minute, he quietly called down, "Clear. No electronics, just a padlock. I need the bolt cutters." Bunny pulled them from his pack and handed them up. There was a sharp, metallic snap, and then Skip was handing down the chain in sections. That was good news as far as it went, but it still spooked me. Anytime something is too easy, it isn't. "Go, go, go," I hissed as one by one Echo Team climbed the ladder and took defensive positions inside the room. I went up next to last and gave the room a quick eyeball, but it really was empty. Just an old meat-cutting room with roller tables and hooks on chains so that sides of beef or pork could be swung in on ceiling-mounted rails from the killing rooms. Then, once cut, they would be rolled along the metal tables into an adjoining room for cleaning and packaging. Waste and blood was flushed down the floor gutters to the sewers. The function of the room was obvious, and I don't think any of Echo Team missed the irony of being in a room made for butchery. The mist was ankle-deep and clung to the floor, obscuring our feet. It stank of raw sewage and decay. The ambient temperature had to be right above freezing, although the air was oppressively humid. There were doors on either end of the room. One led to the disused packaging shed, which was empty except for old heaps of dirty styrofoam meat trays and rolls of plastic wrap. The other door was locked. "I got it," Ollie said, and as he knelt in front of it, he pulled a very sweet set of professional lockpicks from his thigh pocket. It was as good a set as I'd ever seen, and he handled them with practiced ease. It wasn't the sort of thing soldiers carry. I'd have to ask him about it later. There was a soft buzz in my ear, and I held up my hand for silence. There was some static on the line, but Grace Cortland's voice was clear and strong. "Thermal scans show multiple tangos." Tango, or T, was field code for terrorist. "Count how many?" "Clustered. Maybe 20, maybe 40. "Say again?" She repeated it and asked me to confirm reception. "Echo 1, copy."
"Alpha on deck," she said. "Local law on standby."
Copy that. Orders?
"Proceed with caution."
Copy. Echo 1 out. I called the men over and we crouched down, heads together. Thermal scans say that we have upward of 20 warm bodies in the building. No way to know how many walkers. Their heat signatures are too low. I saw the news register on each man's face. Skip looked scared. Bunny looked mad. Top's eyes narrowed and Ollie's face turned to stone. 5 men in, 5 men out, I reminded them. They nodded, but I added, "This isn't the OK Corral. We don't know for sure that everyone in here is a hostile. Check your targets. No accidents. And I don't want to hear about friendly fire." "Hooah!" they said, but without much enthusiasm. Now let's go kick some undead ass.
Chapter 41. Claymont, Delaware, Tuesday, June 30th, 6:23 p.m.
Ollie finished picking the lock and Bunny teased the door open, wary for tripwires and alarms. But no bells rang and nothing blew up as the door swung inward on rusty hinges. There was no other sound except the distant hum of motors. I took point this time. My soaked sneakers wanted to squelch, so I placed my feet carefully, taking my time to stay silent. The hall was empty and long, filled with gray shadows and the ever-present mist. We hugged one wall and moved forward in line, staying low, watching front and back, checking every door we passed. When the corridor ended at an L junction, I paused and peered carefully around the edge, keeping my head well below the normal light of sight. I made a "follow me" sign, and we turned left to follow the hall. We found one locked door, which Ollie opened without effort, but it was just a storeroom. I lingered for a moment in the doorway, trying to estimate the probable enemy numbers based on the amount of stored goods. I noticed Top nearby doing the same thing. He gave me a raised eyebrow look. Either there were 20 really hungry terrorists in this place, or the count was closer to 40, maybe twice that. We backed out and closed the door. The hall took on a curve and we followed it for another 20 yards until we reached a set of those big vinyl double doors of the kind that flap open when you push a cart through them. We flanked the doors, staying low, and listened. It took a second to settle into the vibrational rhythm of the place, mentally filtering out the sounds of compressors and other ambient noises that you might expect in a dilapidated old building. Then we heard it. A low, inhuman moan. It suggested a dreadful hunger, and it was on the other side of the door. Skip shot a nervous glance at Top, who gave him a wink that was supposed to look casual and light, and didn't.
I saw the looks on everyone's faces,
and I made them meet my eyes. It would reinforce the orders I'd given them. Prisoners if possible. Then there was a sound to our right, farther along the curving corridor, and as we looked there was a dark movement, and then the weak overhead lights threw a shadow on the wall. A silhouette of a guard with a slung assault rifle. A guard, not a walker. Ollie was closest, so I gave him the nod, and he went down onto the floor like a snake and eased into a low shooting position. I saw the guard's booted foot round the corner first, and then his whole body, and then there was a sound as Ollie squeezed off 2 silenced shots. The man's head snapped back and he sagged against the wall. Bunny ran past me and reached the guard before he had a chance to collapse onto the floor. Between Ollie's shot and Bunny's quick feet, the whole thing looked choreographed, practiced. In human terms, it was terrible, but in the way of warriors, it was beautiful. A demonstration of the soldier's art taken to its most polished level. The cop part of my mind noted that Ollie's handgun of choice was a silenced .22, an assassin's weapon. The low weight of the bullet made a dot of an entry wound, but didn't have the mass to exit the skull, so the bullet just bounced around and snaped off all the switches. Ollie had taken him in the head with both shots. Most shooters, even the very good ones, are not good enough to confidently try 2 in the head without a double tap to the body to stall movement, and he'd taken the shots from 30 feet. Ollie had brought his A-game with him. Back at the vinyl door, we set ourselves for our entry. Foggy mist curled out from under the door like the tentacles of some albino octopus. The smell was worse here. The sewers had been bad, but the stench here was of meat rotting on the living bone, a vital corruption I'd only smelled once before, when I killed Javad. The second time. We flanked the door, and Top pulled out a little handheld dentist's mirror and angled it under the door, slowly turning it left and right. Inside there was a whole row of big blue cases. Not a surprise, but it didn't exactly make me want to do the Snoopy dance. From what I remembered of the building schematics, this had to be the main production floor, but the row of cases blocked all but a narrow strip, and in the center of the row stood a guard. He had his back to us, and he was craning to look through a slender gap between 2 of the cases. We heard more of the moaning, and now we could orient sound with location. Something was happening on the far side of the cases, on the big production floor. The guard was eager to see it. So was I. I holstered my pistol and drew my knife. I held a finger to my lips, then touched my chest. The others nodded. Bunny and Top curled their fingers under the flaps of the door. At my nod, they pulled the flaps open as quickly as silence would allow, and I moved into the room fast and hard. I reached around and clamped my left palm over the guard's mouth and used my thumb and the edge of my index finger to pinch his nose shut. At the same time, I kicked him in the back of the knee with one foot, and as he suddenly fell back against me, I cut his throat from ear to ear, taking the carotids, the jugular, and the windpipe in one deep sweep. I pulled him back and pushed him into a forward crouch so that his nodding head would prevent the spray of arterial blood. He was dead before he knew he was in threat, and it hadn't made a sound. Bunny and Skip took the body and eased it down as I straightened. I wiped the blade and sheathed it, drew my pistol and thumbed off the safety. There were 4 cases in the row, and they completely blocked the door and hid us from whoever else was in the room. I took the dentist's mirror from Top and checked around both ends of the row. On our right, I could see down a corridor formed by a second row of cases that were lined up at a right angle to the first set, and a row of laboratory tables cluttered with equipment. There was one guard standing in the gap between the 2 sets of cases, and near him were 6 men in stained white lab coats. Everyone was looking through the gap into the center of the main room. I faded back and used the mirror to peer around the left end of our row. 2 guards stood shoulder to shoulder about 20 feet away, also looking toward the center of the room, but this time I could see what they were looking at. What I saw froze the blood in my veins to black ice. The room was large, as big as a school auditorium, with a high ceiling set with grime-covered louvered windows. Against the far wall was a third row of blue cases, and against the left wall were more lab tables. Scattered throughout the room were at least a dozen armed guards, all of them with automatic weapons, and maybe 4 more men in lab coats. But in the far left corner was a big cage made from industrial-grade chicken wire and steel pipes. 10 of the blue cases stood with their doors wide open, and 3 guards were using electric cattle prods to drive a snarling, staggering line of walkers toward the cage. The cage was packed, wall to wall, with children.
Chapter 42. Claymont, Delaware, /Tuesday, June 30th, 6:26 p.m. The children were huddled into a pack inside the cage, their eyes wide, their mouths trembling. I could see some of them weeping, but they made no sound, though whether it was terror of the walkers or threats from the guards that stilled their tongues, I couldn't tell. I pulled back and handed the mirror to the others, making them each take a fast look. I mouthed the words, "We need prisoners," but I don't know if any of them were able to process the thought. Top, the only man among us who had kids of his own, had the most murderous expression I'd ever seen on a human face. I held up 3 fingers and everyone got set. Ollie and Skip on the left flank, Bunny and Top with me. I counted down fast. "Go!" I snarled, and we rushed into the room.
Chapter 43. Claymont, Delaware, /Tuesday, June 30th, 6:27 p.m. Bunny opened up with the shotgun on the 2 closest guards, blasting them into red tangles of flailing limbs. Top shot 2 of the lab techs and then turned his fire on the cluster of guards. I could hear shots and screams as Ollie and Skip tore into the guards on the far side. I raced straight forward, gun up and out, and shot the guard standing by the door to the cage. It was a long shot. Bad aim could kill one of the kids, but I had no choice. The walkers were yards away. My shot took the guard in the mouth, and he rebounded off the chicken wire and fell, his fingers still curled around the latch. As he fell, the door swung open. The guards with the cattle prods turned toward us. 2 of them tossed down their prods and fumbled for their guns. I shot one twice in the chest, but even as I was swinging my barrel toward the other, the nearest walker leaped at him and buried its teeth in his throat. They fell together in a thrashing heap. I shot the remaining guard, who was caught in a moment of bad choice: drop the prod and grab his gun, or fend off the walkers. My bullet knocked him into the arms of a walker. The creature, a middle-aged Asian man in a tracksuit, bore him down and began savaging him. I shot the walker in the back of the head. A man rushed at me from my right, and I turned to see that there had been at least 8 more guards on the other side of the first row of blue cases. They opened up with AK-47s, and I had to dive for cover behind one of the lab tables. I dropped, rolled, and came up by the far corner and emptied my magazine into them, dropping 2. As I ejected the mag and slapped another in, Top Sims caught them from an oblique angle, chopping down 3 of them with bursts from his MP5. Skip Tyler opened up from the other side, and the guards tried to fight their way out of a crossfire. Behind me there was a huge shriek of noise, and I spun to see the children surge through the open door of the cage. 3 walkers lunged at them, and that fast I was up and running, shooting above the heads of the children, trying to make headshots while dodging incoming fire. The children were hysterical, and in their panic they flooded across the entire production floor. The gunfire from Echo Team faltered as the children surged around the lab techs and guards, trying to flee the walkers, looking for any way out and finding only guns and teeth and terror. One of the lab techs whipped back one flap of his white shirt jacket and pulled a Sig Sauer and shot a 10-year-old girl in the chest. "Fuck prisoners," I heard someone snarl, and the tech died in a hail of bullets. The voice I'd heard had been my own, the bullets mine and Top's. A guard brought an Uzi up and tried to shoot me, even though there was a line of children between us. I shot him through the eye. "Run!" I yelled to the kids. "Go that way!" I pointed toward the door, even tried to shove some of the kids that way, but their terror was too deep, too complete. "Behind you!" I heard Bunny roar, and I crouched and spun to see a walker, a hulking brute in a football jersey, lunge at me, his mouth already smeared with blood. He was coming so fast that I knew that a headshot wouldn't stop him, so I drove into him with a sliding side kick to the thigh that jerked him to a stop. And as I pivoted off the kick, I brought the gun up under his chin and blew off the top of his head. As he fell backward, another walker leaped over him. This one was a young woman in what had once been a very expensive tailored suit. I shot her in the throat, but the bullet tore only flesh, and the slide locked back on my gun. There was no time to reload as she slammed into me, so I pivoted to let her mass whip around and past me. Her fingers never managed to grab me, and she flew off and slid 10 feet along the floor. With a human being, the shock and impact of the fall would have given me a few seconds to reload, but the walker came right off the floor and dove at my legs, trying to bury her teeth in my flesh. With my left hand, I drew my knife and drove the blade down as hard as I could in the back of her skull, right above the collar. The furious tension was instantly gone, and she dropped to the ground, a piece of my pant leg caught between her teeth. Top Sims came from my left and stood cover while I reloaded, dropping a lab tech and a walker by the time I had the new mag in and the slide released. There was a bull roar, and we pivoted to see Bunny being rushed by 3 walkers. There were a half-dozen kids huddled behind him, and his shotgun was empty. He slammed the folding stock of the shotgun across the face of one walker, and I could tell that he was unnerved when the monster just shook it off. Years of training conditioned us to fight even the most aggressive person, but none of us had trained to fight the dead, to fight things that could not be hurt, that could barely be stopped. I started in his direction, but Top waved me off. "I got it!" Bullets burned the air around me, and I turned to see a pair of guards using an overturned table as a shooting blind. Dumbasses. The table was aluminum. I put 4 rounds through the thin metal, 2 sets of 2, and both men fell back with sucking chest wounds. A blur of movement made me turn again, and a little boy of about 7 wrapped his arms around my left thigh and clung to me, screaming, his face streaked with tears. A walker came loping across the floor, red teeth bared in a hungry grimace. I shot him in the chest and head, and then shot a guard. The clinging child let go, and I turned to see him falling to the floor. One side of his face was streaked with blood from a terrible bite. The walker had gotten him before he'd run to me for help. The child's body twitched and thrashed and lay still. God almighty. Across the room, I saw Skip and Ollie moving along the fringes of the room with a line of children between them, killing every adult they encountered. A guard nearly clipped me with a short burst from his AK-47, but I saw the movement of the barrel and beat him to the trigger pull. Behind him, I saw that there were still some children in the cage. The door was closed but unlocked, and the children had fingers hooked through the chicken wire, trying to hold the door closed as 6 walkers fought to pull it open. Only the walkers' lack of coordination had kept the children safe this long, but inch by inch the door was opening. I tore across the room. Gunfire made me dodge to the left, and a line of bullets chased me along a lab table, shattering glass and filling the air with a spray of jagged shards. I dodged around a lab tech so that he was chopped apart by the gunfire. A guard was at the end of the table drawing a bead on Skip. There were too many children around, so I bashed down on his wrist with my gun barrel and chopped him across the throat with my left hand. He pitched back out of my way. I brought the gun up and shot 3 of the walkers, using 2 shots for each, concentrating on the ones farthest away from the children. They collapsed down, and then I plowed into the remaining 3 undead. I used my last 2 bullets to kill one of them point blank, and as his body sagged, I front-kicked his corpse into the zombie next to him.
The two of them crashed down, and I spun to take the last creature standing, a man in jeans and a Hellboy t-shirt. I slammed into his chest with my forearm so that his weight crashed the cage door shut. He lunged his head over my arm and caught the strap of my Kevlar vest in his teeth.
I tried boxing his ears with cupped palms, but that did no good. So I grabbed him by the hair in the back of the belt and rammed him headfirst into the wall. His skull collapsed on the first impact. The bones in his neck splintered on the third. I dropped him as the zombie who'd fallen under the one I'd kicked came crawling out from under, scuttling toward me on hands and knees. I axe-kicked the back of his neck and he dropped, twitching for a moment, and then lay still. I put my back to the cage as I switched magazines. My last one. The room was still in turmoil, but now each of my men had set up defensive stations. Top and Bunny had at least 10 kids behind them, and they were standing shoulder to shoulder, taking careful aim to bring down walkers, techs, and guards. Across the room, Skip Tyler had 6 kids tucked into a niche made from a collapsed table and a line of blue cases. There were bodies heaped in front of him. Ollie was by the entrance, and as the last few guards tried to race past him to escape, he coldly shot them down. In the center of the room there were still half a dozen walkers, a few guards, and some kids. Everyone was covered with blood, and I could see why none of my guys had gone to rescue those children. It was impossible to tell if they were infected or not. I had 12 rounds left, and there were still 6 kids out there. I had to try. I rushed in, firing as I ran, dropping guards and walkers alike. One of the kids ran toward me and I knelt down, waving him on even as I aimed past him. But when he was 10 feet away, I saw that his eyes were empty and his mouth was open, teeth bared. It was the little kid who had clung to me for safety. God, I whispered through a throat filled with hot ash. I shot the child. For one moment there was a lull in the gunfire as the child pitched backward from the point of impact and slid to a stop on the floor. I could feel every set of eyes in the room on me, burning me with their stares. The children huddled behind my men cringed and cried out in renewed terror. Then one of the other children in the center of the room snarled with unnatural hunger and rushed at Skip's group. The gunfire began again. When it stopped, nothing moved in the center of the room except the pall of gun smoke and white fog that was now polluted with red. I stood on the fringes of the carnage, my pistol held out in front of me, 1 bullet left. The thunder I heard in my ears may have been the echo of the gunfire, or it may have been my own heart pounding out like the drums of damnation. Slowly, filled with fear and horror at what we had all just done, I lowered my gun. Chapter 44. Claymont, Delaware, /Tuesday, June 30th, 6:35 p.m. I called it in. There was an overturned table behind me, and I leaned against it while I surveyed the room. A pall of acrid gun smoke hung like a blue veil in the humid air, and the kids kept crying. Each of my men looked stricken, except for Ollie Brown, whose face showed nothing at all. He could give church a run for his money. Skip looked sick. Bunny's and Top's faces were rigid with fury. I wondered what expression was on my face. Maybe shock, probably fear. But if my features truly reflected what I felt, then my expression would be mingled horror at what had been about to happen to these poor kids, and a dead sickness for what I had just done. That I'd been forced to do it made no difference to me at all. I felt unclean. 5 minutes ago there had been dozens of people in this room. Now most of them were dead. I'd killed at least a quarter of them myself. I'd killed so many people that I'd lost count. The realization hit my brain like a fist. I'd killed before, but this was worse, 10 times worse than the task force raid. And part of the guilt I felt was a secret shame because deep inside my soul, the warrior part of me was beating his chest and yelling in exultant triumph, even while the more civilized parts of me cringed.
I took a step toward Top's group, but the children behind him shrieked and pulled back, terrified of me. They'd seen me gun down at least 2 other children. They were too young to understand about the infection. They couldn't know I wasn't a monster, too. Top gathered a few of them in his arms, shushing them, murmuring quiet words as Bunny stood by, awkward and helpless. I stayed where I was. There was a noise, and I looked up to see Alpha Team flooding into the room, weapons up and out. Major Cortland was in front with her pistol in her hands. Gus Dietrich was on her flank. They skidded to a stop and stared at the scene of total carnage.
"Bloody hell," gasped Cortland, and her words could not have been more aptly chosen. Dietrich stared open-mouthed, and the agents of Alpha Team looked from the heaps of corpses to the crowds of weeping children to the bloodied members of Echo Team. Cortland recovered first. She keyed her radio. "Alpha 1 to base. We need full medical teams double quick. We have multiple civilian victims requiring immediate medical attention and evac." She paused as she did a quick head count. "Civilians are all children. Repeat. Civilians are children times 17. Send all available medical units." I pushed off from the table and walked over to her, my eyes stinging from the smoke. She opened her mouth to say something, then caught herself, paused, and finally said, "Are you all right, Captain?" I very nearly bit her head off. It was such a stupid and clumsy question, but I buried that reaction. What else could she say? "I'll live," I said. "Tell your people there are 0 infected among the children. All of the bite victims are—" I couldn't finish it. She swallowed and relayed the info, then clicked off her mic. "Your men?" "No casualties." Cortland nodded, and for a moment we shared a look. Soldier to soldier, or warrior to warrior. The ugly truth was that there were going to be casualties among my men. This event would scar every single one of them. She looked around as the first wave of EMTs spread out through the room. The children shrieked and wept. Some of them ran toward the men and women in uniforms, and the EMTs gathered them up in their arms, some of the medics and soldiers weeping as they held the kids. Other children shrank back, all trust in adults having been torn out of them. A few sat in unmoving silence, speaking of damage that went all the way down to the cellar of their souls. "Was this how it was at St. Michael's?" I asked. She shook her head. "No. Everyone there died. My team was outside the whole time." I nodded.
"This morning I was just a cop," I said. "I know." There was more to say, but it didn't need to be said aloud. We both understood. "We got a live one," Dietrich called, and we turned to see a wounded lab tech trying to crawl out from under a dead walker. In his nearly mindless state of pain, he reached out to the nearest person in a soundless plea for help. Ollie Brown stood over him, a sneer of contempt on his face. He drew his pistol and racked the slide. "Stand down!" I bellowed, starting forward, but Brown was already bringing the barrel down toward the tech. Suddenly, Gus Dietrich stepped forward, grabbed Ollie's wrist, and swung it violently upward. The pistol blast was shockingly loud, even to my wounded ears, but the bullet just buried itself in the wooden roof timbers 30 feet above. I got up in Ollie's face. "Stand down right now, Lieutenant." His face was ugly with fury, but after a long moment the tension bled out of his limbs. Top Sims stepped between him and the lab tech, his hand on his holstered pistol. "Let him go, Sergeant," I said, and Dietrich carefully released Ollie's wrist and took a short step to one side, his eyes hard. To Ollie, I said, "Secure your weapon." Ollie's eyes bored into mine, and then past me to the tech, and for a second I thought he was going to try for the shot. But then he eased the hammer down, flicked on the safety, and holstered his piece.
EMTs immediately stepped up to triage the wounded man. "What the hell's wrong with you?" I snapped. "What part of the mission orders sounded like shoot unarmed prisoners?" "He's a piece of shit," Ollie sneered. "He's the only person we have left to interrogate." Ollie said nothing, so I grabbed him by the elbow and pulled him a few yards away. I wasn't nice about it, and when he tried to pull his arm away, I dug into a nerve. Even with his stone face, the pain showed through. I eased the pressure and he jerked his arm free.
"Okay, Ollie, let's sort this out right here, right now." "There's nothing to sort out," he said, then added a sarcastic, "Sir, you're one more smart-ass remark away from getting bounced off this team." He blinked at that and snapped his mouth shut on whatever he was about to say next. I leaned close. "You're a top-notch fighter, Ollie, and I'd rather keep you than lose you. But if you can't follow orders, then you are no good to me or anyone. Now I'm going to ask you only once, and that's it. Are you on my team or not?" Ollie met my stare for a long 10 count, and then he inhaled sharply through his nose and exhaled slowly. "Fuck it," he said. I waited. "I'm in. My rules, my way?" He nodded and closed his eyes for a few seconds. "Yes, sir." No sarcasm this time. "Look at me," I said. He opened his eyes. "Say it again." "Yes, sir. Your rules, your way." I nodded and stepped back. "Then we won't discuss this again." I turned and walked away, passing Dietrich and Cortland without comment, and rejoined Echo Team. After a moment, Ollie followed. To the team, I said, "I guess they'll debrief us once we're back in Baltimore. They'll need to know everything." I paused. "I have a friend, Dr. Rudy Sanchez. He's a police psychiatrist, and he's a good man." "A shrink?" Skip asked. "Yeah, he's at the DMS, and I want each of you, each of us, to take a few minutes and sit down with him." "Why?" asked Skip. Top turned to him. "Tell me something, kid. When you woke up this morning, did you think that by supper time you'd be killing zombies and gunning down little kids?" Skip dropped his eyes and looked dejectedly down at the floor. Top laid a big hand on his shoulder, gave it a squeeze. "Believe me, Skip, you don't want to go to sleep tonight with this in your head and no one to talk to." Ollie just stood there with his eyes glistening and his fists balled into knots. Bunny said, "I ain't ever gonna sleep again." Chapter 45. The DMS Warehouse, Baltimore, /Tuesday, June 30th, 8:51 p.m. A chopper took us back to the warehouse in Baltimore. On the way, Grace told us that quarters had been set aside for each of us. "It's not much," she said over the whine of the rotor. "We had small offices converted into bedrooms. Mr. Church has asked that you and your men go to your quarters and wait until called for. He doesn't want any of you talking to other DMS personnel until he's had a chance to meet with you himself. Don't worry, you're not under suspicion. It's just that a lot of the DMS staff are new, and some have not been informed about the nature of this crisis. Security is paramount." We didn't like it, but we all understood, and we flew the rest of the way in silence. I noticed that Top was pretending to sleep, but was actually studying Ollie, who had turned stiffly away from Cortland and me and was staring out the window. When Top noticed me watching him, he smiled and closed his eyes. After that, he really did look like he was sleeping, but I didn't believe it. It was nearly dark when we landed. A guard met me as I debarked and took me to Church's office. His face showed little emotion, and he sure as hell didn't rush up to embrace me, but I could see his eyes behind the tinted lenses of his glasses as he gave me a thorough up-and-down appraisal. He waved me to a chair and then sat down behind his desk, and the guard poured me a cup of coffee before he left.
Grace said that there were no injuries sustained by Echo Team. I almost said, nothing that will show, but it was trite. He seemed to guess my thought, though, and nodded. And you managed to secure a prisoner. I said nothing. If he knew about Ollie, and I'm sure he did, he left it off the table. What's going to happen with those kids? I don't know. They've all been admitted to the hospital with FBI protection. The Bureau's taken over the problem of identifying them.
Some of the children are too traumatized to even give their names. None of them remember how they were taken. A few had recent burns on their skin consistent with liquid tasers, so we can assume they were taken unawares, perhaps randomly. Experimenting on kids puts a whole new spin on this thing. Yes, he said, it does. And I want to hear your full report on what happened today, Captain. But first I want your assessment of the crab plant. When is the absolute soonest you can hit it? There's maybe a slim chance that the hostiles in the other plant won't know about the hit we just did. The cell lines were jammed, right? And you cut the landlines, right? It's late in the day, I said. Communication between the cells would necessarily be at a minimum anyway. I think we have to hit it by noon tomorrow. Why not right now? We have sufficient firepower to do a hard entry. I shook my head. There are 3 reasons why that's not going to happen tonight. First, you need to interrogate your prisoner. Second, the meat plant was full of kids. Who the hell knows how many civilians are in the crab plant? If you go in all John Wayne, then you could get a lot of innocent people killed. And the third reason? Because that plant belongs to Echo Team, and I don't want anyone else jumping our action. Look, you hired us on to be your first team. Well, you got what you paid for. I know you had to be here watching the feeds from the helmet cams, so you know what we went through in there, and you know how tight my guys are. Alpha Team may be DMS Elite or some shit, but they were a half step off getting to first base. They should have been in there faster. I shouldn't have had to call them once things got hot. Grace Cortland and Gus Dietrich are superb agents. As good as anyone on Echo Team, Church said. At one point all of them were, but since St. Michael's, they've been showing signs of stress disorder.
In the last 2 days, their team drills are down by 14%, and their live ammunition drills show hesitation. None of that was there before St. Michael's. Now I understood. I put my cup down and leaned my elbows on his desk. So we understand each other here? If what you saw in Delaware has taught us anything, it's that we are losing ground on this thing. I want the crab plant hit tonight. Now. No way. My team needs to rest. You talk about reduction in combat efficiency. Well, you put a top team into a critical situation without time to rest, then you don't have a top team anymore. You have tired men who will be off their game. Going right back out would get them killed. 12 hours to sleep and plan the hit. 2 hours sleep and they debrief in the helo. After a minute, I said, I see the science team. Then we go in 3 hours. That's not negotiable. I won't lead my team to a slaughter. I'll go in alone before I do that. For a moment, it looked like he was considering that as a suggestion. Then he nodded. Okay. He took a vanilla wafer and gestured to the plate. Have one. I had an Oreo. Do you want reconnaissance or scorched earth? My science division needs data. Computers, lab equipment, pathogen samples. We need to leave the place intact. What kind of backup can we expect? The works. Alpha Team will be on deck and they'll be first in if you need them. F-18s in the air, helo support for extraction if it gets hot. Special Forces strike teams can be inside in 10 minutes, and the National Guard is on standby. If it turns into a firefight, we have the edge. If the perimeter is breached, we'll take a closer look at the scorched earth option.
He didn't have to explain that if there was a containment breach and my team was inside, then we'd be flash fried along with the hostiles. And even though that's what I would order myself, it didn't make me feel any better about it.
What's going on with the prisoner? I thought you'd be interrogating him by now. That would be nice, he agreed. But he has 2 bullets in his chest cavity. He's in surgery. They'll page me the moment he's stabilized enough to answer questions. And what if the control disease kicks in before then? Then there will be that much more pressure on you to bring me another prisoner when you hit the crab plant. Swell. I finished my coffee. Okay, take me to your mad scientists. Chapter 46. The DMS Warehouse, Baltimore, /Tuesday, June 30th, 9:20 p.m. As he led me to the labs, Church said, Dr. Sanchez has agreed, conditionally, to help us through the current crisis. What are his conditions? He'll be here as long as you are. Apparently he thinks you need a minder. He appeared amused. Major Cortland is bringing him up to speed on everything. Rudy's not a fighter. We all serve according to our nature, Captain. Besides, your friend may be tougher than you know. I didn't say he wasn't tough. I just don't want to see you put a gun in his hand. Noted. We entered a huge loading dock that had been newly enclosed by cinder block, and the smell of limestone and concrete hung thick in the damp air. There was a row of oversized trailer homes of the kind used as temporary offices on construction sites. As we passed each, Church threw out a single identifying word: cryptography, surveillance, operations, computers. We passed one whose door was marked with a 12 in black block letters, and Church made no comment about this one. There were 4 armed guards outside, 2 facing out, 2 facing the unit's only door, and a tripod-mounted .50 stood behind a half-circle of sandbags, its wicked black mouth pointing at the trailer door. I slowed for a moment, frowning, feeling the tension that was screaming in the air, and I felt a chill, like an icy hand, close around the back of my neck. Damn, I breathed. You have more of them in there? Among other things, yes, he said softly. It's also our surgical suite, and that's where our prisoner is. But to answer your question, we have a total of 6. Like Javad? Church's face seemed to harden as he said, the 6 walkers were all from St. Michael's. 1 doctor, 3 civilians, 2 DMS agents. My God! This evening, I'm having 3 of them sent to our Brooklyn facility for study. The others will remain here. For study? But you're talking about your own people. They're dead, Captain. Church, they're dead. Chapter 47. Hotel Ishtar, Baghdad, /June 30th. Who was on the phone? Galt asked as he came out of the bathroom, a plush crimson robe cinched around him. Was it Amira? Toys handed him a cup of coffee on a china saucer. No, it was the Yank again. What did he want? No, let me guess. The Americans finally raided the crab plant? Bloody well timed, too. No, said Toys. It seems they've raided the other facility, the one in Delaware, the meat-packing plant. He overpronounced the word meat-packing, enjoying the implications of each syllable. Galt gave a bemused grunt and sipped his coffee. That's unfortunate. He sat and chewed his lip for a few seconds. What about the other plant? They were supposed to locate and infiltrate that first. Toys sniffed. Leave it to the U.S. government to always do the right thing at the wrong time. What's that phrase you like so much? Bass ackwards. Toys giggled. He loved to make Galt say it. Galt finished his coffee and held his cup out for more. Toys refilled it, and they sat down. Galt, in the overstuffed chair by the French windows,
Toys perched on the edge of the couch with his saucer on his knees. An iPod in a Bose speaker dock played Andy Williams singing Steve Allen with Alvy West on alto sax. Meet me where they play the blues. Toys had been converting all of Galt's vast collection of historic big band music to the iPod. Galt wondered where he found the time. When the song ended, Toys said, "This alteration in the timetable, is that going to change things? With El Musclehead, I mean?" "I've been working that through in my head. The timing is tricky. It really would have been better if they hit the crab plant first, and I can't understand why they didn't." "Could they have decrypted the files from the warehouse? You said it was only a matter of time." "A matter of very precise time. I paid good money to make sure that those files would not be cracked this quickly."
The flash drive was deliberately and very precisely damaged, and the programs corrupted just enough to have given us at least 40 hours more, even if they used the best equipment. He shook his head in frustration. Dr. Renson and that other computer geek assured me that no technology exists to do it faster. What about Mind Reader? Galt waved that away. Mind Reader's a myth. It's internet folklore cooked up in some hacker's fantasies. They've been mythologizing about it since the 90s. Toys was insistent. What if it's real? Galt shrugged. If it's real and the DMS has it, then yes, they could scramble the timetable. But so what? At this point, nothing they do can stop the program. "You're the boss," Toys said in a wounded tone of voice that he knew needled Galt. "But it doesn't answer the question of what to do about the crab plant and whether this will spoil the whole operation." "No," Galt said after some consideration. "No, it won't spoil the plan. Too many things are in motion now. But as far as the plant goes, it won't be a total disaster." Toys studied his face and began to grin. "You're making that face. I know that face. What have you got cooking over there?" Galt gave him an enigmatic smile. "Expect another call from the Yank sometime soon." Purred Toys. "I'll be waiting with bated breath." Chapter 48. The DMS Warehouse, Baltimore, /Tuesday, June 30th, 9:24 p.m. The interior of the lab was somewhere between a scientist's wet dream and a god-awful mess, with heaps of books and spilled stacks of computer printouts, coffee cups everywhere, and tables laden with every manner of diagnostic and forensics equipment. Gas chromatographs, portable DNA sequencers, and a lot of stuff I'd never seen before, even at the state crime lab. Sci-fi stuff. Machines pinged and beeped and blipped, and a dozen technicians in white lab coats pushed buttons and made notes on clipboards and exchanged grim looks. In the middle of all of this was one desk, bigger than all the others, that was a shrine to pop culture geekiness, and though I pride myself on seldom showing surprise, I went a little slack-jawed at what I saw. In an astonishing display of either the blackest humor on record or spectacular bad taste, there were horror magazines, bobbleheads of zombies from half a dozen movies, at least 50 zombie novels with dog-eared pages, and the entire collection of resin action figures of Marvel superheroes as decaying zombies. Seated like a happy school kid in the middle of this oasis of poor taste was a sloppy 30-something Chinese guy with a bad haircut and a Hawaiian shirt under his lab coat. Church stood beside the desk, but not too close, and his immaculate suit and air of command seemed like a statement by comparison. "Captain," Church said, "let me introduce Dr. Who." I stared. "Dr. Who? Are you shitting me? This some kind of goofy code name or something?" "H-U," Church said, spelling it. "Oh." Without rising, Who offered his hand, and I shook it. I expected something slack and moist, but he broke the stereotype and gave me a hard, dry shake. What he said, though, was,
You're the hotshot zombie killer. Man, I just saw the footage from Delaware. Wow. Freaking awesome.
You can kick zombie ass. He smelled like old baked bread, which is not as good as it sounds. I thought you guys called them walkers. Yeah, sometimes. He shrugged. It's more PC, I guess. Doesn't stress the troops. I gave his toys a significant nod. And you wouldn't want to appear insensitive. Who grinned? Denial is stupid. We're fighting the living dead. Would you prefer we call them undead citizens? I mean, I originally wanted to call them ALFs. I looked from him to Church. Alien lifeless forms, Church said with a wooden face. Get it? Who said, because they're illegal aliens. I said, how do people not shoot you? He spread his hands. I'm useful. And I swear to God I saw Church's mouth silently form the words, only just. Aloud, he said, Doctor Who enjoys his jokes more than does his audience. You said as much about me the first time we met. Church turned to the scientist. Please answer any questions Captain Ledger has. What's his clearance level? Church was looking at me as he said, open door. He's in the family now. With that, he walked over to a nearby workstation, pulled out the chair, sat, crossed his legs, and appeared to totally tune us out. Who looked me up and down for a moment, nodding to himself. Then he beamed a great smile. You have any background in science? Forensics, on the job, I said. A few related night courses and a subscription to Popular Science. I'll use smallish words, he said, trying not to sound as condescending as he was. We're dealing with a weaponized disease of immense complexity. This didn't evolve. This isn't Mother Nature getting cranky and throwing out a mutation. This isn't even a disease pathogen that could have evolved. We're into the bizarro zone here. Somebody brewed this up in a lab, and whoever made this is smart. Joe Obvious speaks, I said. No, he said. I mean, scary smart.
Whoever did this should have a shelf full of Nobel Prizes and a whole alphabet soup behind his name. I don't have the stuff to make this, and Mr. Church buys me lots of nice toys. This would take a major research facility, electron mics, clean rooms, and a lot of shit you never heard of, maybe. Maybe stuff no one's ever heard of. This is radical technology, Captain. Call me Joe. Joe? He snapped his fingers. Hey, your name's Joe Ledger. Yeah, I thought we'd pretty well established that. You into comic books? You know Dr. Spectrum? He had an expectant look on his face. Dr. Spectrum, the superhero from Marvel Comics. His secret identity is Joe Ledger. That's pretty cool, don't you think? All things considered, I said, no, not very much. Doctor, Church said with a note of soft warning in his voice. Okay, whatever. We're talking about the disease, he said, and for a moment I saw the scientist behind the geek facade. Look, science is only occasionally cool and a soul-crushing bore the other 99% of the time. Aside from the fact that the empirical process requires endless repetition on each and every freaking step, there's also the reality of state and federal regulations on what we can and cannot do. A lot of research opportunities are limited, and some are blocked. Biological weapons, that sort of thing. Even with the military? Yes. Even super-secret military? I said, half smiling. He hesitated. Well, okay. That starts getting to be a bit more fun. But even then you can't publish half the time, which means you don't get prizes and you don't write bestsellers. No groupies? You joke,
But there are women attracted to brains. We don't all die virgins. Okay, and this relates to zombies? How? I think we have ourselves a genuine mad scientist, a supervillain. He seemed really happy about the idea. I kind of wanted to punch him.
I glanced at Church, who raised his eyebrows in a "you're the one who wanted to talk to him" kind of look. Who said, "I'm serious. We have someone with deep intellect and vast resources. I mean that. Vast. Bear in mind that lots of terrorists come from oil-producing nations. It would take that kind of money for our Dr. Evil to do this sort of thing." Got it. So has your supervillain actually managed to raise the dead? No, look, these walkers are not actually dead, but they're not alive either. I thought those were pretty much the only two choices. Times change. You know that movie, Night of the Living Dead? Well, I think Living Dead is a pretty good name for what we got here. He took a slinky off his desk and let it flow back and forth between his palms. Here's the thing. The body is designed by evolution to have natural redundancies, without which we'd never survive injury or illness. For example, you only really need about 10% function of the liver, 20% function of one kidney, part of one lung. You can live with both arms and legs removed. There are millions of pages of research and case evaluation of patients who have continued to live well past the point where their bodies should have shut down. In some cases, we can discover why. In some cases, we're still in the dark. With me so far? Sure. Now, look at the walkers. If they were truly and completely dead, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. I'd still be in Brooklyn, and you'd be doing whatever you were doing before Mr. Church shanghaied you. Why? Because the dead are dead. They have zero brain function. They don't get up and chase people. Javad Mustafa was dead, I pointed out. I killed him. Twice. Who shook his head? No, you killed him once, and that was during your second encounter with him.
Mind you, when you shot him during that raid, you gave him what should have been mortal wounds, and he would have died had it not been for the presence of this pathogen. But this little bastard of a disease did not allow Javad to die. You see, this disease shuts down any part of the body that is not directly related to the purpose of its existence, which is to spread the disease. These things are designed to be vectors, very aggressive vectors. The disease simply shut off the areas damaged by your bullets. Don't look at me like that. I know how weird this sounds. But someone cooked up something that nearly kills its victims but at the same time prevents them from dying as we previously understood death. Plus, they added a little of this and a little of that so that the host body, the walker, aggressively spreads the pathogen. It's marvelous, but it's bizarre, because the disease is constantly trying to kill the host while working like a bastard to keep parts of it alive. That doesn't make sense. Sure it does, but not in the way you think. And to a degree that does fit with nature, sort of. When you have an infection, the fever you get is the immune system's attempt to burn it out of the bloodstream. Sometimes the fever does more harm than the disease. Psoriasis, rheumatoid arthritis. There are a couple of examples of the immune system doing harm because it's trying to fix the wrong problem, or trying too hard to fix a minor problem. In nature, there are plenty of examples, he said. But what we have here is someone who has taken that concept into a totally new direction. We have a fatal disease, several parasites, gene therapy, plus some other shit we haven't sorted out yet. All present in a molecular cluster unlike anything on record. If these guys weren't trying to destroy America, they could make billions off the patents alone. Does this have anything to do with fatal familial insomnia? He raised his eyebrows.
Bonus points for even knowing that name. The answer to that is yes and no. That's the prion disease they used as a starter kit, but they've tricked it out with the other stuff. Even now, it has some of the characteristics of a typical TSE. TSE? Prions are neurodegenerative diseases called
Transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, or TSEs, he explained. We still know very little about prion transmission and their pathogenesis. We do know that prions are proteins that have become folded and in that form act differently from normal proteins. These are strange little bastards. They have no DNA, and yet they're capable of self-replication. Usually, sporadic cases strike about 1 person per million, and at the moment these account for, say, about 85% of all TSE cases. Then you have familial cases, which account for 10% of TSEs, and which are passed down through bloodlines in ways not yet understood, since inherited traits are genetic and, like I said, prions have no DNA. The remaining 5% are iatrogenic cases, which result from the accidental transmission of the causative agent via contaminated surgical equipment, or sometimes you see it occurring as a result of cornea or dura mater transplants, or in the administration of human-derived pituitary growth hormones. Still with me? Clinging on by my fingernails. How come these prions are making monsters instead of just killing people? It's a design requirement of this new disease cluster. Prions produce a lethal decline of cognitive and motor function, and that allows the parasite-driven aggression to cruise past conscious control. Somebody took the prion and attached it to these parasites. Don't even ask how, because we don't know yet. It'll be a new process, something they invented. They essentially turned a TSE into a fast-acting serum transfer pathogen, but with all sorts of extras, most notably aggression.
The victim's aggression is amped up in such a way as to closely imitate the rage response some PCP and meth addicts have on the downside of a strong high. Ever see the movie 28 Days Later? No? You should. The sequel rocks too. Anyway, that movie dealt with a virus that stimulated the rage centers in the brain to the point that it was so dominant that all other brain functions were blocked out. The victims existed in total, unending, and ultimately unthinking rage. Very close to what we have here. What? You think a terrorist with a PhD in chemistry watched a sci-fi flick and thought, hey, that's a good way to kill Americans? Who shrugged? After all the stuff I've seen in the last week, I wouldn't be surprised. Now, there may be some higher brain functions, but if so, it would be far lower than the most advanced Alzheimer's patient. An Alzheimer's patient is still going to feel pain, and I beat the shit out of Javad and he didn't so much as blink. Yeah, well, we're getting into one of our many gray areas. Remember that we're not dealing with a natural mutation, so a lot of what we know will be based on field observation and clinical testing. So if we're talking disease, why are we also talking living dead? How does that work? That's something we're working on with the walkers we harvested from St. Michael's, Hu said, and for the moment there was no fanboy smirk on his face. This disease cluster reduces so much of the body's functions that it goes into a kind of hibernative state. That's what we've been calling death for these cases, but we're wrong. When you shot Javad, his body was already ravaged by the disease, and the injuries hastened the process. He slipped into a hibernative coma that was so deep that the EMTs who checked his vitals got nothing. Consider this, he said, shifting in his chair. Animals can hibernate, and to a very, very limited degree so can humans. Not easily, but it sometimes happens.
You see it once in a while in hypothermia cases. But when a ground squirrel hibernates, its metabolism drops down to like 1% of normal. Unless you had sophisticated equipment, you'd think it was dead. Even its heart beats so infrequently that a cut wouldn't bleed much because the blood pressure is too low. Can't some yogis do the same thing? Not even close. Even in the deepest yogic trance, their metabolism is maybe 99 or, at most, 98% of normal. These walkers, on the other hand, are going into hibernative states as deep as a ground squirrel's.
much deeper than a hibernating bear. Almost anyone who checked their vitals would declare them dead. We had to use machines to establish this, and even then we almost missed it. What we have here is someone who has managed to either splice ground squirrel DNA to that of humans, and before you ask, no, they are not compatible according to what we know of modern transgenics, or they've found a way to alter the chemistry of the body to cause artificial hibernation. Either way, we can see the effect, but we're nowhere close to understanding it. He set down the slinky and leaned forward. Once the victim is in hibernation, this disease cluster reorganizes the functioning matrix of the body. It somehow uses the fatal familial insomnia protein to wake the victim up again and keep them awake. But during the hibernation, the parasite has closed off those areas of the body that have been severely injured, as with the gunshot wounds. Our walker gets up because the parasite has kept the motor cortex going, as well as some of the cranial nerves, the ones governing balance, chewing, swallowing, and so on. However, most of the organs are in shutdown, and the reduced blood and oxygen flow has caused irreparable brain damage to the higher functions, such as cognition. The heart pumps only a little blood, and the lungs operate at an almost negligible level.
Circulation is so significantly reduced that necrosis begins to occur in disused parts of the body. So we have nearly a classic brain-dead, flesh-hungry, rotting zombie. It's beautiful, man. Absolutely freaking beautiful. The urge to hit him was getting tougher to control. Can they think at all? Are they problem-solving? He shrugged. If the walker is capable of conscious thought, we haven't seen evidence of it. But really, we don't know what they can't do, or what variations might emerge in a larger cross-section of the population. Maybe that's why they had the kids today, trying the pathogen on a new test group. Body chemistry is different in kids, but overall, these are brain-dead meat machines. They walk, growl, bite, and that's it. I blew out my cheeks. Can they feel pain? Unknown. Certainly they don't react to it. There's not even a flinch mechanism that we've seen, though at St. Michael's we learned that they'll recoil from fire. They appear to be oblivious to, or are capable of disregarding, other forms of pain and the threat of pain. They die, though, I said. Brain and brainstem injuries seem to do the trick. Right, and if I were you, I'd stick with that. But whether they can be otherwise injured in the classic sense, that's complicated. Our walkers have a hyperactive wound-healing capacity. Not on the scale of Wolverine from X-Men, who regenerates back to complete health, but more on the lines of car tires when they're filled with a can of that sealant stuff. Wounds do seal, as we know. Otherwise, we'd bleed out from a paper cut. Proteins called fibrins and high molecular weight glycoprotein-containing fibronectins bond together to form a plug that traps proteins and particles and prevents further blood loss. And this plug establishes a structural support to seal the wound until collagen is deposited. Then some migratory cells use this plug to stretch across the wound, during which platelets stick to this seal until it's replaced with granulation tissue, and then later with collagen. In the walkers, this whole process is running at super speed. Shoot one, and the wound closes right away. If this were a natural mutation, we'd consider it an evolutionary response to a highly dangerous environment, fast healing in the presence of the potential for frequent cuts. But this is designer stuff, and again, our Dr. Evil has a gold mine of a patent in his hands, because that process alone might be a potential cure or treatment for hemophilia and other bleeding disorders. And the battlefield uses would be worth billions. He leaned close. And if you and your Rambo squad can take out the geniuses behind this, then I'm going to swipe this shit and file the patents, and then I'll buy Tahiti and retire. I'll see what I can do, I sighed.
What about treatment, something to kill these prions? Can we give people something to amp up their immune systems? He shook his head. The body's immune system doesn't react to prion diseases the way it does to other diseases. It doesn't kick in, and the disease spreads too rapidly with nothing to slow it down. Once it takes hold, there is no treatment. Terrific. And killing a prion is incredibly difficult. In labs where growth hormones are cultivated from extracted pituitary glands, solvents of various kinds have been used to purify the tissue. These solvents kill everything except the damn prions. Even formaldehyde won't kill them, which really boggles me. Radiation treatment and bombardment with ultraviolet light doesn't kill them. We, and by that I mean my fellow wizards in the scientific community as a whole, have tried virtually everything to kill TSEs, including treating diseased brain tissues with all manner of chemicals, including industrial detergent, and the prions simply won't die. They don't even die with the host organism. Bury a corpse with a prion disease and dig up the bones a century later, and the prions are still there. They are, after all, simply proteins. Is that all of it? I asked. I could go on and on about the science. I mean, are those all of the highlights? Is there anything else I have to know if I'm going to lead my team into that crab plant? Again, Hu looked at Church, and now the distant look was gone from Church's eyes. He nodded to the doctor. Well, Hu said, there's the issue of infection. Right, it's transmitted through a bite. I saw enough of that firsthand about 3 hours ago. I saw those bastards biting kids. I looked to see how that hit Hu, but there wasn't a flicker of compassion on his face. He was too caught up in how cool he thought this all was. I wondered how he'd feel if he was in a locked room with a walker. Hu gave me a devious grin. It's a bit worse than that. A whole lot worse, actually.
Chapter 49. The DMS Warehouse, Baltimore, /Tuesday, June 30th, 9:39 p.m. What's worse? We turned to see Grace Cortland entering the lab with Rudy right behind her. Rudy looked terrible. His face was the color of old milk, except for dark smudges under his eyes. His lips were a little wet and rubbery, and his eyes had the glassy and violated look of a victim of some dreadful crime. "Geez, Rude, are you okay?" I said quietly as I moved to intercept him. "Later, Joe. It's been a hard day for everyone, but let's talk later." Church got to his feet and joined the group. "Captain, your friend, Dr. Sanchez, has already been entertained by Dr. Hu, and I believe Major Cortland has shown him the St. Michael's tapes." Rudy looked at the floor for a moment, then he took a deep breath and tried to master himself. I hadn't yet seen those tapes, so having gotten my own tour of hell, I could pretty well imagine what horrors were banging around in his head. It made me feel like a total shit for having gotten him dragged into this. "You're about to tell him about the rate of infection, Doctor?" Rudy asked in a voice that was steadier than I expected. "Yep, but he's your friend. Why don't you break the news to him?" Rudy nodded. He cleared his throat. "Joe, I'm not sure which I think would be worse. A real case of supernatural zombies like out of the movies, or what we have here." "Definitely what we have here," Hu said. Cortland agreed, and even Church nodded. "This is a lousy way to start a conversation," I said. "I would have thought that zombies would pretty much be your worst-case scenario." Rudy grimaced and shook his head. "You understand what prions are, right? Okay, with any disease there is an incubation period, and for prion pathologies it's typically very long, anywhere from several months to 30 years in humans." "I told him about the parasites," Hu said. Rudy nodded. "Prions, though extremely dangerous, are far from being short-term weapons, and could at best represent a time bomb effect.
Whoever made this disease pioneered some new way to speed up the process of infection. Now it happens in minutes. Seconds, I corrected. Like I said, I saw it. Who said, "We're seeing all kinds of variations in terms of infection, time of death, and speed of reanimation. We're only just beginning to build models to study it, but we're nowhere near understanding it. The pattern's funky, and I'll bet you my whole set of Evil Dead action figures that we've either got mutations or more than one strain. In either case, we are seriously screwed." Rudy said, "I think we can safely say that when the carrier and victim are in an agitated state, as we had in the hospital and in Delaware today, then the process happens very fast. Adrenaline and ambient temperature both accelerate the process." "This is why this is such a major threat," Church interrupted quietly. "There has always been a lag factor with diseases, even weaponized diseases, and we don't have that here." "Okay, message understood. If any infected people get out, we're screwed." "And when in doubt, Captain," said Church, "shoot to kill." "Dios mío," Rudy murmured, but I met Church's stare and gave him a microscopic nod. "What about inoculation? Can you juice my team in case we get bit?" "No way," Who said. "Remember, the core of this thing is a prion, and a prion is simply a misfolded normal protein. Any vaccine that would destroy the prion would destroy all forms of that protein. Once we identify all the parasites, we might be able to kill that, and maybe that'll do some good. No, I think that your team has to consider prophylactic measures instead." "Is this thing airborne? I mean, if all we have to do is protect against a bite, then we can suit up with dragon skin or intercept or some other kind of body armor. There's plenty of stuff on the market."
"I don't think it's airborne," Who said dubiously, "but it might be vapor-borne, which means spit or sweat might carry it. In a tight room at high temperatures, you might want a hazmat suit of some kind." "Hard to fight in a hazmat," I pointed out. Church held up a finger. "I can make a call and have Saratoga hammer suits here by morning." I guess all of us looked blank, so he added, "Permeable chemical warfare protective overgarments for domestic preparedness. It's a composite filter fabric based on highly activated and hard carbon spheres fixed onto textile carrier fabrics. It's tough, but light enough to permit agile movement as well as unarmed and armed combat. It's been out for a bit, but I can get the latest generation. I have a friend in the industry." "You always have a friend in the industry?" Who said under his breath, which got a flicker of a smile from Grace. A DMS in-joke, apparently. Church stepped away and opened his cell phone. When he came back, he said, "A helo will meet us at the staging area for the crab plant raid by 6 a.m. with 50 suits." "I guess you do have a friend in the industry," Rudy said. "And the big man scores," Who said, and held up his hand for a high five, but Church stared at him with calm, dark eyes. Who coughed, lowered his hand, and turned to me. "If you go in with body armor and those suit thingies, you should be okay. Unless what? Unless there are a lot of them. Let's hope not. And unless there's more to this disease than we think." "What are the chances of that, Doctor?" He didn't answer, which was answer enough. "Damn," I said. Chapter 50. Amira/The Bunker/ Tuesday, June 30th. The phone woke her, and for a moment Amira did not know where she was. A fragment of a dream flitted past the corner of her eye, and though she could not quite define its shape or grasp its content, she had an impression of a man's face, maybe Galt, maybe El Mujahid, sweating, flushed with blood, eyes intense as he raised himself above her on two stiffened arms and grunted and thrust his hips forward. It was not a love-making dream.
It had more of the vicious indifference of a rape, even in the fleeting half-remembrance of it. The most lasting part of the dream was not the image of the man, whichever man it had been, but from a deep and terrible coldness that entered her with each thrust, as if the man atop her was dead, without heat. Amira shook herself and stared at the phone on her desk that continued to ring. She glanced around her office. It was empty, though she could see workers in the lab on the other side of the one-way glass wall. She cleared her throat, picked up the phone, and said, "Yes." "Line?" "It's clear." She said it automatically, but then pressed the button on the scrambler. "It's clear now," she corrected. "He's on his way." Galt's voice was soft, and in those 4 words Amira could hear the subtle layers of meaning that she always suspected filtered everything he said. "How is he?" "No longer pretty," Amira laughed. "He was never pretty." "He's no longer handsome, then," Galt corrected. "Is he in much pain?" "Nothing he can't handle. He's very stoic, your husband. I think if he had a bullet in his chest, he would shrug it off as inconsequential. Few men have his level of physical toughness." "He's a brute," Amira said, flavoring her voice with disgust. There was a pause at the other end, as if Galt was assessing her words, or perhaps her tone. Did he suspect, she wondered, and not for the first time. "He'll have some time to rest while he travels."
He needs to regain his strength. We provided him with plenty of drugs to keep the pain under control. And let's face it, stoicism only really works when people are watching. We don't want him to fall into despair while he's all alone in his cabin. Amira said nothing. She probably should have, she knew, but the image of the mighty El Mujahid sitting alone and in pain in a tiny interior cabin on some rusty old freighter was compelling. Into the silence, and as if reading her mind, Galt said, "Don't fret, my love. I own the ship's surgeon as well as the captain." "I'm not fretting, Sebastian. My concern is that his wounds not become infected. We need him to be in the best possible shape for the mission." She was careful to use the word mission now, having slipped once before when she called it the cause. She wasn't sure Galt had noted the error, but he probably had. He was like that. Of course," he said soothingly. "Everything is taken care of. He'll be fine, and the plan will go off as we planned. Everything is perfect. Trust me." "I do," she said, and she softened her voice. "I trust you completely." "Do you love me?" he asked, a laugh in his voice. "You know I do." "And I," he said, "will always love you." With that, he disconnected the call. Amira leaned back in her chair and stared thoughtfully at the phone, her lips compressed, the muscles at the sides of her jaw bunched tight. She waited 5 minutes, thinking things through, and then she opened the bottom drawer of her desk and removed the satellite phone. It was compact, expensive, and new, a gift from Galt. It had tremendous range, and there were signal relays built into the ceiling of the laboratory bunker so that her call would reach up into space and would from there be bounced anywhere on the planet, even as far as a helicopter flying across the ocean to catch a freighter that was far out to sea.
Chapter 51. The DMS Warehouse, Baltimore, /Tuesday, June 30th, 9:58 p.m. Rudy and I walked down the corridor together. Church had lingered to speak with who. I looked at my watch. Hard to believe this is the same day, you know? But he didn't want to talk about it out in the corridor. I asked a guard where our rooms were, and he led us to a pair of former offices across the hall from each other. My room was about the size of a decent hotel bedroom, though it had clearly been repurposed from an office or storeroom. No windows. Functional gray carpet. But the bed in the corner of the room was my own from my apartment. The computer workstation was mine, as was the big screen TV and lazy boy recliner. 3 packed suitcases stood in a neat row by the closet, and on top of my bed, head laid on his paws, was Cobbler. He opened one eye, found me less interesting than whatever he was dreaming about, and went back to his meditations. We went inside and Rudy sat down on the recliner and put his face in his hands. I poked inside the small half-fridge they'd provided and took out a couple of bottles of water and tapped him on the shoulder with one. He looked at it and then set it down on the floor between his shoes. I opened my water, drank some, and sat on the floor with my back against one wall. Rudy finally turned to me and I could see the hours of stress stamped into his face and the unnatural brightness of his eyes. "What the hell have we gotten ourselves into here, cowboy? I'm sorry you got dragged into this, Rude." He shook his head to cut me off. "It's not that. Well, it's not all that. It's the whole," he fished for the word, "reality of this. It's the fact that something like the DMS exists, that it has to. It isn't that we learned about some super secret organization. Hell, Joe, there are probably dozens of those, hundreds. I'm enough of a realist to accept that governments need secrets. They need spies and black ops and all of that.
I'm a grown-up, so I can deal with it. I can even accept, however unwillingly, that we live in post-9/11 times, and that to some degree terrorism is a part of our daily lives. I mean, find me a stand-up comic who doesn't make jokes about it. It's become ordinary to us." I sipped more water, letting him work through it. But today I've seen things and heard things that I know will forever alter my world. On September 11th, I said, as so many people did, that nothing would ever be the same again. No matter how much we all settled back into a day-to-day routine, no matter how indifferent we become to what color today's terror alert is, it's still true. That was a day like no other in my life. Today is hitting me as hard as 9/11, maybe harder. You know what I did? I spent 10 minutes in a toilet stall, crying my eyes out. "Hey, you're human," I began, and again he cut me off. "It's not that, and you know it, Joe, so don't coddle me. You want to know why I cried? It wasn't cultural angst any more than it was grief for all those people who died at the hospital the other day or in Delaware this afternoon. 8 times as many people died in the earthquake in Malaysia last month. I didn't cry over that. Millions of people die every year. I can have sympathy, but any grief, any genuine personal grief, would be borrowed. It is no more a true, life-changing expression than the heightened sense of concern a community feels for a kid who falls down a well. 2 months later, no one can remember the kid's name. Your life doesn't pivot on that moment. It can't, because otherwise the process of making each human death personal would kill us all. But this is truly a life-changing moment. That's not even a question. I've been marked by it, as you have, as everyone here at the DMS has. I don't know how many of these people you've met, but I had the whole tour, and I see it in everyone's eyes. Church and Major Cortland hide it better. But the others, what I see in their eyes is going to be in my eyes when I look in the mirror. Not just for a while, but from now on. We're all marked. Yeah, I know, Rude, but it's not like we're talking the mark of Cain here. He gave me such a long, withering look that I wanted to squirm. No? Look, I'm not pointing a finger at any country, any faith, any political party. This is a failing in the whole species. We, the human race, have committed a terrible and unforgivable sin. And before you embarrass us both by asking, no, I'm not having a Catholic moment, this is far more fundamental than church or state. This is ours to own because we know better. As a species, we know better. We really do understand right and wrong, same as we really do grasp all the subtle shades of gray.
We have had thousands of years of religious leaders, philosophers, free thinkers, and political scientists explaining the cause and effect of destructive behavior. You'd think by now, at the point where we are this technologically advanced and where communication between all races is not only possible, but globally instantaneous, that we'd have learned something, that we'd have benefited from all those previous mistakes. You'd think we'd have become more forward-thinking and farsighted. But we're not. With computer modeling, we can virtually look into the future and see how things will go if we follow these courses, and yet we don't do a thing to change direction. Maybe the true human flaw is our inability to act as if the next generation matters. We never have. Individually, maybe, but not as a nation, not as a species. Rudy rubbed his eyes. Today, he said slowly, I watched video proof of the criminal indifference of the human race.
People who are certainly intelligent enough to know better have created a weapon so destructive that it could destroy the entire human race. And why? To further a religious or political view. If this was the act of a single person, I'd say that we're dealing with psychosis, a fractured mind. But this is a deliberate and careful plan. The people involved have had sufficient time to think it through, to grasp the implications, and yet they continue with the program. Today you saw them experimenting with children. Children. He sighed. They know better, and they still don't care. If there's a better description of the mark of Cain, I haven't heard it. That's them, Rudy, not us. No, he conceded tiredly. I know that. It's just that I don't trust that our government is any wiser, or any government. We did, after all, invent the bomb, and we've experimented with bioweapons and germ warfare. No, cowboy, we all bear some trace of Cain's mark. All of us, whether we're directly involved at the policy level or not. Some of us are trying to do something about this shit, Rudy. Let's not paint everyone with the same brush. He sighed. I'm tired, Joe, and I'm not attacking you. I'm feeling my way through this. He looked at me for a long time. But you're marked too. Not with guilt, but with the awareness of the beast that lives in all of us, in every human heart. The awareness is in your eyes. I've played poker with you. I know that you can hide it better than me, better than most, better than Grace Cortland. Not as well as Church. Point is that you carry the same mark as everyone else here, as I do. He made a grimace that was his best attempt at a smile. It's a bonding experience. We'll always be linked by this shared knowledge. All of us linked by the human race's most recent demonstration of its absolute, bloody-minded determination to commit suicide. Like I said, not everyone's part of the problem, Rude. Some of us are trying our damnedest to be part of the solution. He gave me a bleak and weary smile. I hope that's not bravado, cowboy. I sincerely hope you believe that. I do. I have to. He closed his eyes and sat there for a long minute saying nothing, but every few seconds he let out another long sigh. I haven't had near enough time to process this yet. If I'm going to be of any use, I'm going to have to get my own ducks in a row. I mean, I've been kidnapped, had a gun to my head, found out the terrorists have an actual doomsday weapon. You'd be surprised how much of that we don't cover in medical school. Not even in shrink school? Not even in shrink school. We sat with that for a bit. Church told me that you've signed on to the DMS. Why'd you go and do that?
Rudy gave me a wan smile. Because church asked me to. Because of what happened at St. Michael's. Because of you. And because I know. Not only the secrets, Joe, I know the truth of all of this. I'm marked. That makes me a part of this from now on. If I don't do something to contribute to the solution, I think I'd go mad. Yeah, I said. I hear you. But how do you feel about being on the team? That's too complex a question for a simple answer. On the surface, I guess I appreciate the opportunity to do some good for the people who are in turn trying to save the world. And below the surface? I know where your morals are, Joe. You're too reasonable to have a red state/blue state agenda. You're much more of a right and wrong personality, and that works for me. I think church may be built along some of the same lines. So I guess that one of the strongest rays of hope I see in this whole thing is the fact that what we have standing between us and a destroyed future are three people, church, you, and Grace Cortland, who actually see the way the trend is going and are in the position to do something about it. That's a lot to put on our shoulders, brother.
Yes, he said. It is. He rubbed his eyes. We all have so much to do. You have to be a hero. I have to get my act together so I can help everybody else keep their acts together. And Church and Cortland have to do whatever it is that they do. Rudy got up and patted me on the shoulder. He looked a little bit more like his old self, but I knew that there was a lot of road still to travel. I'm going to try and get at least an hour's sleep. You should too. I said that I would, but knew that I wouldn't. There was too much to do, and the clock was ticking. I stood in my doorway and watched him shamble off to bed. I felt impossibly tired and was just turning to go back inside when a door banged open at the end of the hall, and a white-faced Doctor Who yelled two words that sent a chill of terror through me. Room 12! Behind him, I could hear the sudden staccato of automatic weapons fire.
Chapter 52.
The DMS Warehouse, Baltimore/Tuesday, June 30th, 10:21 p.m. I tore down the hallway toward the open door. Gus Dietrich was coming out of his room dressed in boxer shorts and a beater. He saw me running and opened his mouth to say something, but then I grabbed Who and shoved him out of my way. Who hit Dietrich, and they fell together through Dietrich's open doorway. I ran into the hall and cut left. My quarters were pretty close to the loading bay, and I got to the bay door before any of the armed guards. There was a knot of confused techs and staff milling around at the bay doorway, and I bellowed at them to clear a path. "Got your back," I heard Bunny say as he skidded into the bay right behind me. Top Sims was right behind him. I turned to the crowd. "Everyone out now! Close the door and kill that fucking alarm!" They backed out of the room as the three of us hurried past rows of trailers. When we reached room 12, what we saw stopped us in our tracks. The machine gun emplacement was deserted, the big gun still smoking, the floor littered with shell casings. I could only see one of the four guards, or what was left of him. His body was bent backward over the low wall of sandbags surrounding the gun, his throat completely torn away. There were small pools of blood everywhere and spatters from what looked like arterial sprays. Whatever had happened here had happened fast and mean. We moved up quick and quiet. Bunny scooped up an MP5. "This is getting to be a long damn day," he muttered as he checked the magazine. "It's out." He patted down the dead guard and found a fresh magazine. "On my 6, I whispered, and I could feel him come up behind me. Top flanked us. He'd picked up the dead guard's handgun and was fanning it to cover all the corners. Someone in the crowd must have had some authority because the alarm died, leaving its banshee echo bouncing off the walls. "Check your targets," I said softly.
"We don't know who is infected or how many hostiles we have." We paused in a tight knot and listened. There were scuffling sounds from two directions, behind the trailer and inside. "I'll take the inside," I whispered. "You two around the sides." "This is messed up," said Bunny. "No shit, farm boy," snarled Top. "Let's go." They faded off to my left, heading down the length of the trailer as I moved onto the bottom step of the double-wide. The door to room 12 was open, and I could see figures moving inside. I saw another weapon on the deck, a Glock 9, but the slide was locked back, so I ignored it as I leaped up onto the top step. I was in a hurry, but the cop in me was always watching, and I flicked a glance at the door. No visible signs of a forced entry or forced exit. Even though I had no time to worry about that, it still bothered the hell out of me. I braced myself and stepped into the trailer. Inside, it was a charnel house. 2 lab-coated doctors lay in broken twists of limbs. Beyond them, 3 people dressed in hospital gowns were sprawled in pools of red. The prisoner we'd taken at the meatpacking plant had been in a surgical bay that was in a screened-off section of the trailer, but the screens had been torn down, and the prisoner's throat had been completely torn away. The doctors who had been working to save his life were dead. The air smelled of cordite and the coppery stink of blood. Each of the corpses had been shot repeatedly in the head. In the very back of the trailer was a 4th patient, and he had one of the soldiers down and was tearing at him with broken teeth. The soldier was screaming and flailing his arms to fend off the attack, and I couldn't yet see if he'd been bitten, or, if so, how badly. I went straight for the walker. There wasn't time to shout orders or to fall back and wait for reinforcements. Maybe more help was coming, but I didn't know, and I had to trust that they'd handle things outside.
I concentrated on the walker who was trying to kill this terrified young man. The trailer was 70 feet long, and I cleared the entire length in a couple of heartbeats. Gunfire erupted from outside, and the walker froze in place, lifting its head, dead eyes casting around for the noise. While I was still 20 feet back, I scooped up a heavy metal clipboard from a table and hurled it side-armed like a frisbee. It was weighted with a thick sheaf of papers, but I put a lot of shoulder into it. It whistled through the air and caught the walker on the side of the head, knocking him against the wall. He lost his grip on the soldier, who slumped down into a whimpering heap. The blow did no harm, though, and the creature instantly whipped its head around, lips peeling back from its teeth, dead eyes blazing. It lunged at me, but I was in full stride now, matching momentum and force with its angle of attack. As it reached for me, I used my hands to slap both arms down and then grabbed its throat with my left and used my right to hit it with a palm shot to the temple. I knew I couldn't hurt it, but my rushing mass slammed it back against the wall, and I leaned into the throat grab, feeling the hyoid bone crunch. A normal man would have died right there, trying to suck wind through a throat full of broken junk. But this thing kept snarling. I hit it again, knocking its mouth away from me, and then slammed the side of its head a 3rd time, but this time I kept the heel of my palm pressed hard against its temple so that the walker was effectively pinned to the wall with that bloody mouth facing away from me. I wormed my fingers up the side of its head and knotted them in its lank and filthy hair. I felt it tense all of its muscles to surge back against me, the way an animal will lunge to try and break free of another predator. But that's what I wanted it to do. As the walker lunged off the wall, I dropped back a step and pulled with all my strength. The effect was that the walker flew forward toward me far faster than it intended, and I immediately pivoted my hips so that its mass was accelerated even faster. The creature hit the center point of my turn and then flew past me as if repelled by a force field. My grip on throat and hair created torque, and my pivot plus my full body turn propelled the walker's body mass over and past me. But I still held on. There was a crucial point at which its flying mass sailed faster and farther than my grip on its head allowed, and at that precise moment, I snapped down like a housewife shaking out a bedsheet. The zombie's neck snapped with a loud, wet crack. I let go and let it crash down onto an examination table. Then it toppled lifelessly to the floor. Outside, I heard another crackle of gunfire. There was a moan behind me, and I spun around to see the soldier getting to his knees, one hand clamped to his bleeding cheek. The bite wasn't big, but it was still a bite. Poor bastard. I saw the moment when the realization blossomed in his eyes. He knew he was a dead man, and we both knew that there was nothing I could do. I pointed at him and put steel in my voice. "Stay here, soldier!" He nodded, but his eyes were bright with tears. I turned and ran to the door of the lab, jumped left, and sprinted to the end of the trailer. 2 soldiers, both transformed into walkers, were down, sawed in half by Bunny's MP5. A second pair of walkers, both of whom looked like medical personnel, were slumped in the shadows by the wall, their heads showing wounds from small arms fire. Top had his pistol in a 2-hand grip as he moved past them. "Watch!" Bunny yelled as a bloody-faced figure rose up from behind a stack of boxes and drove at me, but I'd already heard it. I turned into the rush, and as it barreled toward me, I suddenly shifted to one side and chopped him across the throat with a stiff forearm. His head and shoulders stopped right there, but his feet ran all the way up into the air, the way a tight end will after he's been clotheslined by a defensive tackle. The walker crashed down onto the concrete, and I pivoted to hit it again when Bunny shoved me aside, stamped down on its chest to hold it in place, and put 2 rounds into its skull. We both turned to see Top sidestep another walker and chop it down with a vicious side kick to the knee, and by the time its kneecaps cracked to the ground, he had the barrel jammed against its temple and fired. The slide locked back after the shock, but the walker fell away into a ragdoll sprawl. There was a sudden, harsh silence, broken only by the fading echoes of the gunfire. "Top? Clear. Bunny? Clear, boss," he said, almost in my ear. "We got 'em all." I turned and looked up at Bunny, whose face had transformed from its usual boyish humor into something harder and far more dangerous. He closed his eyes, took a breath, and then nodded to agree with his own assessment. "I'm good, boss," he said after a moment. Top was looking from corner to corner, checking every shadow, with eyes as cold as a rattlesnake's. He met my glance and gave me a short nod. Behind us, I could hear the wounded soldier sobbing. Chapter 53. The DMS Warehouse, Baltimore, /Tuesday, June 30th, 10:29 p.m. The door burst open and Sergeant Dietrich came in at a dead run, still in his skivvies, but with a combat shotgun in his hands, with Grace Cortland at his heels. All of Alpha Team piled in behind them, and I saw Ollie and Skip, both of them looking scared and worried. Ollie had a bath towel wrapped around his hips, and his hair was frothy with unrinsed shampoo. Skip had a fire axe in his hands. They both looked terrified of what they might find. Dr. Who trailed the pack, followed by a few lab coats with frightened faces and wide eyes. The doctors and techs faded over to the wall and stood there looking shocked. "Stand down!" I yelled as the soldiers raced up. "All hostiles are down!" Dietrich slowed to a stop. "Those idiots locked the bay door," he said, clearly angry that he wasn't able to help. I pointed at Dr. Who was standing against a wall, tears in his eyes. "Doc, we have an injured man in here. See what you can do for him." Who didn't move. Was he? Yes. I caught a glance at the people clustered in the doorway and lowered my voice.
He was bitten. Who pressed himself back against the wall. We can't do anything for him. You're a doctor, for Christ's sake. He needs help. He flicked a terrified glance at the trailer and shook his head, unwilling to move. I walked over and took a fistful of the front of his Hawaiian shirt and lifted him onto his toes. Listen to me, asshole. That boy in there is hurt, and he's scared, and he's one of us, not some action figure. This is real stuff happening to real people. I want you to do whatever you can for him, and do it right now, or so help me God, I'll lock you in there with him. With a little push, I let him go, and Hu staggered back and then froze in place, legs bent as if deciding whether to run.
He blinked a few times. Then he gave me a quick nod and went into the trailer, twisting by me so as not to make any contact. I felt a light touch on my arm and turned sharply to see Grace standing right there. Her eyes searched my face and my body. Are you hurt? No, I snarled, then bit down on my rage and tried it again. No, Major. My men and I are fine. But the soldiers detailed here and all the lab techs are dead. So is the prisoner that we nearly died getting for Mr. Church, and the docs who are working on him. And all the walkers, too. But one of your soldiers, a young kid, he's been bitten. Christ, Dietrich growled. He had murder in his eyes. Grace was appalled. How did this happen? I don't... She stopped, aware of the people around us, and gave me a significant look. There had to be 100 people in the bay now, some in fatigues, some in civilian clothes, all of them looking horrified and confused. We saw Church moving through the crowd toward us, with Rudy beside him looking frightened and out of place, so I went to meet them. I got right up in Church's face. Your security sucks. He looked at me for a long moment, and for the first time I saw real emotion bubbling beneath the surface of his professional calm. It was a seething, ice-cold rage. His lip curled back for a moment, and then I saw him slam his control back in place, one steel plate at a time. First things first, he said, and his voice was nearly calm. He took out his cell and hit a number. This is Church. Security code Deacon 1. Full lockdown. Instantly, a different set of alarms rang, and revolving red lights mounted high on the walls began flashing. He disconnected and hit a second number. Lock the surveillance office. Good. Now, I want all security logs and video feeds from the last 12 hours routed to my laptop immediately. The same goes for traffic cams in a 20-block radius, all directions. Code them eyes only. Stay in lockdown until you hear from me personally, and tell Colonel Hastings that I want 2 gunships in the air right now to monitor the grounds. He turned to Dietrich. Gus, clear this room. Pick 6 men you trust and hand-lock everyone into their rooms. No electronics. Do it now. Dietrich pivoted and yelled at the crowd in a leather-throated roar. The throng of agents, soldiers, scientists, and support staff melted back and pushed through the doorways. Ollie and Skip backed out as well, flicking glances at the bodies, at me, and at Church. Bunny and Top stayed put. You okay, cowboy? Rudy's eyes were jumpy with shock. Ask me later. Again, Grace caught my eye. I could feel something move between us, some subliminal telepathy, but I couldn't translate it. Not then, not at that moment. With an effort, I broke the eye contact and walked over to my guys. Top, get the team together in one place and text me on my cell to let me know where. I gave him my number. Top murmured, This don't smell right, Captain. No, it doesn't. There's no damage to that door. Someone let those things out, and that means someone just murdered 4 soldiers and all those doctors.
I figured Church is going to start a witch hunt. That's fine with me. But I'm going to start one of my own. You with me? Top's lip curled back. I didn't sign on to get ass raped, Captain. Damn Skippy, agreed Bunny. Muscles bunched and flexed in his jaw. What do you want us to do? For now, circle up the wagons and sit tight. Keep your eyes open and your mouths shut. You catch wind of anything, I don't care how small, I get to hear it before you take the next breath. Are we clear on this? Sir, they both said tersely. Their faces had to be a mirror of my own. Horror, fury, and something else, some dangerous and predatory light that should not shine through the eyes of good people. I couldn't define it any more than I could interpret what Grace had tried to convey, but I understood the sense of it, and I felt it burning in my own eyes. I took a half step closer, and they leaned forward so that we were almost touching head to head. Be best if you boys found some black coffee and had a couple of cups. Christ, boss, said Bunny. I'm already so wired I'll never get to sleep as it is. His voice trailed off as he got what I meant. I'll make sure everybody's wide awake, Captain, murmured Top. You won't find nobody sleeping on this watch. Hooah, I said. Top punched Bunny lightly on the shoulder and they left, both of them throwing angry looks around the room as if what had happened had been a personal attack made against them. I watched them go, reading their body language. I've been wrong a few times in my judgment of people, but not often, and I found it hard to believe that they would have come running unarmed into the bay if either of them had bypassed the security and unlocked room 12. Even so, I was going to be keeping both eyes open every second of the day and night. As of that moment, I didn't trust anyone in the DMS except Rudy, and he wouldn't even know how to bypass a security system, let alone one as sophisticated as this. Rejoining Church and Grace, I said, So far, Mr. Church, I'm not entirely sold on your super-secret organization. He didn't reply. Dietrich came over. Room's clear, sir. Building is in full lockdown. Gates are sealed, and I deployed the entire security force in pairs. No one goes out of sight of his partner. We're locking people into their rooms. He paused for a moment, looking worriedly at the lab. Sir, I checked on this guard team myself 30 minutes ago. I know those boys. Dietrich paused and then, with sadness in his voice, corrected that comment. I knew them all, pretty well. Somebody opened that door, I said, pointing. Do you see any signs of forced entry? Church said, Let's not make decisions in the absence of information. The security video logs are being fed to my laptop. Let's meet in the conference room and take a look at them. Until then, no one speaks to anyone. The others headed toward the door, but I lingered with Church. The DMS finally gets a prisoner to interrogate, and then this happens. Funny timing, don't you think? Yes, hilarious. He left and I followed.
Chapter 54. Amira/The Bunker/Tuesday, June 30th.
Abdul, the fighter's lieutenant, was a grim-faced man with humorless eyes and pocked skin that made him look like a smallpox survivor. He had first bonded with al-Mujahid during a series of raids financed by one of the Iranian ayatollahs, and together they'd blown up 3 police stations in Iraq, assassinated 2 members of the new government, and planted bombs that killed or crippled over a dozen American and British troops, all of it in the days following the liberation of Baghdad. In the years since then, they had cut a bloody path through 5 countries, and the price on Abdul's head was nearly as large as that offered for al-Mujahid. Now that al-Mujahid was out of the country, it was up to Abdul to ensure that no one knew about the fighter's absence. He made a series of small raids, including 2 more attacks on remote villages using the new and ferocious Generation 7 strain of the Saif al-Din pathogen, and in each case,
He left behind a CD-ROM or videocassette on which were pre-recorded messages from al-Mujahid. As the fighter mentioned specific incidents in the attacks, it was that Abdul stage managed those raids so that they precisely matched all references in the messages. On the morning following al-Mujahid's rescue by British troops, Abdul returned briefly to the bunker to consult with Amira after first making sure that Sebastian Galt had left. Now they sat in her study, he in a deep leather chair, she perched on the edge of a love seat. The second half of the love seat was piled high with medical test results and autopsy reports. Abdul sipped from a bottle of spring water and nodded at the reports.
Is that information on the new strain?
Test results. Yes, she said, nodding. She looked very tired and her eyes were red-rimmed. Has he said anything more about it? Abdul never mentioned Galt's name.
He hated the man and thought that even saying his name aloud was an affront to God, not to mention to al-Mujahid. Galt and that man-loving scorpion of an assistant of his, toys. When he thought of what Amira did and was willing to do with Galt, it was very difficult for Abdul to keep a sneer off his face as he confronted this woman. This whore. How could she sleep with that man? Even if it furthered the cause, and even if al-Mujahid had ordered it, it was so vile a thing to do. He wanted to spit on the rug between them. If Amira was aware of his contempt, she hid it very well. She picked up one folder and weighed it in her hand. This is a detailed schematic of the release device Sebastian has provided for my husband. It is waiting for al-Mujahid in a hotel safe. She smiled, stood, and walked them over to him. Abdul was careful not to touch her hand as he accepted them. When he finished reading, he looked up in alarm. I'm not sure I understand this. This device is booby-trapped. It's set to release the plague according to a preset clock instead of an active trigger. Yes. Where did you get this? How did you get this? It must belong to... He waved a hand, still unwilling to say Galt's name. I downloaded it from his laptop, she said. Or, rather, I arranged to have it downloaded while the laptop was out of his possession. He's never without it, Abdul said. Amira smiled. He was distracted. She let it hang there in the air between them, and Abdul turned his face away, not wanting this whore to see him blush. When he finally turned back to face her, he saw that she was smiling, a knowing smile. Witch. And you're sure that he does not know that this material was taken? He doesn't know any more than he knows I disabled the program that would allow him to blow up this bunker. My computer experts are as good as any in the world. After all, Sebastian paid for the very best. Abdul almost smiled at the irony of that. He offered her a grunt of a half-laugh, though he was truly very impressed. But he was also troubled. Does the fighter know about this? Amira chuckled. You of all people should have more faith in al-Mujahid than that. I sent him the schematic which will allow him to rewire the trigger so that it actually works as it was supposed to work. She paused, then with a sneer added, as Galt promised it would work. His sneer softened to a sly smile. And I have my own contribution to make to our cause. When she told him what it was, Abdul felt some of his dislike for this woman crumble away. He was almost smiling when she ushered him to the door.
Chapter 55. The DMS Warehouse, Baltimore, /Tuesday, June 30th, 11:01 p.m. After the cleanup, we met in the conference room. Church, Grace, Hu, Dietrich, Rudy, and me. No one was going to be getting any sleep tonight, so we're all drinking strong coffee. But despite everything, there was a fresh plate of cookies on the table, vanilla wafers, Oreos, and what looked like, God help me, Barnum's animal crackers. Grace said,
Before we become totally paranoid, are we sure this is a security breach and not an error in protocol? If the door wasn't forced, then one of science team might have inadvertently opened it. Perhaps one of the walkers got loose and the lab staff panicked, Rudy suggested. I don't think so. He had his laptop open on the table and turned it around so we could all watch. He hit a button and an image appeared of the loading bay and the trailer designated as Room 12. This is a continuous feed. Watch. The image suddenly flickered and then disintegrated into static snow. Camera malfunction? Dietrich asked. Unknown. If so, then all of the cameras in that part of the building went down at the same time. He held up a hand. Before you ask, they've since come back online. Grace leaned forward, looking intense. Sounds like electronic jamming. I don't understand, said Rudy. All surveillance devices are electronic and are therefore subject to signal overload or signal blocking, Grace told him. The technology isn't new, and these days there are portable jammers small enough to fit in your pocket. So this is sabotage? Rudy rubbed his eyes. This has been too long a day. Church ended the video feed. Considering the timing and location of the signal failure and the subsequent breach of Room 12, we'll proceed on the assumption that we have been infiltrated by person or persons unknown. We have to find this person and neutralize him. Or her, Grace suggested. Or them, I said.
You've been doing some heavy-duty recruiting lately. We can't assume you've only scooped up one bad apple.
Agreed. We have to evaluate the incident, learn what we can learn from it, both strategically and in terms of our security. We also have to consider the effect this incident will have on morale.
Seems pretty damn clear to me, barked Gus Dietrich, that these assholes wanted the plague released.
Maybe, said Grace. Or they could have been on a scouting mission and opened the wrong door.
You like that theory? I asked her.
Not much, no. But it's worth keeping on the table. Though I think it's more likely that they wanted the prisoner silenced. I downed half my coffee.
Church, you said that there was a way to get that access code. How?
There are only 3 practical possibilities, 2 of which are highly improbable, he said. First, they got it directly from Grace, Gus, who, or from me. He paused for comment. Got none. Second, one of us was careless and left a code scrambler lying about. Who was shaking his head before Church finished. He fished his scrambler out and set it on the table.
No way. Not after the speech you gave me when you gave me this thing. It's on the side of the tub when I take a shower, and it's in my pajama pocket when I go to bed. 24/7, I know where this is.
Grace and Dietrich similarly produced theirs. Church didn't bother. The point was made. What's the third choice? I asked. That someone else has a scrambler or some compatible device, though that's a bit hard to accept. These scramblers aren't on the market yet. I obtained them directly from the designer. He made 5 of them, and I acquired all 5. Who has the other one? Aunt Sally. Who? Grace smiled. Aunt Sally is the DMS's chief of operations. She runs the hangar, our Brooklyn facility. And you call her Aunt Sally? Kind of conjures an image of a blue-haired maiden aunt with too many cats.
Should I assume that you believe this Aunt Sally person is trustworthy and hasn't left her scrambler lying in her knitting basket? Dietrich smiled. If you're lucky, Captain, no one will ever tell her you said that. Grace's smile broadened, and it youthened her, stripping away several layers of tension. Even Church looked amused, though with him it was harder to tell. I think those of us who know her can safely vouch for Aunt Sally's integrity. What about force? Could someone have taken the scrambler from her? I would truly love to see someone try, said Church. Across from him, Dietrich was laughing quietly and nodding to himself, apparently visualizing the scenario. The laughter and smiles, however, died away. I glanced at Rudy, who was quietly observing everyone. I imagined that he, like I, realized that the laughter was a pressure valve. The enormity of what had happened in room 12 loomed over us. Church's phone rang, and when he looked at the displayed number, he held up a finger and took the call, speaking quietly for a couple of minutes. "Thanks for getting back to me so quickly," he said. "Please keep me informed." He clicked the phone off and laid it on the table, and any trace of humor that had been on his face was completely gone now. "That was a contact of mine at the Atlanta office of the Bureau. Henry Sorescu, the engineer who designed the code scrambler, is dead. His body was found in his apartment this morning, and he'd been dead for about 30 hours. Cleaning lady found him and called the police. No suspects, but the report says that Sorescu's apartment, which doubles as his workshop, was trashed. A complete report will be faxed to us." "Damn," I said. "Sorry about your friend, Church, but I bet I can tell you what'll be in that report. Most likely it'll look like an ordinary break-in by a junkie. TV and DVD player will be gone. There'll be lots of random damage, a big mess." The smartest way to hide a small crime is to make it look like a bigger one. I'll bet Sorescu probably had the design schematics of his scrambler somewhere, maybe hard copy or on his computer. The hard drive will be gone too, and most of his papers. "Very likely," Church said. He took another cookie and pushed the plate toward me. I poked through them and took an elephant and a monkey. "So where does that leave us?" Grace asked. "With the certain knowledge that we've been infiltrated by someone with an understanding of what the DMS is," Church said. "And someone who knows me well enough to know how I obtain equipment." "That can't be a long list," Rudy suggested. "It isn't," Church agreed. "And I'll be taking a look at that list once this meeting is concluded." "It still leaves one or more persons inside the DMS," I said. "Inside this building." "Excuse me," Rudy said. "But am I to presume that if we are here in this room, then we are not on the list of potential suspects?" Church leaned back in his chair and studied Rudy for a few moments, one index finger tracing a slow circle on the tabletop. "Dr. Sanchez, there are very few people I trust implicitly, and in each case that trust is based on many years of experience, opportunity, and evaluation. As for most of the people gathered here, my trust is based on more recent knowledge. You and Captain Ledger were in the science lab with me, and were then escorted to your quarters. Major Cortland was with me, and Sergeant Dietrich had just completed his rounds with 2 other officers. One of them walked him to his quarters." "Okay, but doesn't that indicate that we were not directly involved in opening the door? What makes you sure we're not accomplices?" Church bit an edge off a cookie, munched it. "I haven't said that I have cleared you of all suspicion, Dr. Sanchez. But as you already said, you can presume that if you're in this room, then you are not high on the list of suspects." That seemed to satisfy Rudy, at least in part, because he gave a curt nod and lapsed back into observant silence. "We've brought a lot of people on board in the last couple of days," Dietrich said. "The movers, more than half the security team, the decorators, some new lab techs." He paused and looked directly at me. "And all of Echo Team." "How good was the screening for all of these people?" I asked. Grace said, "We have 3 FBI agents on loan to us working as screeners. You've met them, Joe. Agents Simchek, Andrews, and McNeil. The agents who picked you up in Ocean City." Buckethead and his cronies, I thought. "Okay, but who screens the screeners?" "I do," Grace admitted, and I could see a troubled look in her eyes. She knew that I had to be thinking about her oversight with the task force logs regarding me and the second panel truck. She'd been under tremendous stress since the massacre at St. Michael's. Stress isn't conducive to a calm and meticulous approach. I kept that to myself for now,
and I think I caught a flicker of a grateful nod from her. "I've been supervising the actual screens, though," added Dietrich. "If this is someone who slipped through because of sloppy work, then it's on me." I liked that he made no attempt to weasel out of anything. Dietrich was Church's pet bulldog, and he seemed blunt and honest. I liked him, and he was low on my personal list of suspects. "Another question," I said. "Where are we recruiting from? You gave me files on the Echo Team guys along with a big stack of other possible candidates. Some of those are generic folders off the shelf from Staples, but some were FBI, a few were military, a couple were even marked top secret. Am I right in assuming that you're recruiting from all of the military and federal agencies?" "And law enforcement," Dietrich added with a nod in my direction. "How? I thought you guys were secret." "Secrecy is conditional, Captain," Church said.
We all have to answer to someone, and the DMS answers directly to the president. He paused, then added, "A few days ago I met with the Joint Chiefs and the heads of the FBI, CIA, ATF, NSA, and several other branches. I was asked by the president to give a brief description of the DMS and its mission, and to then make requests that each department or branch of service provide me with a list of candidates for inclusion in the DMS. The files were sent to us, and Agent Simchek and his team of screeners did evaluations and ran each candidate through MindReader. Anyone with even a twitch in his or her records was discounted. I will admit, however, that there was a bias toward individuals with skill sets that are appropriate to the current crisis, and that may be our whole. Simchek and his team may have somehow erred on the side of immediate need. That, or the traitor has a spotless record and rang no alarms." "If he was Black Ops or Delta Force," Grace offered, "then his records might have been altered or sealed. Field agents' names are often deleted from records of actions, especially when the agent is active military and the action technically illegal. Assassinations and infiltrations over enemy lines. It's all plausible deniability, which means this bugger could hide even from MindReader." "What kind of person are we looking for?" Rudy asked. "A rogue government agent? A terrorist sympathizer?" "Unknown," Grace said. "All we know is that this person or persons unlocked Room 12 for reasons unknown." Church nodded. "This impacts you most of all, Captain. We don't know how or even if this relates to the planned raid on the crab plant. Before the meeting, Major Cortland advised me to push it back. Sergeant Dietrich wants to hit it with all the troops and go for a clean sweep. The mission is yours to call, however." "Jesus Christ," Rudy said. "He just came out of a combat situation."
"2 combat situations," I touched his arm to stop him.
"No, Rudy. You can get me on the couch later, but right now, I can hear the clock ticking big time. If what happened in Room 12 is not directly related to the crab plant, then I'll eat Sergeant Dietrich's gym socks." "I'll cook them for you," said Dietrich. "Church," I said, "about hitting the crab plant at dawn?" "Yes?" "Fuck that. I want to hit it right now." Rudy gasped, but Church nodded. "I figured you would. Choppers are on deck and my computer team is getting your communications gear ready." I grinned at him. "Joe," said Grace, "are you sure about this?" "Sure? No. I'd rather hit that place with a 500-pound bomb and scratch them off the to-do list. But now more than ever, we need to go soft and see about nabbing some prisoners. I think we should plan immediate interrogations, though." "Okay," Grace said. "My team will be ready to rush the door at the first sign of trouble, but if you want everyone else to remain back at an unobtrusive distance, then it still leaves us with a 5 to 10 minute lag for a full-on attack." "Joe, that's suicide," Rudy barked. "There's no way that you could—" "It's my call," I said firmly. "And I can't think of a better plan that we could put into action right now. The longer we wait, the more time there is for the spy to get a message out.
No messages are going out right now, Church said. We have jammers running everywhere in the building. However, we still have to consider the possibility that messages and intelligence may have been sent out before the lockdown. I sat back and looked from face to face. Okay, but we're going to need a diversion. Here's what I have in mind.
Chapter 56. The DMS Warehouse, Baltimore, /Tuesday, July 1st, 12:59 a.m. Echo Team came jogging into the big room at the warehouse, looking very much awake, wired, scared, and thoroughly pissed off, but awake. I told them to gear up, and they followed Gus Dietrich over to the arms locker. Alpha Team was already there. Rudy turned to Church. "This is killing you, isn't it?" Church looked at him. Rudy said, "I don't know you, Mr. Church. We've only had some weird little talks." He waved a hand. "Zombies and all that. But since what happened in room 12, I've been thinking about this situation, about this organization you've constructed. I know only enough about the military to know that this isn't the way things are done, and I do know enough about governments to know that the DMS operates on its own schedule. It's virtually red tape free, lots of authority, and it's shared." He chewed his lip for a moment. "Your background has to include some training or practical experience either in psychology, therapy, or psychological manipulation. Maybe all three. You know how to set a mood and cultivate trust. You apparently care about the well-being of your staff. You like toys, and you pride yourself on having the best toys in the schoolyard. The labs here are bizarrely overdone. You have equipment I've never heard of, let alone seen in actual use. Everyone I've met here has an above-average IQ. A lot of individuals, not a lot of team players." "Your point being?" Church asked, though if he was impatient or unnerved, it didn't show. "What Joe and I are seeing is probably DMS light. I'll bet your Brooklyn hangar is AJ squared away. The tightest security, checks and double checks, a lot of security redundancies. But down here, you've had to put this facility together in days. Mind you, what you've accomplished in those days is incredible, and I frankly would never have thought it was possible to do. You're a remarkable man, Mr. Church."
I don't need an ego stroke, Doctor. Nor am I in the mood to give you one, Rudy said with a touch of asperity in his voice. My point is that out of necessity, you've had to put this whole thing together too fast and under too much pressure. The Brooklyn model is probably a good one, but for it to be as tight as you want it would require time. More time than you have. You've probably had to call in markers, ask for favors from other agencies. You've probably had to go through channels in ways you normally wouldn't. And as a result, the local reality of the DMS station here at the warehouse has holes in it. And as a result of that, people have died.